and we're live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss, and you are watching another episode of Let's Talk About Seamoss. It's Sunday and beautiful day. Tomorrow's Valentine's Day. I hope everybody's ready to do what they got to do on Valentine's Day. I'm just setting up the clubhouse room in case anybody wants to join me on there. And, just gonna add that in. And then let me know if anybody has any questions to start off the room. As usual, I don't really have a set plan tonight. Although I think in the window I said we will talk a little bit about maybe was it pricing? I'm not too sure. I'll have to double check. Let me double check what we wrote. That's something that's always a popular topic. Let me see what we wrote. If anybody remembers what was written, let me know. But we'll talk about some of the Seamoss myths that need to be busted. That is going to be an interesting conversation for sure. You know what I mean? So let me get this room open in whatchamacallit, Clubhouse, and we will get started. You know, and I think in the future, I'm going to start working on trying to do some things to get more of an audience participation. I think it's important that it's not just me up here doing stuff and everybody sitting back and just absorbing what I'm saying. I think it's important that like we all share information and get up and you know what I mean. I don't want it to just be only me doing it. Pull on this dog. Always wanting to go in and out. All things Seamoss and things related to Seamoss. So there, the clubhouse room is open. You can either do a search for it, or if you give me a second, I will copy the link there and get it going there. Let's see. Let me go into the Facebook group and I'll post the link there. Let me see if it works. I'm on the right window. That's weird. It didn't show up. Something's all buggy with this. Live video. This video is live now. I'm going to put it in here. Paste. There we go. Video is live now. Yeah, something is up with. Oh, there. I was going to say something's up with my video because the other day, last episode, we were doing the live and people were commenting it. I couldn't even see any of the comments, so that totally sucked. And hey, Darlene, welcome. And so, yeah, I couldn't see what some of the people were saying. And so, it was a little difficult, you know, having everybody asking questions, and I couldn't see the questions to even answer them. So, I would like to avoid that happening tonight. Let me know if you have anything, Darlene, to talk about or questions to ask. And I think I'm going to do Instagram tonight because I feel like I've been neglecting my Instagram community. And, you know, I think they like to get on the live once in a while. There was a time where I only did the live streams on Instagram. That was like sort of like my go-to thing. Oh wow, there's a new thing called audience. Oh, you can practice or do public. That's cool. Okay, hold on. Excuse me. Right. You set the screen up here and you go live. And we're live on Instagram now. Welcome, guys. So, we're doing a live stream Sunday evening, day before Valentine's Day. Yay, yay, yay. What do you guys want to talk about today on Seamoss Talk? I know I said in the description I was going to talk about a little bit dispelling some of those myths, but before I get started, I'd like to just kind of take some time, open the room up a little bit. What's up, Ty? How's it going, big bro? I shipped out your Seamoss. You should be getting it any day now. Thank you so much for the business. Appreciate that greatly. What do you guys think about the the content that I've been making lately? I've been getting some really cool videos from my partner in St.Lucian, and so you know what I mean. I've been really happy to create some cool stuff, some funny videos and stuff. I'm going to start getting them to do some more stuff for us that will try to do things a little bit differently than what other people are doing, and that's, I think, what's important when you're developing a business, is that you're not afraid to kind of step out and try things out and sort of stand out. That's what makes everybody unique and individual, and so it's important in a business just to kind of be out there and not be afraid to show yourself. Oh, here comes this dog. Give me 1 second, guys. What's up, Mason? I might end up eating tonight on TV because I took a nap earlier and I didn't get enough rest because I've been just going all weekend. Finally caught up on all the orders that were waiting to go out. So pretty much, unless you place an order today or yesterday, your order has been shipped, unless there's been an issue with your shipment where you've been probably contacted to discuss. Because sometimes people put some messed up addresses and stuff like that, and that really affects our ability to ship out the packages. Sorry. And so, but we're now on top of things. So all packages now going forward should be getting out in a timely fashion. Okay. So someone earlier just sent me a message asking me a question about how much our Seamoss is per pound. So our Seamoss per pound starts at $29.99 for a single pound. And then as you buy more pounds, then you get a better discount. And, it can go as low as, well, you have to buy quite a bit, but we can get it as low as $15 per pound. In fact, we actually have a special right now. I should mention this because I know I get a lot of questions about this. We have a special on our website where you can get not a pound, sorry, I lied, 10 pounds of dried Seamoss for $169. Okay, so it works out to be just around $17 a pound. And the reason why we're selling the Seamoss that much in that way is basically because we had some Seamoss, or lots of Seamoss, that got dried out. And so when we sell the Seamoss, we like to have it at a certain sort of moisture consistency. Otherwise, the Seamoss gets really brittle, and it's very hard to get into the bags for the packaging. And when we go to resell it, the people reselling it, can't really put it in the packaging. So it's like it's not that visually appealing, but it's great for gel. Like as for making gel stuff, it's not a problem. And in fact, you get more sea moss because it's so dried. The volume of sea moss that you get for that price is pretty. It makes it balances it. It's actually a really good deal. I mean, I should price it a little bit higher now that I think about it. But ultimately, you're getting um, probably like the equivalent of maybe 12 or 14 pounds of sea moss if it had been at the level of moisture that we normally sell at. Yeah, exactly. What is it? BCSWNC. Um, what should we call it? That has the best yield. So for a person making gel, that is the best value by far. And so someone also asked what kind of oh, just lost the video there. I got to get a better stand for this iPad. It's huge. So someone just asked me what kind of CMOS, what types of CMOS do we sell? And so we generally sell a mixture of Euchaetuma cottonini or Capsaicilla avarez. A lot of these species have different names, but they're almost identical. It's very hard to determine. Oh, what's up, Matthew? Um, whatchamacallit, this it's very hard to tell the different species from some of these species names. Like even Garcilaria and Euchaetuma, my experience, although I could be corrected wrong, but my experience was that depending on the water conditions and the temperatures and even the time of year that you're looking at it, the sea moss can change and mimic other species. And so Garcilaria and Euchaetuma are very kind of closely related, you know, and so they grow a lot of times very intertwined. So a lot of times the farmers or the people who are buying the sea moss from when they're collecting the sea moss, they don't separate they don't sit there and say, okay, this is a pile of Euchaetuma, this is a pile of Gracilaria. It's all sea moss, and so they just dry it like it's all sea moss because for the most part it all looks the same, you know. And then another question was, do we have soursop leaves? Yes, we have soursop leaves, but we don't have soursop leaves on our website. So you have to contact me directly about it. And that's mainly because we're in the process of building up our soursop leaf supply. But what I found is that when I put things like this on the website, they tend to sell out a lot quicker than we can supply it. And one of our, I guess, sort of like, I don't want to say mission statement, but one of our sort of mottos or sort of our business ethics or whatever is that we always want to have seamless, and so we always want to have the product. And if I'm going to put the product on the website, I want to make sure that I have an abundant supply so that if someone wants to come and buy 5 pounds or 10 pounds, they can do it. Right now, we're lucky if we can even put a couple packages on the website because we're bringing in like 10 pounds at a time, if that. And so that CMOS will go, I mean, CMOS, that soursop leaves will go quick, especially on wholesale. So we have it. You can contact me directly. I'm not hard to get a hold of. And, you know what I mean? You'll be able to work something out where I could maybe sell you a few ounces. But I'm not in a position to be selling pounds or anything wholesale right now. And so that's the main reason why we don't have a lot of the products that we carry on our website. Because we just got some cinnamon sticks in. I'm looking at sourcing nutmeg. There's this real cool stuff that I've been sampling called cola nuts. And so cola nuts, I've been really, really liking. I've been adding it to my coffee, and with my coffee, it just kind of gives it this extra like boost. And the boost is more in the forms of just being very energetic, very like clear thinking and alive, kind of like. And so yeah, I really like cola nuts. And so if you want to redo any research on cola nuts, you can look it up. I think it's spelled with a K, Kola nuts. And I read somewhere that they actually used to put it, or maybe they still do put it in Coca Cola. It's like an ingredient in there. But the stuff I have, actually, let me go grab stuff right now. Found it. So here's the coconut powder, right? It's just like a brown. It's got like this brown kind of like nutty taste. A little bit sort of like maybe not like wood, but powder is really fine. It's got a slight earthy smell to it. So that's what it looks like. It's hard to see with the bag in it. So that's for the gram. For you guys. Although, oh shit. This spilled some on the computer. Not good. Not good for the keyboard. So yeah, that's cola nuts, and I've been trying them for the last couple of weeks, and I've been liking them. So another question I'm getting in here on the chat here is, what's my information or what's my phone number? So we don't really publicly put it. So although I should put it out more, is we actually have a toll-free number if you want to reach me, reach the company. It is 1-866-681-4247. That's 1-866 681-4247. I actually think I have it written down. No, I don't. But I'll throw up my website here for those that are looking. And yeah, so that's our phone number there. You can also schedule an appointment time with me using a Calendly link. I'll post that up there in Instagram in a minute. And also, actually, I'll take it now, and then I'm going to post it in the Clubhouse, and then also Instagram, and then Facebook. So there's Clubhouse. Clubhouse. I think I can pin it in a link. So I pinned my calendar link there. You can schedule a 30-minute call with me. I'm not sure what you mean by seeing us. Clubhouse, Darlene. Well, Clubhouse doesn't have any video for you to see me, but if you go on Instagram and you go on Facebook and YouTube, a lot of people don't know I'm on YouTube at Seamoss Talk and the St.Lucian Seamoss Company. But you can go on there and see me talk about Seamoss, and I stream all the live shows from here on there. So let me go on Instagram, and I'm going to put the Calendly link there. Can I go live? Like, can I watch my own live stream? I don't think I can. No. So I'm not in the app, so I don't know how to do that. Okay. Let me go on Facebook, and I'll post the links there. It's my Calendly link. I think that's good. Maybe that will show up. And I don't have mullein leaves, but that's another question someone asked here. And mullein leaves. I think it was King of the Forest or King of the Bush or something like that. They told me that they're coming to bring it up next. or king of the forest or something like that. So Dominate Life Lee, hey, I ordered some Seamoss here to Korea. I'm in the Air Force. I know you sent me an email about the address because I'm using my appeal back here at Ocean, trying to figure out when tracking. So honestly, I haven't shipped your Seamoss out yet. I still have to figure. I'm trying to. The problem I'm having right now is with Shopify. Shopify is not allowing me. Like, there's a way that I have to input the address so that Shopify can recognize it and then create a shipping label for it. But I'm going to work on that tomorrow, and if I have any issues, I'll give you a call out. But the idea is, I've done it before, so I know it can be done. Right? I've shipped Seamoss to air bases before, and I know that it goes to somewhere in the States, and then from the States they redirect it somewhere else. So I got to figure that out, and I'll figure it out. I know I can. I've done it. Like I said, once you've done something before, you just got to remember how you did it the last time, and you can do it again. Copying it. So just please bear with me. Have some patience. Maybe I'll throw in some extra Seamoss just for the wait and for the inconvenience. Okay, so I have a question here. Question: can you keep Seamoss in plastic tubs with lid on them, or is that not good? Can you leave them in bags and leave in tubs with lids on them, or what's your take on that? Okay, so here's the thing. For the most part, we keep our stuff, we ship our Seamoss in boxes, right, that we line with plastic liners that are wrapped up tight to keep the moisture locked in it and just keep it, what can we call it, intact. That being said, I do believe that you could put it in containers and, like, say, tubs, and we even do that sometimes when we're sorting out Seamoss. We'll separate them in different grades into tubs, and we will usually have a lid on that tub. Now, that being said, I don't believe that you should have an airtight seal on the Seamoss, especially if you're dealing with an environment where there might be temperature fluctuations. You want to keep the Seamoss, especially when it's dried, in a cool, dry place, dark, preferably no light, because I think light will affect the color and the appearance of it. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's okay to leave them in the bags and to leave them with tubs with lids on them, but don't make it sure it's kind of like sealed. You want the Seamoss to somewhat breathe a little. Dominic Life says again, sounds great. My family's excited for the Seamoss. We appreciate the clarity. Looking forward to the full spectrum Seamoss. Great. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, it's late. I think the Seamoss we sent you, this full spectrum, the last batch we got was really, really, really pretty. And, like nice balance of colors and a good mix of the different types. And yeah, it's just great. So I'm happy with the Seamoss that we've been getting as of late, especially this last order. It's been pretty awesome. Hey, what's up, Gabriel? It's glad to see you join in. Let me know, Gabriel, if you want to come in and give a little talk. Gabriel's here on Instagram, but he works in the advertising business, and they deal with a lot of Facebook marketing and advertising. And so they're good people to sort of work with if you want to try and scale your business and grow it to scale it, like grow business, make more money. A lot of people are afraid to kind of spend the ad money, but when you have someone that understands how to identify audiences and then take those audiences and leverage it with the ad spend that's optimized to make sure that every dollar count. I think that's the biggest mistake that a lot of people that get into doing their own advertising is that they don't spend the time to understand the importance of targeting and having good creatives and having good just the marketing, just a good overall strategy for the advertising. A lot of times everybody just wants to kind of throw it in on a boost campaign, and they spend their $5 advertising budget, and they burn it out quickly, spends the money because what they don't realize what they're doing is that they're just throwing the ad out there. And it's the equivalent of like going into a room where people have no idea what you're talking about and trying to explain to everybody, get everybody on board to the idea you have. It's like you need to first identify people that are like-minded and that would be even interested in hearing what you have to say before you spend all that time, because otherwise you're just going to spend a whole shitload of time talking to people that aren't interested, wasting it. And that's what happens when you spend advertising dollars without it being properly targeted. So Dominate Life says, is there any huge difference between ocean harvest or ocean crafted? I've been doing a little research and I've seen that ocean still gives the minerals besides it's growing out of the rock. Okay, that is a good segue to get into some of the, because earlier I talked on, put the message on Facebook, we're going to bust some of these myths. Okay, so one of the biggest, number one myths, okay, I don't care what anybody says, okay, they can quote this, they can quote that. The science is the science. I've looked on like research websites that are dedicated to the study of sea moss, seaweeds, and sea algae. Okay, sea moss cannot get its minerals from a rock. Full stop. That's it. I don't care what anybody says. It cannot do it. Okay, it has no ability to absorb minerals from the rock. In fact, anybody that says that to me, I want them to explain to me the actual scientific process that allows them to do that, because it does happen. Hey, what's up, Ricky? Thanks for joining me on Clubhouse. But yeah, minerals don't come from a rock. It's where you're sourcing your sea moss that's most important, because that's where you got to know where the concentration of minerals are, right? And so you're right. The ocean gives all the minerals. There's nothing that comes from rock. In fact, if you try to go through their theory of saying, like, okay, the minerals get from the rock, in order for that to actually hold any actual truth to it, then each rock needs to have almost the same amount of concentration of minerals. Otherwise, different sea mosses is going to have different levels of nutrients and different qualities, and you'll have something that's not standard. And in fact, that might even be worse for you to have than actually having sea moss that was cultivated that has this a consistent minerals throughout its whole product. Okay, and with that, let me know if you want to talk about anything, Ricky. I know I'm gonna ramble on a lot.
No, I just got in. Hey, how you doing, man?
Good to hear from you. Good to see from you. You all ready for Valentine's Day?
I hope so.
Yeah, I think that's every guy's like. How do they plan it? Like Super Bowl today, like it, Valentine's Day tomorrow. That's like a double whammy.
Yeah, it's pretty much. Yeah, you gotta do a lot if you actually went to a game or something.
Yeah.
But then the crazy thing is you know that Valentine's Day is always on All-Star Weekend.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so NBA All-Star Weekend
is around that time. So they have the All-Star Weekend and the what is it? The not NBA, like an NFL. You know, dude, I am totally out of like things when it comes to sports.
Well, the Rams just won.
Did they?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
I didn't watch it. Yeah.
So there's the Rams and the Bengals.
The Rams and the Bengals. The Rams just won 23-20.
Wow, that was close.
Yeah, it was actually a really good game.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually like watching football, but I don't follow like I don't know, like I think there's the Green Bay Packers or this, that. Like I know like surface shit, you know what I mean? But I like watching the game specifically because of the two teams, because of it's like watching human chess.
See, I like watching football. I'd rather play.
Uh-huh.
Like I have a hard time watching because I think that I still should be out there and stuff like that. You have all these like, man, I would just did this, I would have been out there. So you have that type of like I get amped watching games.
Yeah.
Like I say, like even to the point where I'm calling out, like I can call out play, like I know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, you get right into the mix and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
So I enjoy it.
Yeah, man. Well, this guy here in Instagram, BCSWNC, I'm just going to call him BC. Anyways, I didn't understand that earlier on, but after doing research, I found that Seamoss isn't like a terrestrial plant, so the holdfasts aren't like roots. This is where seaweed differs vastly. And I totally agree. You know what I mean? It's the holdfast is just an anchor to keep it from floating away. And the reason why we use ropes and sea moss is because that simulates the anchor, right? And if you look in some of my videos, you'll see the sea moss farms. They have the sea moss, and it's close to the what would you call it? The shore, not the shore, but the bottom, the floor of the ocean. You know what I mean? Like it's really close to that, and so it just mimics everything like it is in its natural environment. And then another myth is that the sea moss can't absorb nutrients from the rope. Like people say that to me, and I'm just like, what is going on in your head? Like, what? Why would you think that the sea moss is going to actually draw the chemicals out of the? Like, it doesn't work like that. The sea moss just, and it's not even that. It's tied with like a slip knot, so that if you want, you can break the sea moss and it will pull off. Like in really bad weather, the sea moss can rip right off the farm because it's there just to kind of keep it from floating away. You know what I mean? And they don't add any chemicals to it. They don't add any nutrients to the water, so there's nothing that man does for it. You know.
So my question would be to them would be if they're saying that it's getting that nutrient from rock, so is that the way that it's growing as well? Is the rock making it grow? Like what's making it grow? What's making it go from being just a little speck of sea moss to a whole new plant? Like the rock is doing that?
Yeah. Rock's doing shit.
Like that's what I really want to ask them, is the rock doing that? So I've never heard of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I ended up getting into a marine biologist group on Facebook just to ask the question. And they looked at me kind of crazy. Like they were like, huh? I'm like, yeah, they're saying that, and I gave that word I went in with the word and everything. They were like, no. They were like, I'm gonna have to look into this.
Dude, when you Google that word, it like, and you like the Google the meaning of the word, it like has nothing to do with anything that what he's saying that it has to do with. Like, because he's saying it's the transfer of the electrical energy and stuff like that. And so this has something to do with electrical energy, but there's never even a discussion about rocks having the ability to do that. You know what I mean? So it's just.
Okay, so this is the thing is that when did he make, I want to know when he made that recording.
Mm-hmm.
And if he made that recording, say, because it looked like it was an older recording. So if you made that recording in early 2000s, then that means you could have actually expanded on that.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to know who can expand on it. Like, because somebody had to be around for the teachings to expand on what he's saying. Like, when I ask everybody, and this is my biggest situation, when I ask everybody to expand on it, nobody can. They say, if you don't know, you don't know. Like, just look it up yourself. You can find it. Like, I'm asking you. You say that you know.
Yeah.
Like, tell me so I can go, so I don't have to read all type of BS to get to the source. Like, that's the biggest thing I'm asking. Like, okay, just show me where he expands on it, so we can have a better understanding. Because the only thing right now we're doing is getting clips.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Clips is not working for us as far as what we have read and what we have studied compared to what was said.
And that's the thing. They can't go like beyond what these guys are saying. They can't say anything beyond the clip. You know what I'm saying? They can't say it in any of his writings or any. And I'm not trying to throw shade at Dr. Sebi. When did he really have time to do all this research? And what research did he actually really do? Do you know what I'm saying?
So he really got into to Seamoss when he was in New York, was dealing with mine. So that's where you really got into. To be honest with you, the best person to ask about all this is her.
It's who?
Is his I won't say his first wife, but his second wife.
Yeah.
His wife that he actually started the journey with. Because truthfully, I think she was just as into the herbs as what he was.
Mm-hmm.
And so we praise him because he's an orator. He's a speaker.
Mm-hmm.
But we forget about her. Now this is another topic though.
Yeah.
Because his third wife was from Grenada.
No, I didn't know that.
Yes. Patsy.
Okay.
His third wife was from Grenada. So with her being from Grenada, you're trying to tell me that she never got Seamoss from her native country?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's another question that I have because she actually sells Seamoss a lot. So is her Seamoss coming from Honduras? Is it coming from Grenada? Where's her Seamoss coming from?
Yeah.
And that would actually dispel a lot of myths. Now she getting Congress Christmas from Ireland. Like, so that would be a good question to ask is, okay, so where's your source coming from? Where are you saying the best Seamoss? Because truthfully, these are two women, direct sources to him that would have most of the knowledge, I would think.
Well, I'll say this. I have done some research, and I actually, no, I don't want to pull it up on YouTube because I think I got a strike because I was showing either someone like flagged me like as being spam or something, like someone reported me to Facebook, or when I did this last thing, I had YouTube videos playing in the background and they flagged me for that. But so I can't show that. But on YouTube, if you search Ushla Village Seamoss, you'll see them cooking in the kitchen the Seamoss and getting it ready and showing how they prepare it at the Ushla Village. And there they boil it. You know what I mean? And they use Garcilaria.
They boil it? Okay, so this is another thing, because, I've followed Dr. Stavey since 2000, and I think it was right around 2001, right around 9/11, I started following Dr. Stavey.
Mm-hmm.
And the crazy thing about that is that when I started following him, like, a lot of things you could even steam. You could even steam your vegetables, really. Like, everything was raw. And so that strikes me as him even boiling it. Because he can pretty much any heat going on, anything at that time in 2001, 2003, anytime around there, like if you actually were taking the products and things of that nature and on the diet, you weren't like, he would say lightly steamed. You just as far as your spinach, you would just put your spinach over the water. Like, you wouldn't even put your spinach in the water. You put the spinach over the water, then eat it like that.
Like just slightly wilted kind of thing.
Exactly. So there's a few questions that I have as far as how things going, or I understand it's a money play. Like anything, it's like you may start off doing this and then you see there's more money because people can't handle that raw diet that he was given. Sometimes if a lot of people can't handle the raw diet, then you have to switch it up a little bit to appease the masses. Now, not to say, because like there was a lot of things that was forbidden when we first started to then now you're able to do it now. So I'm not sure, he got different business partners. After he actually separated from his first wife, he got different business partners. So I think that the herbs started to change at that time, because she was the one that actually had the company. The company was still hers. The wife that he started the journey with. So that's my biggest question is, as far as, because he really was the speaker. You know what I'm saying? He was good as far as speaking. He's charismatic. Like, first of all, he's a ladies' man too.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's obvious.
I'm being serious about everything. I'm just like, if you're a ladies' man, yeah, you like to talk in front of a lot of people. That's how you get your women.
This is what I say. That was the first thing I kind of saw, and I was like, "Oh, this guy can talk." To have that many,
I'm talking like this is, and that's why people. I understand why he's so beloved, because anybody that can speak, that can give it to you in a form that you can understand it, and be real as far as direct about it.
Mm-hmm.
He was as direct as you could possibly get, saying that he cured certain things. Now, I'm not saying that he cured everybody's stuff. I think that his product worked as far as, okay, so this is a problem. Like, people think that he cured them, and what happens is they forget that they cured themselves.
Mm-hmm.
He just showed you a method. You have to do all the work.
Yeah.
And so, and if you even go in and even have, like, look into what his second wife was ever spoke about, she speaks about the same thing. She was like, I think it's too much praise, and people need to understand is that you're doing most of the work. He's just giving you some herbs to take,
mm-hmm.
and telling you these herbs work. Now, what you have to do, you have to form in your mind that you're ready.
Yeah.
Take that step. And that's the biggest thing, is that most people aren't ready. Now, I will give him this. What he did do is give people, like, sometimes you just need to have a coach.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like I listen to him every now and then. Eric Thomas, the motivational speaker.
No, I don't think I've heard of him. I listen to Miles Monroe.
Ever listen to his motivational stuff? Is wonderful. He'll motivate you. He'll get you out of bed and have you doing some stuff. And then Dr. Sebi was the same way.
Mm-hmm.
As far as how he spoke, like he made you feel it. When I had consultation by his second wife, when in Atlanta, like, she just said certain things that just had me just like, I didn't want to eat meat no more.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I didn't want to eat meat no more. Like, whatever you say, okay, this is what I gotta do. And luckily, I was doing something that I actually had a little bit of money at the time, because I wouldn't have been able to afford that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was a lifestyle. Like, when I say a lifestyle, like, I'm spending over $1,000 on supplements.
Mm-hmm.
So, like all the stuff this stuff costs $1,000. I think I might have paid even more than that. I think it might have been $2,500 for the month.
Mm-hmm.
It was something ridiculous that and after about 2 or 3 months, I was like, man, I can't keep going through this. I'm like, I think I got all the stuff out of my body. I'm like, I think I can go back to just being a regular vegan.
And that's something that I've questioned myself. Like, a lot of people say, "Oh, Dr. Sebi healed me," but when I really look into it, a lot of times it's like the healing came after he was gone. So it was like you just read one of his books, or you know what I mean, you took some advice or something that someone resent to you that they learned from doctors. It never really came directly from him. Like, you didn't pay the Dr. Sebi organization.
You didn't pay him for the consultation. Like, you didn't pay him for the consultation and him telling you, because, like, I can go in and break down, like, what it is that you have a regular consultation. Now, if you have issues, like they would ask you if you had any STDs or anything of that nature, and they would get specific with you as far as the cleansing that they would actually prescribe. So, like, they were really kind of specific with the cleansing that they were prescribing. Like, they would kind of get real, like, okay, so, all right, so we need to add a little bit of this, we need to add a little bit of this. And truthfully, it wasn't anything that's kind of different than what, like, the herbs that we deal with now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just, at that time, they knew. They had the research. Like, we have the research now because it's easier to obtain it, via internet, things of that nature. When he was around, there wasn't really, like, you weren't really looking to get the information like that. Mm-hmm. Like, you were just you were just starting to get the information because internet was just now something that you was going to Google and finding everything out.
Yeah, it wasn't as easy.
So yeah, when he first came in, it wasn't as easy to figure out what all these herbs were. Like you had to do some major research and some major studying. He just brought it all to the table, which was phenomenal, and kind of made it easier for you. But after a couple months of taking his products, you be like, nah, you know, like you would still take some of his regular products, but you wasn't getting the tea that he was giving out.
Mm-hmm.
You stop that, man. That junk was expensive, and it was nasty as I don't know what. I'm just being truthful. That junk was a nasty, man. I'm talking about, like, you know, something that you drink with your and plug your nose at the same time.
Yeah, he was like,
Yeah, like I'm like, what type of herb is in this? Like, it was wow.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
And truthfully, like it cleansed you out. Like that's the thing, it cleansed you out. But one thing I did realize as well is that the best way to reset yourself and cleanse is just do a 3-day fast.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what people don't really understand. That 3-day fast that you do, that resets your whole entire body.
Mm-hmm.
Do a 3-day fast. Just drink some water for 3 days. Do a 3-day fast, and then get on the diet that you want to get on,
mm-hmm.
or start the process that you need to start.
So when you talk, because here's the thing, I just want to ask a little bit more details about what you would consider that type of fast, because everybody kind of fast is different, and like, is that like a full, like, not eating any food for that 3 days, or do you break your fast, like, say, go from 6 in the morning? Like when I before I got baptized, I fast for 7 days, right? And it was part of the ritual to cleanse my mind and my body. But how I did it was I fasted from 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening. So in 6 in the evening, I would have a meal, and I would like start breaking with fruits and stuff like that, and then eat, you know, slowly, because you don't eat anything for 12 hours, especially when you've never done it. Because I was never into fasting before. It can be really hard on your body putting food back in, you know. But is that what you mean by fast, or is it more no food?
The fast is just drinking water. That's it.
For 3 whole days.
For 3 whole days.
So no food whatsoever.
No food whatsoever. Because
wow.
What it is that you have to come to grips with your body. And just like you said, after 3 days, it's hard. Like you have to train yourself to eat again. So what it is that you're like, you can train yourself to eat anything after the 3 days.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like what it is, like you have no palate anymore.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like it's almost like a reset. So like I've done it a couple times to where I knew I had to. Like I really found it out because I used to wrestle back when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me to make weight, I used to have to not eat for days on end.
Wow.
And actually have to suck oranges, and that was it. So I realized at that time that I could actually change the way that I ate just by not eating for 3 days. So after I stopped eating for like a 3 days straight,
mm-hmm.
what happened was I was just eating certain things that I knew wouldn't have me gain weight during the wrestling season. So I would eat certain things that I know that would come off me real quick.
Yeah. Stuff you can burn real fast.
Yeah. And then really right after wrestling ended, I did another 3-day fast, and I started eating whatever. I went crazy.
Oh shit, that must.
I went crazy, and I gained weight because, like, I wanted to gain my weight back because I was wrestling at a weight that I shouldn't have been wrestling at. Mm-hmm. But you know, I come from Iowa, so wrestling's big, and if they have you targeted at this weight, and this is what they know you for, and all the colleges are looking for you, then you have to stay at your weight. Mm-hmm. So it was one of those things that I had to come to grips with. Okay, so, but as soon as the season ended, I gained 50 pounds.
Boom, right back up. That's
exactly.
Crazy.
I went from 103 to 155.
But
Like diet alone, right? Take that out of the picture. The mental
Yeah.
focus that you would have to not eat for 3 days, it's almost like you could probably do almost anything. Do you know what I mean? Because now you've developed that focus and that discipline. Like that's what I think a lot of people don't. That's the one thing I learned about fasting was the amount of discipline it required. Because there were times where, like in the beginning, I would just like start putting things like about to put something in my mouth without even realizing it because I was just so hungry and it was just natural. You know what I mean? And it's like, hold on, it's like I'm not supposed to drink it. And I think when I did, I didn't drink any liquids. Right from 6 in the morning till 6 at night, you weren't supposed to drink any food and any water.
See, the crazy thing is that I haven't been able to do it lately.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really tried. Like when I was in my 20s and early 30s, I could do it without even blinking.
Yeah.
Like it was nothing. Now, man, I don't know if it's because I got so many kids and all these other things that going on that, like for me, because it takes a lot of concentration.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to be focused on, hey, I'm not eating.
But even like how do I say it? Like, do you find that it's easier to not eat that you're like once you're taking Seamoss? You know what I mean? Because I find when I'm like, lately I haven't been taking Seamoss every day. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of people make it seem like every day they take Seamoss. I have some Seamoss in the fridge. I haven't taken it for 2 days, 3 days, but I try to incorporate it in my diet every day. But when I do have it on a consistent, like day to day, one after another, I find that I'm only eating one meal, maybe 2 meals a day, if that. And it's more about the sake of eating for the purpose of eating, not that I'm really hungry for those nutrients.
Okay, so this is the thing is, gel does not get used in our house, really.
Sorry, gel does not what?
I have gel in the refrigerator down in my refrigerator, and I'll make it, but I just scoop the powder. I'm gonna be honest with you. Mm-hmm. Like it's a different and I actually take it every day, and sometimes don't realize that I'm taking it because it gets put in smoothies and things of that nature.
Yeah, just as you're doing it.
Yeah, it's I like the gel is still because I just don't like gel. I'll just be honest with you. I just don't like gel. I don't like putting it in coffee and tea and things I'll put it in a smoothie, but I don't know. I don't know what it is with me and gel. I just put it like that.
Mm.
Something about gel is that it doesn't. It makes sense, but it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it's got a little bit of how do you say it? There's a little bit of friction when you have it. Like you said, when you put it into the coffee, it doesn't totally blend up. You know what I mean? When you put in other stuff, unless you use a blender, you know what I mean? It's not really mixing well. There's sometimes a little bit of a taste to it, right? That you can see it. It'll alter whatever you're eating. Like I know when there's Seamoss in my coffee as opposed to when there's not. You know what I mean? So I get it like that. This thing, I haven't really tried any powder. I should try some Seamoss powder to see what it's like. Even taking it as a capsule, I have no reference of knowledge for that. You know what I mean? And I really should try it before I even speak on it.
You know what? I'm gonna send you some.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna send you a whole bunch of different powder. I'm sending you some green powder because I like it. Like if I need to clean myself out, green powder
yeah.
Man. Even the multi, I've actually been drawn to the multi powder because it's kind of like having purple, but not really having purple. So
that's what I describe it to people. It's like a milder version of what you get the purple. The seed's taste and smell is not as strong as it would be, if it's just straight purple.
Yeah, so I've been I told myself I'm gonna freeze dry some purple, but okay, so I did freeze dry some purple, and the thing was that it just looked a little bit darker than the multi.
Mm-hmm.
Like when
Not
I
much.
say a little bit darker, I'm talking about like a smidget darker.
Yeah, it almost looked the
I
same.
was like, why would I?
Mhm.
I was like, why would I make the purple where the purple looks like the multi? I was
Mhm.
like, you know what?
It's probably all the same. They're very closely similar. I mean, the multi is for the most part like
It's 80% purple.
yeah, it's purple
Light
that
is
didn't go
80%
fully
light
purple.
skin purple with a little bit of green and some
Cool.
and some purple that turned into some gold tips.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's exactly it. And some of it that is still a little brown or whatever. Like it's a mixture of. I mean, and it all depends on who you get it from. You know what I mean? Like different farmers, and that's another thing that like a myth that I want to kind of get on there is so I had someone message me today about the Seamoss they got from us, and they were like, oh well, the Seamoss we got, it's got a little bit more salt than I'm used to. Is this thing cultivated or farmed? And it's like, just because you got sorry.
Yeah, I don't understand like that question.
Yeah.
The reason why I don't understand that question is because you're getting sea moss from salt water.
Yeah.
So, like, see, this is the thing is that, like, if you ever own a fish tank, you understand about algae, you understand about all these, you understand about salt water and things of that nature, and how things go. And so, when you're talking about salt in the ocean, and when it comes out, this is what I say. I think people get confused because me knowing just because I understand the process is that you know what the sea moss they're really talking about is when, like, when you have purple and you start to hang dry and then it's going to turn into gold.
Mm-hmm.
But it stays a little bit darker, but it started that process like purple. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not completely sun dried or like the sun drying like you would do something that you knew was already going to be gold. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what happens is it starts off as it's being hung like you'll hang purple and things of that nature, and then it's turned out to like, hey, this is gonna change, and so they put it on the table, and it's not gonna turn into that bright gold that you're looking for. It's gonna have a light brown tint to it, and it's gonna maintain the salt like it maintains the salt in the purple and the multi. And that's exactly what it looks like. Truthfully, and I actually just got some from you, and I love it. To be honest with you, I like I'm not really a fan of the light colored sea moss. Like as far as if I wanted to hit for me, if I wanted to actually have a kick to it, I want the darker colored gold sea moss, like the browner colored gold sea moss, because I know what it is. I know where it came from. I know actually the process that ended up happening. And they end up putting on the table halfway through the process because they already knew it was going to turn color anyway. Yeah. And so I like that. Like that is the strong. And I kind of tell people like if you're looking for it to be that light gold, like I don't know, it's cool. I give you what you want. But if you want to say, hey, I want that thing that's gonna hit, man, I try to tell people, hey, you want to go with some multi, you want to go with something that's dark brown, some darker brown that looks wildcraft. Yeah, because that's the stuff that was hanging up on a line, and then they say, you know what, this is gonna turn colors. Let's just go ahead and put this on the tarp. On the table, yeah. And let's put it on the table and let's just go ahead and dry it out. Finish it in the sun. And it always has a good moisture content. And that's what people don't really understand. Like, now I kind of understand it. The good sea moss has a good moisture content. It has to have a little bit. It can't be too dried out. Yeah, not too dry, not too wet, just right there. Yeah. And the light sea moss dries out a lot quicker. That's another thing. Like you leave the light sea moss out, it's gonna get brittle after a while.
Yeah, it's gonna dry real fast.
And you lose weight. So that's another thing. Once it starts drying out, you start losing weight. People don't really understand that too.
Sometimes the salt is even caused by the way they store the sea moss. Now, if they dried the sea moss and it's not completely dry and there's a little bit extra moisture and they throw it in a bag, the salt will start forming in the bag. And that's why sometimes you'll pull out sea moss and there'll be one area where it's just a little moist and it's just like got a ton of salt crystals. You know what I mean? And
in them crevices.
Yes.
But that be the good part. Like in the crevices of the stuff that's really, really tightly wound and stuff like that. That's where the salt crystal and that stuff is good.
Yeah, man. It's all good. The salt is good. And no one's like from St. Lucia. Here's another myth that I got to bust in St. Lucia. There is absolutely no farm operation pool grown. Like, please don't ever ask any St. Lucian or as someone that's getting sea moss from St. Lucia, it's fun. Like literally impossible. No. I guarantee you that if someone was farming sea moss in a pool in St. Lucia, I would be one of the first people to know about it, and there'd be like a fucking mob at that factory.
But see, the thing is that people aren't even using common sense, and I'm not even trying to be mean about the situation, but St. Lucia isn't a rich country.
You know how expensive it is to run a pool operation?
Exactly. Like that's a lot of money. Like you doing some, like, come on, man. Like that's for people that are in places that they can't grow it because they're not on the coast. So if you really do some research, you gotta look at places like Scandinavia and things of that nature that are in the middle of Canada.
Yeah.
If you want to look for farmed sea moss.
Yeah. Well, they have one in New Brunswick that I found.
Yeah,
Arcadia sea moss or something.
So it doesn't make any sense. Like I don't know why anybody, as far as if you say that you're on the coast or somewhere, it doesn't make any sense that you're farming sea moss. When you can go get it for almost free.
That's it. Like, the ocean's free.
It's like.
That's it. Full stop. Like we can't have another argument.
Like really, just like be just really, really use your common sense in the matter. Like you think anybody from St. Lucia is really cool farming sea moss?
Awa. Never. Never, ever. And like I said,
that's not even realistic. Like,
if they did, there would be like a mob at their door, because there's no way that the average St. Lucian or even the average like sea moss farmer would knowingly allow an operation to go like that would potentially tarnish their business. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're very protective. And the fact, like, they shun people that are like if you're producing shitty sea moss, you're you know what I mean? Like, your sea moss is not going to get sold. No one's going to buy it. You know? But here's a question from BC. Said, can you speak on why the moisture is better? I always requested extra dry because my customers always respond that they get more yield and they like the stuff dry for that reason. Do you want to give your, like, because here's the thing, we can't really say why it's better. It's more of a personal opinion. But do you want to elaborate on why you like it better, Rick? And I'll give my sort of like 2 cents on it.
Well, like I like mine's dry. Don't get me wrong. I don't like it wet. Like I don't like it like really, really moist. I like it to the point where when I feel it, it's semi-soft to the touch. Like not wet to the touch, but semi-soft to the touch.
Yeah, only pliable a bit, like so that you can move it.
Exactly. Like I can mold it. Like I can, like, okay. So this is another thing. If it's dry to the point where I can barely get it into my bags, like I I know that my customers might like it. However, so if I give you 3 pounds and you're not going through 3 pounds really fast, after about if you're not really taking good care of it, after about a good couple months, or after about a good couple weeks, and you just had it out on the counter and stuff like that.
Yeah, you're not storing it dark.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you're still gonna get a good yield, but I think the drier that it gets, it's really a plant. You get one it's acting as a plant. The more life it has in it, the more that you keep it.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to kind of touch on a bit, is that I feel that, you know, a little bit of the moisture helps retain some of the nutrients in it, right? Yeah. Whereas the drier it is, and I mean, I have no proof, it's just an opinion, right? But also, when it's very dry like that, it becomes super brittle, and then the pieces break off, and when you go to soak it, you just get a bunch of little stems and like twigs almost. And I just don't think that's like good to make gel, and it's not a pleasing, you know.
Okay, so if I get grapes, I don't like the grape that are falling off I put it like fruit. Like there's certain fruit, like you don't want your fruit super dry.
Mm-hmm.
Like you want it to have a little moisture to it. I don't know. I guess I look at it a little bit differently.
Mm-hmm.
I like, and not to mention, even with that bit of salt, because when you actually have that gold, it really doesn't have any salt on it. I kind of like that light bit of salt on it. But I like multi though. Like, I'm a fan of multi because it actually has that light little bit of salt on it, and it feels like it maintains strength.
Yeah.
And I like dark brown.
Yeah, it's a good mix for sure.
Yeah, I love the dark brown. I'm not gonna I've grown more of a fan of it in last year. The more I've learned about it, and because it's more like purple.
Well, the dark brown stuff, like you said, is what they usually use to make purple. Is the darker Seamoss. Like I've seen them when they harvest it. There's shades from like light beige brown to like a deep dark brown to like almost purple like. And so it's the darker ones that they sort out to make purple. And it's like as soon as like it's left out, like not, you don't even have to put it in the dark, but as soon as it's not in the direct sunlight for a few hours, you start seeing it get a deeper color, right? And this is something I think we need to like kind of mention, is that, and it's something I kind of came to the realization, but I don't have the proof to really support it. But people would always come to me and say like, "Oh, are you sure the Seamoss is not dyed? It's the colors are running and stuff like that." And I always kind of was like, okay, so why is that the color is running? When the Seamoss changes its color and goes through that sort of change from brown to purple, I believe it's the liquid in the Seamoss that's actually changing the color. It's those that are changing the phytonutrient, not the actual cellular structure of the Seamoss.
Yes.
And so that's why when you soak it, it will sometimes get light. Like, ever you notice when you soak it goes back to
the original.
Yeah, or it gets
original state.
Yeah, or it gets really light or brown.
Yeah, it seems to go. It wants to go back to its original state. Like it gets like because. Okay, so I think if you would put it back in the same water, it will probably end up going back to that brown state.
Probably.
Like just because you actually have in the bowl and the it's not getting the nutrients that it would off of the water that's in. Then you see it turn. It's almost like a how would you say like an ashy color, like.
Yeah, really like grayish, right?
Like a grayish, yeah, it's like a grayish color.
Mm-hmm.
Like it doesn't. But I think if you left it in the water, even if you left it in the water for 2 days, then your purple won't be purple.
No, it won't be as purple as when it first started. And that's why I think it's because it's the liquid that's dyed, not the actual cellular structure of the sea moss. I mean, I have no proof of that, but that's just an observation that I've had recently because of, you know what I mean? Because it's like, well, how would this happen? Like, how could the color, you know what I mean? And I don't know. The idea that people are dyeing sea moss to make purple, it's just like, do you know how hard it would be to dye the sea moss to get it a proper purple? Like, it would be almost more work than it would be just making the purple itself. Like, there'd be no sort of advantage or you know what I mean? Like leverage by doing that. Like, it'd be like,
but I don't even. Yeah, what would be the advantage? Well, I guess because people sell purple a little bit more, but like it would be hard to, because like the gold, how they do the gold is totally different than what the purple looks like.
yeah,
Like even the process doesn't allow it to look the same.
yeah. And,
like,
and
so yeah, like gold and purple does not look the same.
yeah. What just happened here? Something just happened with my Instagram. That was weird. Bro, I'm talking, and then the next thing you know, the screen changed, and it's like they want me to re-log in or something, like confirm I am who I am. Log into another account. What the hell is this about?
Wow.
Yeah, now I have to update it.
Instagram?
Yeah, I think I just got booted off Instagram or something happened. They heard us talking about purple sea moss. They're like, not on our watch.
Yeah.
Shut it down, boys.
Yeah. We said the wrong thing. I told you we can't give out too much information, man.
Bro, they watch this shit hard. Okay. I had something happen to my daughter where she did this, like, she was on Snapchat years ago. All right. This had to be about 4 or 5 years ago. She was in high school. And like, this is so funny about my kids, right? Oh, I didn't lose it. Something happened, but I'm back. So my daughter's got the Snapchat, right? She's got to be maybe 16, 17, and they have a PA day the next day. So there's no school, right? So they're playing with this BB gun, and she says something like, she's got the gun and says, don't show up for school tomorrow, right? Because she meant, like, don't show up because there's no school tomorrow. But, like, in the video, it looked like she's got the gun saying, like, you show up for school tomorrow, you're going to get shot. She said within, like, half an hour, her Instagram account was shut down, banned. And then she started getting these phone calls that she didn't recognize the number, right? And we've trained our daughter. You do not answer. Like, if you don't recognize the number, voicemail.
Don't answer.
Yeah. So she's like, you know, to my mom, my wife, she's like, Mom, these people keep calling me. I don't know who this is. You know what I mean? Whatever. So my wife gets on the phone and is like, well, what the hell? Who is this? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Right? And they start asking her all these questions, right? And she's like, excuse me, who's this? This turns out it's the Metro Police from here. They want, they want her to go down to the station and give a statement. And so what had happened, they won't allude to how they found out, but basically somebody in the States, the FBI contacted Interpol in England, and Interpol reached out to Canada, and they said, like, it was a serious thing, dude. And they were kind of saying to her, like, you have to give this like video deposition or something like that to say who you are. And they're like, kind of like, listen, you know, don't be surprised if your name is on it, like if you get heightened security or whatever, if you go to the States or whatever, because they've like literally like flagged her. And she has no idea how, like, either someone reported her or they were watching her account.
Yeah, like, I'm not sure what all they do.
Yeah, know? But it was crazy. It was
they got
fast.
their own ways of monitoring us.
Well, for sure. You know what I mean? With these algorithms now and all that kind of shit, they can do almost anything. Fuck, it's crazy.
Yeah. It's creepy.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Rio? No, it is creepy, and we're all being watched. And I think this is how they they all monitor us. Do you know what I mean? Like this is how they get the world complacent so that like, you know what I mean? Everything's being watched. They know who you are. Da 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 da. That's why. Sorry.
You know what? I feel like you're right. I think they try to keep me distracted. You know what? I like crazy videos like chiropractic videos, right? And so like anytime I see a chiropractic video, I'm like, oh, that's the best. Or even some DIY stuff. And so every time I turn on YouTube or anything of that nature, guess what pops up?
Yep.
And so I find myself scrolling. And I'm scrolling, and then next thing you know, I look up. I've been scrolling for half an hour.
TikTok's like that the worst for me.
Man, I don't even go on TikTok no more. Like I'm really, literally, really am trying to just put my phone down, and I only have to pick it up from when I really, really have to. Because as soon as I put it in my hand, it's a waste of time.
Yeah.
I don't even do no work on my phone really, so that's another reason why I say that. Like I'll go onto my laptop when I really want to do some work. So, like I've been tricking myself saying I'm doing work on my phone. I don't do no work on my phone. I might do a few emails.
Yeah.
Like that's the gist of working on your phone. Like I don't like you scroll on your phone.
That's true. That's true. That's so true. You just scroll and I answer that. Most I do is emails.
Like, man, I get caught up in watching other people's stuff as far as Seamoss stuff. I'm like, dang. Like I like seeing people. I like seeing good products.
There's a lot of products that are coming out now with Seamoss. Now that you kind of mention it, like everybody's coming out with shampoos, body butters, like creams, tinctures, oils.
Oh, I made some tinctures the other day. I got a little bit of everything over here. I'm not gonna lie. Like I've been on a creating process. Like so when I start doing it, I don't call them fruit roll up. They're called leathers. Like they're called fruit leathers. No, it's crazy because I done looked it up and everything.
So there's actually a name or a style of fruit roll.
It's called fruit. Look up fruit leather.
Okay.
And so what it is really just basically fruit. You know what I'm saying? Dehydrated fruit put into it look like a fruit roll up. That's all it is.
Well, I think fruit roll up is actually like what do they call it? It's like patented or whatever, like trademark.
Yeah, like you can't even. Yeah, exactly. You can't. I'm not even sure how it's patented. Like I actually have. I probably need to put these up. I think I got like 5 sheets of leather. And the only thing I do is I make it, and then after I make it, I take it out the dehydrator. I cut it into little bitty like strips. Yeah. And I walk around and eat fruit all day. Yeah,
man, that would be tasty. This one's got do-it-yourself fruit leathers with chia seeds in it.
Yep, I actually did. I don't know what I put chia seeds with. I think I might have been some elderberries.
And these would be great products with like fruit that's going bad. We have a lot of like wasted food that it's like if we could properly redirect it. Oh wow, they put rhubarb in this? I fucking love rhubarb.
I don't know if I'm a rhubarb fan. You don't make me try it out.
I love strawberry and rhubarb is illest. To me, that's the best combination. It's like that sweet and tart and stuff. Yeah, I love.
I need to order me some sour sop. I want to make some sour sop.
Yeah, sour flavored fruit roll up might be cool. Yeah.
But this stuff is good though.
Yeah, I'm wondering like, fuck, I gotta figure out a way to get fruit into the States and shit like that. So recently, I shipped some stuff to Canada through Air Canada. It was a little bit more expensive, but the experience was well worth the sort of extra price. And I'm now realizing how quickly and easily I can get fresh fruits up here.
Oh,
Right?
really?
Yeah, because through my partner, he could literally pack the fruits up that day and get it to the plane, and then the plane ships it and it arrives that evening. So he put the stuff. He had the shipment. The
He
Seamoss.
used American Airlines?
No, he used Air Canada. So
Oh,
American Airline could be the same for here, for you guys in the States. But my experience always was like it takes like a week or like a few days for it to sort of become available. You know what I mean? Where it was like this time I got the Seamoss ship, the next day I picked it up.
yeah, like I know the person that I was gonna be getting soursop from in Grenada. That's what they do. They ship because at first they weren't going to be able to ship it to, like they would ship it to Miami, and then you had to pick it up from Miami. But now, since they use American Airlines, like they can ship the soursop through American Airlines and get it to you in a certain period of time. But that's the only fruit I think that would have that issue as far as you had to get it there on a certain time frame.
Oh yeah, soursop spoils really fast.
Yeah,
like, super
so,
fast. But
so that was the biggest thing. But yeah, like that is huge. Like getting all these exotic fruits to come in.
Yeah. No, I had this idea before about creating like a fruit box in Canada and sort of shipping the fruits up that day and then having them basically going to these stores and everything and pre-selling the fruits before they kind of get there. So I would say to them, okay, I got cases of soursop. How many cases do you want? Blah, blah, blah. I order it from the guy. You know what I mean? He packs it up, picks it that day. You know what I mean? In the morning, they go at 5 in the morning, pick all the fruit, put it in the boxes, drop it at the airport. That evening, I pick it up. The next day, I deliver it to the guys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To me, that I could probably do. But something like as we're working, I realized I'm going to look more to it. I think only Grenada can ship soursop to the United States.
I think that is the situation. That's what I found a long time ago.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but I knew a lot of people that were like, so I know a lot of people in St. Lucian were just sending their soursop to Grenada and getting it shipped out from there.
Really?
Yeah, like which was smart. Like
it's expensive too.
Yeah.
You know, shipping ain't cheap. But
not cheap like that. So but the thing is that soursop, because soursop is not cheap, especially in the States.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're gonna spend a nice little bit of money. As far as once you like, because nobody can get it.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's hard. It's like that has to be your thing. Get soursop in.
My mind is like twirling because you know I'm half Grenadian, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I have a lot of family in Grenada, and in fact, my last name from Grenada is a Banfield. It's a pretty large, prominent name in Grenada, and so I should go and reach out to some of my family members to see. And I even think they're in the food business because some guy told me I went to get my hair cut one day. One of the only times I ever used a barber besides my go-to guy. Yeah. And he was like asking me questions like, oh, where are you from? Blah, blah, blah. Where, oh, it's St. Lucia, your mom's Grenada. Oh, what's your, your mom's last name? I'm like, Banfield. Oh, Banfield. Oh, you're a Banfield. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, those guys have money and blah, blah, blah. I was like, I could see it because my grandfather was like a business guy. That's where I get a lot of my entrepreneurial sense is, they've always had businesses. They never worked a job. Our whole family worked the family business. We had a janitor and steam cleaning business. So like as a kid, I had to go and work the clean offices.
Clean offices, yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And do the family thing. So yeah.
But yeah, the soursop in Grenada, that's big business. That's a big, and truthfully, the more people know that they can get it, like what I wanted to do in Atlanta is have a day.
Mm-hmm.
Like it'd be one day a week. It may linger over to the next day, but typically is see me on Thursday. You get all the soursop that you need.
Yeah.
And bring it all in, and you do it one day because it's soursop.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not something that we just gonna have just lingering around because soursop just don't linger around.
No.
Can't have it just lingering around. So it's a one day, and it's almost like clockwork on how it goes. Like they may send it out on Monday. It gets to us by Wednesday. We sort everything out, and we have to sell on Thursday, and it's gone.
Mm-hmm. That's it. Just get it in, get it out, move it out.
Exactly.
No.
Soursop. It's soursop Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Come get as much soursop as you possibly can.
Let's look into that. Maybe we can make that happen. And maybe we can throw in some other stuff.
Another thing I need to get from y'all, I'm just talking like we talk on the phone, to be honest with you. Another thing I need to get some moringa from y'all.
Yeah, no problem. Do you need any king of the forest or king of the bush, or what is it called? King of the something. That's something that we're getting.
It's like I've been reading a lot more about moringa. Moringa is powerful.
Moringa is ill, but so Rio's just correcting me. Thanks for letting me know that, Rio. It's king of the forest. I do some research on that.
King of the forest. Okay.
That's a herb that we're gonna start getting into. But moringa is like ill. Like it is like a powerhouse, and it's one herb that I keep telling myself, like, why haven't I gotten any moringa? Because it's,
I'm looking at a capsule. I don't know what I want to do, but I'm actually coming out. I'll tell all my business. I actually have I've been messing with this green drink, so I've been using my green sea moss powder, and I've been mixing it with a green herbal drink that has 10 different things in it. Actually, I think it has 20 different things in it.
Like a green juice?
But it's like one of those, you just dump it in the water, shake it up, and go.
Oh, it's powder.
Yeah, it's powder. It's all powder, and so I added the green sea moss powder to the
green
to the herbal powder, the herbal green powder already. I think I might want to add different flavors, like have a mango one, so you can actually have a different flavor instead of just having a green drink. Because the green drink, I'm not gonna lie, it's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not a green drink drinker and you want to have a little flavor, some extra flavor to it, I want to give it some extra flavor. So I'm gonna freeze dry some fruit, and once I freeze dry some fruit, I'm gonna just put that into the mixture. So I might freeze dry some a whole bunch of mangoes, and then turn the freeze dried mangoes into powder, and then add that onto the green drink.
Nice.
Along with the green sea moss powder. So if you want to clean yourself out, that junk is going to clean you out. But then I started thinking about adding moringa to it too, because there's no moringa in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, moringa would give you a boost of the energy for sure. That was probably one of the most profound. And I didn't eat it. I didn't consume it. I drank it like a tea. Right? The leaves. But I found that was one of the most profound herbs that I took, where it's you know what I mean? It was like you knew drinking moringa.
Yeah, you felt it.
Yeah. Yeah, I really liked it. And I'm amazed that more people are not into moringa as much as people are in, you know what I mean? People have not discovered it you know what I mean? They should. But I also think that it did have its sort of trending peak, right? Because there was a time a few years ago where, because I did the research, there was an explosion in moringa. Even in St. Lucia, there's a whole moringa farm that was developed. And a lot of guys said to me that they planted moringa, but then, the market kind of dried up after a while.
Well, yeah, but I think that's with a lot of herbs.
Uh-huh.
I even think that's somewhat semi with sea moss as well.
Oh yeah, it definitely happens with Seamoss. What I found with Seamoss is that there's only a certain percentage of diehard continued users of it, and that what will happen is people are loving it, but they'll flip flop on it. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so yeah, I agree with that, and so I think it's a situation where, kind of like how you say moringa, there's an herb that comes around every so often. Now the thing is that when these herbs come around and we see that they work so good, we expect people that don't take herbs to start taking herbs when these herbs come around.
Yeah.
And that's not the case a lot of times. It's just the same people taking herbs. You know, it's like you may get one or two more people that will start taking Seamoss, and that's what they take. But it's not that many. You know, you get what I'm saying? It's not the numbers aren't what you think they are.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you come out with a moringa pill, some of your people that take Seamoss aren't going to be taking the moringa pill because they're like, well, shoot, I'm taking Seamoss.
I'm good.
Yeah, like that, but because they're not into herbs. Somebody just told them to take Seamoss, and now Seamoss works for them. You know, and so like that's just kind of like when acai first came out.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was on acai when it first came out. Now,
yeah, where is it?
Now it's like it's regular. It's regular. You know what I'm saying? Like it's regular. Like you can get acai at Planet Smoothie and Smoothie Kings, stuff like that. But watch in a minute though, you'll be able to get Seamoss in them same spots.
Yeah, it'll be good for promoting.
I think the thing, and this is me saying it again, I think the thing that's kind of slowing it down is that it's in it. Most people know it in a gel form.
Mm-hmm.
And so you, like when you go to, like I come from a Planet Smoothie, so I know that we never added no gel to a smoothie.
Mm-hmm.
But we always had a whole bunch of powder mixes that we would bring into the equation. Like you want an energy boost? Oh, you get some of this da-da-da powder. Add some da-da-da powder to your smoothie.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and that's what it was. You had a 99-cent shot.
And you just add those out of it.
Yeah, once it gets to that point where I think once it gets to the powder and people are actually on the powder more then I think it will become more of a household name.
Mm-hmm.
As far as hey, you want to add Seamoss to your smoothie?
Yeah, there you go. Well, I think what it is that the big companies haven't really gotten behind this and start pushing the Seamoss, because BC is saying on Instagram, he's like, same for the goji berries. They were superfood. Now they fell off. And a lot of times the reason why everybody sees them as a superfood is that companies are paying other companies to promote it and get the word out. Even with Seamoss, like part of the reason why a lot of people like see Seamoss, St.Lucian Seamoss so much is that the government is investing in people to go and talk about Seamoss. Whether they create articles about it or whatever, you know what I mean? They do demonstrations and they just make the public aware of what the stuff is. You know what I mean? And so when the money runs out, then the promotion falls off. You know.
That's the kicker.
Mm-hmm. And so here's an interesting question that I think it's Camellia says here. So how do you get more people away from the chemicals and into the naturals? And I think it's really just the education, right? People don't know that don't know. You don't know if you don't know.
Okay, so this is
real quick. Julien, you put me on this. Gave the manual Julien gave a manual out, and this is say Seamoss takes if you're not used to seaweeds to if your body is not used to seaweeds to digest it and just basically get the benefits from it. It takes a while. So if you are not your body is not acquainted to Seamoss, it will take a period of time for you to feel the benefits because you have to digest it. And another thing is when I first started taking Seamoss, just because me knowing that my body, anybody like if they're familiar with being vegan or vegetarian, anything like that, and if you're not eating meat, plant-based and stuff like that, you need to take some vitamin C to absorb the nutrients and vitamins that you take inside your body. It helps absorption. So when I knew that, I took vitamin C when I first started taking Seamoss. I used to basically drink orange juice with my Seamoss. I used to give it to everybody else with orange juice, but a little bit, not a lot, because if they had blood sugar problems, which taking Seamoss, get away from that.
Wow.
Get away from blood sugar. You're right. I would just do a bit of orange juice with water. I would mix it up with the Seamoss and just give it a little sweetness too. And then they would absorb it way better, and they would feel the benefits of it more. But when it comes to Seamoss, it takes a while for your body to get regulated.
Yes, that I agree, and that's one of the reasons why I always recommend to start small and get your body sort of accustomed and adjusted to it. Too many people try to like take too much Seamoss at one time, and my first experience with Seamoss, it was like I had like a nutrient overdose because I took so much at one time. It was crazy. And I could have probably hurt myself. Who knows?
So how much did you end up taking?
Maybe like eight teaspoons at least or more for the first time because I would try it. I took 2 teaspoons and then it was more. And then I tried it in different foods and stuff like that. And then it was like, you're feeling so like a rush. It was like, oh, how how far can I push this?
Yeah. Okay, so this is the thing that, and I also think that it has something to do with diet as well.
Yes.
I believe the more alkaline you are, it will affect you a little bit quicker. Well, with me, to be honest with you, the first time I took it, I just started sneezing profusely.
Interesting.
Like after like 15 minutes, I started just sneezing, but I could tell that the Seamoss was trying to get stuff out of my body.
Yeah.
Like that was the major thing that got me to start off. I was like, hold on, like what's going on? Like you could feel it trying to push stuff out your body. Like I couldn't stop sneezing. And it's like I went on a sneeze attack for like a good 30 minutes straight. Like achoo. And then it stopped, and that was it. And that was it. And I was like, that's kind of funny. You know what I'm saying? And I never had any issues with nose and sinuses. It was kind of weird. And so that was the first thing. And I was like, okay, this shit might be it. Yeah. But okay, so and I actually want to go to this too. Is that like they are saying about goji berry? Yeah. What we tend to do is because we don't have a lot of, and when I say we, I'm talking about Black people most of the time. We don't have a lot of industry where we can actually come in and make some money. So when we get a product, we kind of over exaggerate it. Yeah. Like, oh, this is the best product. It's gonna cure everything and da 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 da. And what happens is that when it doesn't cure everything and da 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 da, because most of these products are just supplements. Like that's what we have to realize. Like they're just helping our body cure itself. It's more of a mind frame. So when they say that they'll say goji does all these different things and it's going to cure you of this and this, and it's not everybody, but it's the people that are really trying to catch the play.
Yeah, market it, push it.
And what we tend to do is we find something that's working for a couple people, and then we saturate the market with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it works for them, hey,
it'll work for you.
This could be my ticket out the situation. So, and it's understandable.
Do you think? Sorry to cut you off, but do you think that sometimes is what gets played out in the Seamoss business?
Yeah, that's what actually. Well, what you'll see within the next year, I believe, is that you'll see a lot of people tailor off. You won't see as many Seamoss businesses by the end of this year as what you seen last year. I just put it like that.
For sure.
I think that people will realize that it's not because of the Seamoss. It's just because it's the industry. It's like they say about the Goji.
Yeah.
It's just what happens. Like our industries that we really try to promote don't go nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And when they do go somewhere, it doesn't go to us. You get what I'm saying? So it never grows to where it's supposed to. It never has the potential to, like, Goji could have been the biggest thing. Goji could be like next grapes. Like you could have been getting Gojis from anywhere.
Mm.
However, is if you don't have, like, their job is to suck all the money that they possibly can out you. Mm-hmm. Like most of the corporations. Now, if you're really into Gojis and this is your thing, then you need to have that passion with somebody that actually has some business sense. Mm-hmm. And says, okay, we need to sustain this and we need to hold on to the industry. Like, that's really what's going on with Seamoss right now. Like, it's really a battle to hold on to the industry. Mm-hmm.
How do we grow in a sustainable way without burning ourselves out?
Exactly.
Because
that's big right now, truthfully.
Because I agree with you in the cycles of, and it's just a cycle of commercialism. Like, they did it to hip hop. Hip hop is not the same as it used to be. You know what I mean? Once corporate got America got it, they squeezed.
Monetary.
Yeah, they tried to squeeze every cent out of it.
People got into Seamoss because they like Seamoss. Now, people get into Seamoss because they see money in it.
Yeah.
So the play is a little bit different now. Mm-hmm. Now you gotta look at so now you have to look at half the people are coming into the game because they see money in it. Now they may like Seamoss, but they see money in it. Mm-hmm. If you came to the game when it was just starting and there really wasn't any money in it, that means you love Seamoss.
Yep. No, bro, when I talk to people and they tell me their story, because everybody kind of briefly says how they got into it and whatever, you can tell the ones that are in it because they genuinely are passionate about Seamoss. They eat it all day and they just want everybody to know what they know. And then there's these people that I've heard from someone that was like, yeah, did you know you could sell it for this price? And you know what I mean? And this is the cost and stuff. Because no deny it, gel's making that's huge margins in making gel.
It's a big margin.
These guys make so much money, it's ridiculous. And a lot of times I just shake my head when they kind of haggle over a couple bucks. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, are you serious? You know what I mean?
Yeah, Joe, that's what?
Yeah. I almost thought about it like, you know what, fuck it. I should just, you know what I mean? Shut down the wholesale business and just make gel and set up a gel bottling facility and white label gel for everybody else.
Well, that's where it seemed like it needs to get to, because okay, so this is and me not being able to stand gel like that. I understand that people know what they know. Mm-hmm. When you think of Seamoss right now, you think of gel.
Uh-huh.
You don't think of powder. Mm-hmm. You think of gel. You don't think of capsules. You think of gel. Mm-hmm. So people are gonna go with what they know because they're still scared of Seamoss. Like,
they're also scared of powders. I don't know about you, but I'm scared of powder. Unless I know the person specifically that's making it, I'm kind of like, what's in this?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know, because I never really took powders or capsules or anything before I started making them.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
And that's just being truthful. Like, but and another thing was that there wasn't a product that I really wanted to take.
Mm-hmm.
That was in it. Like, I just okay. So like, Seamoss turned me on to ashwagandha.
Mm-hmm.
Seamoss turned me on to taking maca. You know what I'm saying? Like, Seamoss taking a whole bunch of other different stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's funny you say that. I just want to drop a point. I feel like sometimes Seamoss is like the gateway drug to all the other herbs.
It somewhat is, because what it is that a lot of people are just trying to find something that works, and Seamoss actually works.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, when I realized that Seamoss actually worked, my next thing was like, okay, so what can I actually put it with?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so if this works, then if I could put it with this, then maybe it might just enhance it even more.
Yeah.
And so that be the nice thing. Like, when you find a product that works, it's like, okay, so what can I mix? What can I add to it? How can I change the game with it?
Yeah, to boost it. Make it different.
Yeah, there's different places, like, you know, I want to add this shit to everything.
Yeah, Seamoss, especially when it's in the powder form. You know what I saw recently is powdered smoothie mixes with Seamoss.
It's easy.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, a lot of people I speak to talk about doing it. There's one guy now that has it. I'm not sure exactly how he makes it or where he's sourcing the product from, right? Well,
my biggest thing is it done.
Pardon?
All right, so this is another thing, is it plant-based? Is it vegan?
Yeah.
Like, what type of powder is it?
Yeah, because it's not all 100% Seamoss a lot of the times when you mix those other stuff in it. There is some kind of binder, filler, something to help with the mix, to blend it, you know?
Yeah, like, I don't really, because, you know, I look up Seamoss products every day.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that'd be my question, is because I see it, and my whole thing is, because if you talk to a lot of people that take Seamoss, it's a lot of the vegan community.
Uh-huh.
But a lot of these new products that are coming out aren't vegan.
Yep, that's a good point. You know,
Right.
even some of these, the capsules aren't fully veganized.
Yeah, like, even, like, the you said it actually the correct way, the capsules.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people have mistaken as far as what's vegan for capsule shit. I had to figure it out my damn self. I thought they all were.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to get, like, a certain one that has certain things that for it to be considered. I don't even know.
Can I explain that real quick? Vegan capsules basically are because capsules. Some of the capsules are made out of gelatin. Gelatin is made out of some bone marrow sometimes, and even gummy bears. Some of the gummy bears are made out of I think beaver tail.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Wow.
That's where it comes from, like, because of the gelatin, what it's made out of. Y'all got it.
Wow. Have you ever seen a live beaver before?
No.
Like a full grown, they're fucking huge, dude. They're massive. I remember one time one was crossing the street when I was driving down the road, and I freaked out because I was like, what the hell is, like, all the traffic stopped, right? And this thing is just moving along with this big fat tail. You know what I mean? And I got out of the car and I chased it down the embankment because I was just like floored. I couldn't believe that, because you see them on the news, or the news on TV, and you don't think they're that big, but this thing was like, it was bigger than a dog. Like it was big. Like I was just like, wow. You know? And it had like this flipper of a tail. So anyways, that's my story about beavers. It made me think about that.
And you said the size of a dog?
Yeah, like they're big. Like a full grown one. At least this one, like that's what I'm saying. Like I've never seen a live beaver right in front of me, and that was I was just like what? Like even moose, like moose are massive. I saw a video where a moose was running on water. Crazy, eh? Like there was a boat, and the boat was driving on the water, and the moose was like keeping pace with the boat as the boat was skimming across the water. And the moose was running so fast that he was just like literally skipping on the surface of the water. Crazy, eh?
Let me ask you real quick.
What?
Would you thought that was Jesus? Jesus move?
Yeah, no, dude. At first, I was like, okay, this is a fucking joke. Like this. Okay, I'm waiting to see like the edit or the, you know what I mean, like some kind of proof that this was fake. Well, at least I wish I could pull the video up because it's like I have to show people so that they can understand what I meant, what I'm saying. But it was crazy. Like I showed my wife. I'm like, look at this, and she's like, how is that even possible? Like, what's even amazing is like in the mind, I'm like, how did the moose even get started? Do you know what I'm saying? Like he had to be booking it from land and run right across water to get like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know how you skip a stone? Like it already would have had to have that momentum going. But I think like I have to Google this to be sure, but I think moose can run like 60 miles an hour or something ridiculous. Like they're big. They're bigger than a human. They're like something like 8 feet tall or something ridiculous. And that's why, like, if you hit a moose, you're like your car is like total. Like I once had a client who died because he hit a moose. He was from Winnipeg, and he was driving on the highway, and the moose ran out in the road and did like totaled his car, and he was done.
Now I believe it because the pictures I've seen of moose are ridiculous because
Huge.
even the horns, when I see the measurements of the horns, it's crazy. So you know the hair's gotta be big.
Yeah, you don't want to fuck with those guys. No, at all. Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, Julien, you have what's the supplement that you just got? The energy one that you replaced with your coffee?
Oh, cola nuts.
Yeah, the cola nuts, man. Have you tried mixing that with the Seamoss? Have you tried it yet?
Yeah. So when I make the the coffee, I add Seamoss to the coffee and the cola nuts.
So
you gotta explain the cola nuts to me, because I heard you talk about it a few times, but
yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about them yet, to be honest with you. I know it's a nut, and they have it all over the world. Let me just see if let's just do some research.
So what do cola nuts do?
They add energy. It's like a stimulant, a natural stimulant. And they
enhance your coffee, pretty much. So it pretty much is like a coffee enhancer.
Yeah.
So you already taking coffee and you put some cola in it. It's pretty much you done 2.0 your coffee.
Yes.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. So it says here the cola nut contains about 2 to 3% caffeine and 1 to 2% theobromine, both of which acts as stimulants when consumed. Coffee is a stimulant often found in other coffees and cola drinks. Let's go to this thing. Cola nut uses benefits. So they actually, I think they use it in colas, like Coca-Cola and stuff like that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So it says cola nut is used to flavor sodas and a supplement to increase your energy or improve health. But what are the health benefits of a cola nut? It comes from the evergreen cola tree, which is found in the rainforests of Africa. The star-shaped fruits are white shells, which contain the seeds or cola nuts. In Nigeria, it's an important cultural symbol. It's given to guests as well, and it's used as medicine. The nut is relatively large, the size of a chestnut. The cola nut has a bitter taste, but becomes sweeter as it is chewed. Um, the cola nut may be beneficial for certain health conditions. Whether taken in supplement form or chewed, cola nuts can have certain side effects. So it's got a boost to metabolism. Um, it has an aids in digestion. Um, it's thought to promote the production of gastric acids, which increase digestive enzyme effectiveness in the stomach, and then increase in circulation. The caffeine and the theobromine in the cola nut may speed up the heart rate, which increases circulation. It's a boost to energy levels, stimulates the central nervous system, which may increase alertness and boost energy levels. That was the main thing that I found with it. I was more alert and sort of like my mind was more clear. You know what I mean? Like it was just, and I had more motivation. Whereas, I would be looking to take a nap in the afternoon. It just was, I didn't feel like that.
Shoot, I need that, man, because I need a nap in the afternoon.
Oh, fuck, dude. Sometimes I do, especially when you get up early in the morning and you got a bunch of shit to do.
My brain going 100 miles an hour, man. I think I don't be needing a nap. My brain needs a nap.
Interesting. So it helps with metabolism. It also helps with reducing migraines. And then it's, although it may not be recommended as a treatment for respiratory conditions, cola nuts might be useful for people with certain breathing problems such as asthma.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, the cola nut may act as a bronchodilatator or whatever.
Yeah.
Or you know what I'm talking about.
Well, you know what the funny thing is? I know Crystal takes coffee.
Bronchulator.
Like coffee anytime she feels like she's about to have asthma. So it may be, it may be some of the same scenario.
Yeah. So yeah, it helps with the asthma, and it's chewed for ceremonials. Let's see about nutrition. So theobromine is also found in green tea and chocolate. So it has similar properties as what you would find in green tea and chocolate. It also contains micronutrients, including potassium, magnesium, and calcium. But this is interesting. It says it could have hives, upset stomach, and breathing difficulties. I think, and that's the thing, I have an allergic reaction to nuts, and I think I might have had some of those issues when I was taking the nuts. Now that I see these, yeah. Like I was getting like hives every once in a while, and I didn't know where the hives were coming from. And so I'm going to try it tomorrow again and see if there is, Here's some other risks. Increased blood pressure, shakiness, nausea. I had a little bit of a nausea, but I thought it was just me. Interesting.
You kind of have your body change to it. It's something different coming into your body.
Yeah.
Sounds
Pardon?
Sounds like it's potent.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I like it. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm going to continue trying it, even though I might have a little bit of allergic reaction to it. I found, though, that sometimes, like, with increased use of a product, your body becomes adjusted to what you are have a sensitivity to.
if you can take the allergic reaction and your body can kind of adjust to it a little bit.
Yeah, it's like when you take honey. So honey is said to help people with allergies, especially with pollen allergies, because inside the honey it contains micro doses of pollen, and then that's used to help adjust your body so that your body, isn't irritated by the pollen in the air. So, yeah.
You know, honey. So when you guys gonna start selling y'all honey?
This year coming, I think I'm gonna get really, really, really into it this year. I'm gonna expand our apiaries here in Toronto. So for the most part, we'll be selling honey here from Canada. But
Yeah.
I am working. Next time I go down to St. Lucia, I'm going to bring back or send back some honey. I'm gonna, get all the paperwork done and stuff like that. I've already linked up with like one of the biggest beekeepers on the island there. So it's almost like when I'm ready to go, I'm gonna go like fucking balls deep into the honey. And I have like I gotta test it out and see, but I have a sort of like a strategy on which I can aggressively grow the honey industry in St. Lucia. Basically, by partnering up with farmers and allowing them to put our hives on their properties, and so it'll be like a a win-win kind of situation, because with increased bees in an area, fruits will yield. You'll have more yields for your fruits because they'll pollinate better. And then we need space and areas for nectar. That's one of the reasons why the honey industry isn't as big as it could be in St. Lucia, is because there's a limited nectar source. And when they do have the nectar flow, it can be interrupted very easily by having a bad storm. Like one bad storm can knock all the flowers off all the trees. And so, or a huge portion of the trees. And then therefore the bees, their food source is drastically limited. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to come out with the honey. We already have a company name for it. We're going to call it Sutherland Bees, because of the town that we have the apiaries in Canada. It's in Sutherland.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So we'll do that. The Royal Sutherland Bee, not Sutherland, Sunderland. Sunderland. Sunderland.
Sunderland.
Yeah. So the Royal Sunderland Bee Company. That's what we're going to call it. But for short, it'll just be Sunderland Bees. And yeah, honey is great. Do you take honey every day, or?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Like I try to find alternatives to honey.
Mm-hmm.
Like I love dates.
Mm-hmm.
But we always have honey.
But
like,
why?
If I have tea, I use honey.
But why have an alternative to honey? Honey is good for you.
It's when I want to say I'm vegan.
But I never understood their argument.
So you can't say you're vegan and do honey. So like I'll get away from it.
But isn't vegan like it's kind of like I'm against the use of animals as food or something like that?
No, it's just in the use of animals in anything. Like
it's weird. Okay, so when it comes to it, he's right. Like if you come into a purist of a person who's talking about they're vegan, they don't use honey because it's a byproduct of an animal.
Yeah.
Same thing so when it comes to milk, honey, freaking I don't know. That's the only thing that is but yeah. So it since it's a byproduct of animal because they go against when it comes to veganism, It's basically, and let me say it right now. First and foremost, I'm Rastafarian, because they are the original vegans. They've been on it and they understand it, and that's what ITAL is. That's original vegans first and foremost. But when it comes to honey, just because it's a byproduct of the animal, and people the industry of taking from the animal and not giving back. So that's the big problem of it. People have a big problem, and I'm with it too. Especially like if someone was to take 95% of a honey or like all of the honey and don't leave enough for the bees, that's a problem with me because you're gonna kill the whole colony. That is a problem. So people who stand up for that cause, they don't want to mess with honey at all because it's coming from a lot of the big honey producers. They're not leaving them for the bees. So if anybody don't want to digest honey, they don't want to even support it. They're not trying to support that cause, and I understand it, but I still eat honey. And I'm go ahead.
No, I was just laughing because this is where I find it's funny about us as humans, right? Because a lot of times people will speak on, and this has happened a lot in Seamoss. They will develop an opinion about something without really understanding what is actually happening, and they will take that opinion of what they think is happening without doing their research and act. So we always.
The funny thing is, excuse me, cut you off. The funny thing is that actually a Rastafarian was the one that told me about the honey as well. So it actually exactly what he said is actually pretty much the
but they
100% the facts on how they feel about it.
But they leave honey for the bees. Do you know what I mean? At least like any sort of I guess sustainable beekeeper, like me as a beekeeper, I make sure that there's enough honey for these guys to go in for the winter season. You know what I mean? Now there's times where I've seen situations where they have to feed the bees outside of that. But even for the first year, like we didn't harvest this year because we have to make sure that there's enough resources for next year for them and to run into so they'll last this winter. So there is like a resource management on the system. And when you look at dude, we have to take this honey. Like the bees, they produce that much honey, but it's not good for the bees to have that much honey stored. Do you know what I mean? And the reason why they're pushing that much honey is because we've given them the space. If they didn't have the space, then the bees would do with this thing called swarm. And they would just half the hive would split and they would go find another space so that because they have to continually grow. That's their sort of like their genetic purpose is to grow and build the hive. And you know what I mean? Once the hive gets too big of that space, then they go find another hive and another hive. And so in some ways, you putting on these extra boxes to which they fill, that's fulfilling their purpose. They're going to do this regardless. You know what I mean? Now this is where I say the flip side is, like, if you have that feeling about honey, then you should never eat an almond because the bees are used to pollinate almond trees in California, and that's more damaging to the bees than it is them taking honey from their hives.
Yeah, it's a rabbit hole.
This is what I'm saying. Like, you're never gonna win.
Because, and just how you kind of said it, and I agree with both sides on the scenario. That's why I kind of flip flop. That's my the reason because so I understand that there's a lot of how you say beekeepers that are actually one with the bees. Like they love bees.
Yeah.
Like that's their passion, and they make honey because they feel like they're one with bees. and how am I supposed to say, you know what, I shouldn't buy from you?
Yeah.
Now, but I understand what they're saying as far as the corporation going and just saying, hey, this is what we do, and we don't really care about the bees, just like any food corporation, really. And I think that's how their mentality is about it.
Yeah, I agree with that. There is a lot of like the commercialization of almost anything degrades the quality of that product. That's my argument with the CMOS industry, is that a lot of this poor quality CMOS that people are seeing that they're calling fake, it's really just commercialized CMOS
Or
that's been selling for the last 20 years. You know what I mean?
or like people selling bad weed. Like that's really what it is. It's like, okay, so like when and this is actually an issue now, is that now that you have a lot of new farmers out there, you know what I'm saying? They're just now learning what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But they're trying to get the same price as the person that's been doing it for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where it all goes wrong in that industry. That's you can get some good looking green right now and it will be garbage.
Yeah.
Because they know how to grow, but they don't know how to get it potent.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so I think it goes the same way with CMOS as well. Is that like there's some farmers out there that know how to farm, but do they understand the process? Like you're going through the process, and do they have a love for it to go through the process that you had to go through, and you know how much it takes.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know how much it takes to be a farmer. That's why anybody that says something crazy about Seamoss or St. Lucian farmers, I'll go at your head about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know how much it takes to be a farmer in St. Lucian.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you have to do. Even the drying process, I know what that takes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's not an easy thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to have a love for Seamoss to be out there doing it like that, day in and day out, to produce the best quality. And you have to, and almost like your name's on the line, to produce the best quality. That's how the farmers are down there.
Mm-hmm.
Like they got to the point where now, you know what I'm saying? Because I was asking, and this is a funny thing, because I said, hey man, who produced this CMOS right here? And so my person wouldn't tell me.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's like, man, you can't blow up these farmers. Like, no, he told me, like, you can't blow up these farmers because then, you know, you can't give them a name.
Yeah.
Just let them, and he was like, just let them farm. I kind of understood it, but I was like, okay, so, you know, I was like, but man, y'all need to pay him a little bit more.
Oh yeah.
Somebody was coming out with some CMOS, I was telling you, and he would send me these batches, and these batches would just be the prettiest CMOS ever. And I'd be like, where did you get? He's like, oh, we got this one farmer. I'm like, man, who's this one farmer?
Mm-hmm. That's why I was saying the other day where they were talking about the minerals from the rock. There is so much factors that affect the quality of the CMOS beyond where it was harvested from. Like just even how it's washed, how it was dried, how long they took to from the sea to the drying table can affect.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you leave it out for too long, it's not going to have the same kind of quality and consistency. If you use ocean water to clean it versus seawater, versus like river water or tap water, like sometimes that smell you get from the CMOS, it's not that the CMOS is bad. It's just that the guy that cleaned it with water that was maybe a little old. And so it left a little bit of that sea smell, or he didn't rinse it off properly. So some of that moisture like stuck on the CMOS. And if the seawater there's too much if there's too much seawater on the CMOS, then the seawater is going to go off and smell. It's not the CMOS, it's the water.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah,
definitely right about that. Yeah, it goes back to them farmers, boy.
Yeah,
like, you get a good farmer. Like the thing is, like you almost want to contract out farmers.
For sure.
But I need that farmer. I need that farmer. I need that farmer's crop. I need that farmer's crop. I need that farmer's crop. I need that farmer's crop.
Bro, dude, when I was down there was this one guy. I literally waited 3 days to meet this guy. Like went and worked on my buddy's farm for 3. I met his wife, And I started talking, and I saw the purple, and I flipped out. I was like, "Where did this come from?" And oh, my husband, and blah blah blah. And then she's like, "Yeah, and I think we're gonna stop making it." And I was like, "What? No, you can't stop making it. I'll buy it all. Just make it for me."
That's exactly how it, man. I'm telling you, that might have been the same CMOS I got.
Yeah.
Somebody down there is growing some,
No.
and I only would get like 1 or 2 boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Like I got some pine cone looking multi. It was some of the, like, I didn't even want to sell it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to put it. I just wanted to set it in the bag and just set it up so everybody could see it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like it was
put it like a trophy.
Matter of fact, I took a whole bunch of pictures of that shit. I think I might have them still on my Instagram somewhere.
Yeah, I have some of that, like multi, like that stuff just recently that we got.
Man,
it was shit.
But you guys got a new shipment in there, so you got some good gold. You got some purple too.
Yeah, I got some really, really nice. It all came into Toronto. I got to. We're preparing the next shipment for Atlanta. You know what I mean? And don't worry, we'll make sure there's some good purple in it. But like the purple's starting to dry up. You know, it's not as available as it used to be.
Okay, so the thing is that people that really regularly take CMOS aren't taking purple all the time. So that's
that's a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So but it is the season for purple though, because like up north is still cold.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and this is where the weather's starting to change and people start to feel like they're about to get sick again. That purple about to start popping probably in the middle or the end of this month. People getting back on purple for about another couple of weeks.
Well,
and you'll see a kick of purple pop up real fast.
Well, I'll say this: if they want the purple, they're gonna have to. It's gonna cost more. I don't know if us is gonna cost more. Like maybe we don't have to raise our prices, but I just know in general. So my view is this: there is a lot of purple on the market. It's just those that have it are holding on to it until the price goes to a certain price. Then you'll see the flood on the market. You know what I mean? Like purple will start popping up. Because I've talked to a couple buddies, and I was like, "Oh, so what's the deal with this purple? You know, is it running out?" And he's like, "For some people, it is." And I'm like, "What do you mean by that?" You know what I mean? He's like, "Well, if you got the right price, you can get anything you want in St. Lucia." You know what I mean? So,
like, they're right.
Yeah, he's like, I know people that.
Some people are not gonna be able to get it. Some people it's gonna run dry.
Yeah. There's some people that are sitting on containers of CMOS that they've been collecting all year, and they just haven't sold because they just no one's saying their price, and they're sitting on money already, so they know it's going to sell, at some point, But I think there's a lot of I posted a video on my Instagram earlier where my partner mentions it. There's an issue now with a lot of people that aren't actually CMOS farmers, and they're kind of like what they call CMOS pickers. They'll come up to the ocean, they'll come up to the beach and try to pick all the CMOS that kind of washes on the shore and stuff. And so lately, there's been the sea has been giving up a lot of CMOS, and so most of these CMOS farmers are actually just diving for the CMOS instead of they're paying people to dive for it, than actually using their own CMOS farms. So, whereas people used to say that the CMOS from St. Lucia is farmed, that's not so much the case at this point in time. Most of the CMOS
is really like nobody really using their farms right now.
No, most of the CMOS is coming from the wild because they speculate it's because of what happened with the volcano eruption in St. Vincent, that it released a lot of minerals in the water and stuff.
The batches right after that was some strong CMOS.
Mm-hmm. And I believe it because the water kind of circulates. There's currents that go in between St. Vincent and St. Lucia. I see it from my house. That's what's crazy, bro. I literally used to sit there in the afternoons and watch things flow. Like you could see the current carry shit, especially like Sagassum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like imagine like a plume as the size of maybe 20 football fields of sargassum slowly moving across the sea. I would watch that. It was just like wow, you know. And that's where like I was like, it's true what they say about the currents here in St. Lucia, that it's constantly bringing fresh water in and moving all the dirty bad water out. And it was like watching that sargassum kind of move and travel. It kind of like it really illustrated it and and showed proof of it. Yeah,
That's deep.
yeah, that was really cool. I'll find the picture one day and I'll post it. I didn't do the video of it because it was just the thing was moving so slowly. I would have had to hold the camera for like 3 hours to catch some movement.
Put on time lapse.
Yeah. Oh wait, bro. When I go back to St. Lucia again, it's gonna be off the chain when it comes down to the footage and the content that I'm gonna be spewing out. Like people are gonna get fucking jealous because we'll have like 3 GoPro. Like I already sent 2 GoPro cameras down there, and the only reason why we really haven't got a lot of content so far is because they haven't really figured out how to use those cameras. But when I'm down there and I can show them how to do it, and we got 3 angles,
it's kind of like you got to connect it to your phone.
That's it, and it's some bullshit. You know what I mean? If you're not used to doing that stuff, explaining to someone that over the
I have a
phone.
GoPro here that I use every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
I like it actually.
Oh, they're great cameras, bro. And down there, no one's got anything like it, really. Like these were Hero 9s that I sent down.
Ooh,
Yeah.
You sent out some good ones.
Yeah. No, I spent a little penny to make sure that because I want to start showing like the real, like what's happening. People are scared to show what's going on these farms and show how the Seamoss is being grown. And if people understood and seen how it was growing, they would have less shit to say about it. You know what I mean? Because there's nothing. How do you say it? There's no like intervention by man in the process of growing. Like because they always say, "Oh, it's man-made," and nothing can beat God. And I agree, nothing can beat God, right? But they're growing it just as God would grow it. You know what I mean? Except it's hooked to. It's like we connected to artificial rocks with artificial holdfasts. That's exactly what the farming is.
So this is my concept on it as well, is that we farm everything up here.
Yeah.
Like not a lot of stuff that we eat grows wild. We farm it. Like even if you actually have a greenhouse, what's the difference between a greenhouse and having and farming Seamoss? That would be the question I have, is that
Mm-hmm.
like it's created soil. It's not soil that came from like you go get soil and you plant something.
Yeah.
It's not soil from the earth that it just came from, like that you're planting it in. Like you get what I'm saying? Like that's sometimes how I kind of look at it. It's like, okay, so we farm fruits and vegetables all day long.
Yeah.
We have greenhouses, things of that nature. I'm trying to figure out what's the difference.
Well, look at even like how we grow wheat, right? And if that was the case, like you know what I mean? Like people always say man like intervention downgrades it. Not in every situation. Like in the situation of weed, our weed's better because of the techniques and farming practices that man employs.
Well, that's another scenario. If you complain about if you complain about weed being farmed and you smoke exotic, then
yeah. If you complain about Seamoss being farmed and you
like
smoke exotic,
I smoke exotic.
Yeah.
Like I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Like I know that my shit been tampered with.
Look,
they putting all type of stuff in that shit to make that shit strong now.
Yo.
It's true. And as long as they don't put no fentanyl in it, I'm all right.
Yo.
So once you start doing that, it's time to quit. But see, until then, it's like you don't know what all going into your brain right now.
Yeah.
But even like, really, I want to put some Seamoss in and see if it makes it better. But like, Like, we don't know what's really all going on with the brand. We smoking.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't slowing down.
No. And I put my, anybody's hydroponic weed up against any of these guys is like wild bush. You know what I mean? Like, you think you could just throw some seeds in the ground and that's going to produce the best like marijuana ever? No, it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? So how, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. This is my view.
It has to be in a certain environment. The environment's gonna make it.
Yeah. When you see a degrade of quality is usually when you're working in the commercialization of a product. Like just how you said, Ricky, earlier about the weed that looked good, but it smoked like shit. So when I used to sell weed, like in high school and shit, there was at a time there was like this huge influx of grow-ops, of people growing grow-ops in the city, right? That's where all our hydroponic, and most of them were done by the Asians. And so they would come out with a product that we called the commish, which was basically short for commercial weed, because it looked pretty, it looked great, but because they were, they had a timeline on which they had to push the shit out. It's like the moment the thing was ready to be cut, they cut it. The moment it was ready to be dried, they package it. And so it doesn't have the same care and attention as someone who's been growing 20 years, who might look at the weed and say, you know what, it's not ready yet. Let's give it a few more days. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like they're gonna look at it like, no, it needs to cure for a little bit longer.
That's
we need to let it dry just a couple more days. It's not where I want it to be.
Exactly.
Like, they're not going by just the direction, the instruction of, hey, this is how long you're supposed to do it.
Yeah.
They got really green thumbs on it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how I see it with the Seamoss in St. Lucia compared to some of these places where the Seamoss is being sold for $1 a pound. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't get the same quality out of $1 a pound that you can get as, some of the Seamoss that we're selling, because in order to get it at $1 a pound, they have to put more Seamoss per they have to over densify the area. They have to use, machine boats to pick up all the Seamoss. They need to pick it at a certain time and, grab the whole line for a mile or whatever it is. They have to harvest that whole line all at one time, even if say 20% of the Seamoss is not ready yet.
So they can get better weight products. That's their biggest thing. They don't dry it.
Yeah.
Like, it's not dried, it's still moist. It's still you get water weight, man. We call that water weight.
Yeah.
Like, they don't let they dope dry.
Yeah.
Like, they sell wet work.
Come on, man. You can't tell me you didn't know how to use carrots and potatoes, right?
Man. Like, I'll be looking at him like, man, but you know what? Okay, so this is the issue with that, and the reason why they keep on doing it is because they have a market and people keep on buying. Mm-hmm. Well, you go to the Asian market and it's sad, but they are going through Seamoss.
Tons of it.
Tons of it. I went to the market and I might have watched probably about 10 to 15 people buy Seamoss, where they restocked. And I was just like, damn. And I couldn't do nothing but look and just shake my head. Like, the first time it happened, I went in there, had a conversation with somebody, and like, man, you shouldn't be out. Like, you know what? Like, yo, you want this. This is what you want. Mm-hmm. Like, I can't stop you from doing what you want. Like, this is what you want, and so I gotta let you.
Yeah. Go get it.
You know that there are different places to get it from, but what happens is that you, and I don't like to say it, but you trust them more than you trust us.
Yeah, I think it's also too. They're choosing with their pockets. You know what I mean? Like, they'll sooner take something that is, because it's just like you said before. There's people that are doing it for the love of kind of Seamoss, and then there's people that are doing it for the money. And if you're kind of doing it for the money, then you know what I mean? You're going to think about, if you're kind of doing it for the money, you're going to think about just the dollar value. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm saving $1 a pound. I'm, selling 1,000 pounds. That's an extra 1,000 pounds in my pocket. But if you really wanted to make that extra 1,000 pounds, why don't you charge your product $1 more and show people why it's worth more money? I don't know.
So when it comes to down to all Asian, what they do is they look at when it gets to mass production, just there, mass production, that's when everything gets messed up because they are producing it for the Americans or anybody who wants it very fast. Now we know as us, like especially in America, when it comes to anything fast, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. I can't name one thing that's very, very quick that is good over in America. So they produce it because they know we don't care about the quality. Like, well, not we, but a lot of people don't care about the quality. They'll still take it. They'll still do it. They'll still because it's cheaper. So if they know that not the regimen, but if they know that like some people subscribe to that, they will go for it. It's cheaper. You want to get less quality. Here you go. Because I believe in quality over quantity. Period. I don't freaking care what it is. Quality over quantity, whatever it is. That's why I mess with Julien. Period. So I'm saying period a lot. I'm not no city girl. Anyways, but when it comes to it, that's what it is for real though. Like they do master, like when it comes to like Wagyu. I don't mess with meat, man, but Wagyu is friggin' the creme de la creme when it comes to the meat, right? That's the top notch you get, marble all over and stuff like that. I understand quality.
And they put love in their cows. That's the main thing. These guys like almost massage those cows. They feed it a special diet. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
There's the love. Anything you put with love, it changes the chemical makeup.
But guess what, Julien? If Wagyu starts to get mass produced, you're gonna see they won't let that start to get all over the place and everybody produce it. They only produce that over there. So they have the household name, right? They have the household name for Wagyu over there. So that's what I'm trying to say. If it stays over there and it's coming from there and it's not produced anywhere else, they're going to keep the stamp on that. But if it's adapted and they're like, well, we can make it just as cheap and we could get it out there, they're going to go for that. Everybody else going to go for that. Well, a lot of people are going to go for that because that is something like that's option.
Because they just want Wagyu.
Exactly. They want that name. They want, hey, guess what I got? What? They're going to put the Wagyu to their head. Guess what I got?
You're exactly right. They just want the Wagyu.
That's it. That's what Brandon and they understand it. So if you can't blame someone who can't try to capitalize off of capitalism. You can't blame them. It's like you have to go out. You have to understand. You have to
recognize the game. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
It's recognizing the game. Like, okay, y'all, I see how y'all playing. Okay, so what's your next move after you see how they playing? That's really what it is. Okay, so how am I gonna play? Like, I see how you playing. So how do I play? Like, I see your tactics, and I'm not even mad at them because they're doing what they're supposed to do. Like, if we take it, if you're buying it, then I'm gonna sell it. Like they're saying, I'm gonna sell it to you because truthfully, they're saying they're saying is that I don't I'm not in it for what you're in it for.
No, they don't care about that shit. They don't care.
We're here to produce money.
Mm-hmm.
like that's all we do. We make products to make money.
Yeah. Only a small community
if
knows.
they heal you, oh well, that's why you see stuff like that. You think they care about making us fake fruit and stuff like that? They don't care about making none of that stuff. As long if we buy it, they gonna sell.
Yep.
They gonna sell it to us.
Yep. And more of it, and cheaper of it, you know.
Yeah. And you know, I don't. Sometimes I think they experiment because you know how you like. And I don't like to do social media a lot, but then you stumble across these videos where you see them making fake lettuce and fake this and fake that. I'm like, dang.
But sometimes I see those videos and it's like, are they making that fake lettuce for people to eat, or is that like for
is it like props for?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's really where you have to kind of look at it. Like, I'm being truthful with you. I be looking at it and like, damn, they making that shit look exactly like lettuce.
Mm-hmm.
Like I applaud y'all because that's a lot of effort. Like that's like you guys they done mastered that job. You know. I just hope I don't eat it. Like that. Like you know that's the only thing I would be worried about. Shit, as long as I don't get none of that.
Well, know your sources. You know,
exactly.
Do your due diligence. You'll know where your shit comes from.
That's the biggest thing right now. So, like, we gotta get our own sources. Like, we gotta get our own industry. Like, we gotta get a little piece of something. I want like Seamoss is supposed to be a situation where we got a piece of an industry and black people start prospering crazy.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. But you know what? It won't happen until we get over this fear of distrust for each other.
Well, okay, so
I know I opened a can of worms by saying that, but it's the truth.
I will say this: it's hard to move forward when the person that's leading the charge is dead.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I often wonder that.
We're gonna be stuck in the same spot because everybody's teacher is dead.
Mm-hmm.
That sells Seamoss. Like everybody's a follower of Dr. Savior. Mm-hmm. I would say 80% are followers of Dr. Savior.
And you brought up a good point. I wonder what he would say now about Seamoss and what we're doing about Seamoss that wasn't said back then because it wasn't realized. Because for all we know, he could just say, you know what, the Seamoss is Seamoss. Yeah, I like my Seamoss, but you know what I mean? As long as you don't get Seamoss from here, it's fine. You know what I mean? Like it's quite, just like he changed the diets that he gave you, he could change that other stuff too.
And see, that's the thing that I look at is like, okay, so where would he be at with Seamoss today? Like, what would his stance be on Seamoss and how Seamoss is going? And yeah, like, all right, real quick, can I say something?
Yeah.
I used to follow his journey, right? When it comes to Dr. Sabi, he recently stopped eating fish, close to like very close to when he was about to die. He was like, I'm going to stop eating fish. He was not 100% vegan, just letting y'all know. And he was like, listen, I used to eat fish and stuff like that. I don't know, I'll find a video and send it.
I've heard the video. It's him talking, I think it's in Barbados, and they're talking.
Exactly. Okay.
They're talking to Miles Monroe. He's talking to a bunch of religious leaders. One of the voices I recognize is Miles Monroe, but there's a few other people.
You know Miles Monroe?
Oh, I follow him like religiously. That guy is amazing.
Really? My mom just let you know, yo, I'm gonna link you up. My mom was like very close to him, very, very close to him, man. She is a minister and all that, but she's like, because of Nassau, but she went to the church and everything. She was like, she studied on there. But all right, keep on going. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I forgot where I was at. I was just basically saying,
Monroe,
yeah.
You he studied. He was one of the people there.
Yeah, he was one of the people there in the thing. And so yeah, I heard that interview where he talked about his wife she's gonna cook him some fish when he gets home because the fish in Barbados is so good and stuff like that.
Okay, so he did. Listen, he was.
Or maybe it's Bahamas.
Huh?
Where's Miles Monroe? Is he from Bahamas or Barbados? It's from Barbados, right?
Miles Monroe is Bahamas, man.
Okay, so that's Bahamas. So yeah, it was the Bahamian fish. That's right.
ahead.
Sorry, I just like to try and be correct.
No, it's fine. Man, shoot, the islands, I get it, bro. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I was in a whole debate with my mom was about Spanish needle and shepherd's needle because they call it shepherd's needle in Nassau. I know Spanish needle over here in the States. And me and her had a whole thing, and she was telling me, "Listen, I grew up with it in the yard." I was all right.
Well, it was like easy.
But anyways, but he, Dr. Philly, he was like, "I'm going to stop eating fish." He was not 100% vegan, but later on, very close to the end of his journey, he said, "I'm going to stop eating it. Eating fish. I'm not because I don't need it. I don't like." And so he was close to. He used to take stuff off the list. He took stuff off the list. You know that, like if you follow the list, you know that he was taking stuff off the list. Crazy. Exactly. So we know that he was still evolving. We as humans, that's why. And Julien said this, like, we just can't keep on following people in, like, all the way. I get where we listen. Just as hosts, we have to just be open. We have to be open to change. We have to be because we have to be able to evolve. Because if someone makes a change, we have to be able to understand if is this really good for us as a people, just us as a people, like everything doesn't go for everybody, but us, like us as where we come from, the origin is very important. It really is. Where you come from, what you can eat, what you can sustain, and if you get mixed, like for example, like if someone is freaking Black and Asian, their whole chemistry is going to be different. Yeah, whole chemistry, and people don't understand that. Like everybody is going to be different. Everything's going to be different in the future. But for right now, we have to understand what's going on. So, but he understood that he was constantly changing. He was changing his list. He was changing his diet, and he was saying it. He wasn't hiding it, and it wasn't being like, So yes, he could have easily been like, you know what? I was wrong. I was wrong about the Seamoss. He used to always say like his wrongs and stuff. Like that. He could have easily said to this day, the people of St. Lucia making the Seamoss, I was wrong, and I'm sorry. Keep on, easily.
Sorry, Rio. I just want to cut you off and say, let's rephrase that. He may not be wrong, right? It may be the way we interpret what he's saying.
Yes, there you go.
And that's where I kind of like to me, I feel like I've never really had it. People always think that like when I bring up this shit, I have an issue with Dr. I don't know Dr. Sabi enough to have an issue. I really don't care about him. The issue is not so much with him, but the interpretations of what people believe he said and he meant, and the fact that they're swearing it like it's gospel.
Yeah. Like they can't put 100% facts because he's not here.
Exactly. You don't know what he really said.
To co-sign, this is how he like. There's a lot of things that he probably would have been clearing up.
I believe that
he would have to clear up because as more information comes in, and actually more people with more knowledge of certain situations come to the forefront. Like it's easy to preach to people that don't know what's really going on, but if you actually preaching to people that know what's going on, they're going to ask you questions.
You're going to get exposed.
Iron sharpens iron, though. It just, it may be something that you have to go back and look back and study. Like, oh, okay, I see what you're talking about, and then you get more information about it. Like that's what, and I always look for the debate or a discussion because I want somebody to tell me something that I haven't read yet. Like, hey, I got this that you guys need to look at, and this kind of explains a little bit further. Like that's the reason why I even keep the debates open. Other than that, there's actually no debate because what happens is that we actually continue to like if we're gonna stop with it at Dr. Sabi, then we're not gonna grow that much.
No,
because it's kind of like nobody wants to give. Me personally, I think Kobe was better than Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why is because he did everything Michael, like, he mastered everything Michael Jordan did. Now, Michael Jordan was a better winner because he actually had a better scenario set up for him.
Yeah, better teams, this, that.
Yeah, better teams, better, like, you have a better scenario set up for you. Like, so what I'm trying to say is that if you would put Kobe on the same team that Jordan was on, you think they would have lost? Or you think they would have won the exact same way? Yeah, they would have won the exact same way.
Mm-hmm.
He was the exact same player as Jordan. He just elevated, like, he took what Jordan did and did it at a higher level, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
The game evolved into more athletes instead of, you know what I'm saying? So now you have to be an athlete. You have to, like, Jordan went through the first part of that because he was getting beat up his first couple of years, and so he had to get bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of having to, like, he couldn't be a skinny basketball player anymore. He had to turn into an athlete, and that's when he started winning. Kobe was an athlete from start.
That's an interesting point you make because when you look at some of these old basketball players like Kareem Abdul, like Larry Bird and stuff, they're all like fucking skinny, lanky.
Yeah.
They don't look like athletes.
Yeah,
They're just a bunch of tall guys.
Like, it's a different game. Like these guys' first step right now, none of them guys would have been able to guard them.
Mm.
But what happens is just with technology and advancing and things of that nature, and even the ways that you eat come into play. Mm-hmm. Like, if you didn't know back then, like that's really raw athleticism. That's just being raw talent. That's what both of them were, with just raw talent. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And develop some skills. Then you get into the Jordan era, where raw talent meant somebody that said, okay, in the offseason, I'm about to work my ass off because y'all ain't gonna beat me up no more. Mm-hmm. And turn them into an even more of a beast. And so he took what Magic and Bird were doing, and then he just elevated it when he started really going to the gym. Because none of them guys were going to the gym like that. He was one of the first ones to start going to the gym, getting his body right. Mm-hmm. Now you have a whole NBA full of cats that live in the gym. Everything plyometrics, this and do this and keep my body right and plant based and you got all these things now. So it's a whole different game of and maybe it may not be as physical, but who says that a game being physical is actually a better game? Like, mm-hmm. like I always hear people say such and such couldn't survive in such and such era. Well, them guys couldn't survive in this era either. Mm-hmm. Like,
interesting point. Yeah.
There's only a few people that would be able to transcend from one era to the next era. Mm-hmm. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah, to grow with it.
We can always say that, like, we can always say that this era, but man, some of them guys wouldn't even be able to even hold a candle to some of these, like, pros.
I'm curious. So Khaled says he said once again we're gonna have to beg to differ on here, and so I was like, how so, Khaled? He said Jordan is the greatest that ever lived.
Okay. Real quick. Let me just chime in on this. The reason why I'm going to agree.
I'm getting some ice cream. Huh? I said I'm gonna go get some ice cream. This is gonna get juicy.
Yeah. Get some buttercream pecan. But what reason why I'm agreeing with Khaled is Jordan. The reason why I think Jordan's the greatest of all time because he set the blueprint. That's it. Listen, it's going to be a better player.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying right now, and right. I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Now, he's the greatest of all time. Is he better than Kobe?
Listen, so
he's the greatest of all time.
Right. Is he better than Kobe?
Is he
Him and
better
Kobe
than
was to
Kobe?
play one-on-one? That's what you... Or
Exactly. Is he better than Kobe?
Or is he... I mean, even with the team, listen, even off statistics, like, I'm not even going to go off statistics, because statistics, absolutely. Okay, so I'm just going to speak for you, Kelly. I got you. Kelly said absolutely. He said he's absolutely better than Kobe.
One-on-one, he be busting Kobe ass. That's what I'm trying to say.
Listen, I'm not going to say that.
He be busting Kobe ass. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm not going to say that. Kelly, please chime in. I'm going to speak to you.
Like, you know,
I'm going to speak to you.
Because truthfully, like, and to be honest with you, I'm not even a big Kobe fan, but the respect I actually have for him as a player, and like his work ethic was even stronger than Jordan's work ethic. Like Jordan would go play golf and everything in the offseason. Kobe was trying to figure out how he can destroy you even more.
Kobe is my favorite player, so you know.
So and I agree with you, because Jordan changed the game. Jordan changed the game as far as what it is now. Is the blueprint of Jordan, and then you have to transcend into cats like Iverson. Like Iverson, the game changed when Iverson came.
You know, go ahead. What is this? Yeah, Iverson showed you how you can make it your own. Okay, so Khaled said this would be an endless debate.
Yeah. Like,
all time.
A lot of things I won't disagree with you guys at. Like, a lot of things, but what I like when I see them play one-on-one, that is that certain, like, Kobe has that certain, like,
presence. He has a presence, bro.
He has that certain, I wanna destroy you. Like, okay. Jordan was kind of cool with it. He had that. He was smooth. He was early 90s. He was 80s, early 90s. He like the R&B. Kobe's the rap version of Jordan.
You gotta just go ahead. Sorry.
So he's the rap version of Jordan. Like, you know, like if you have a certain age, like you was trying to finesse girls when you was in junior high and high school.
That was Jordan.
Kobe, like, what's up? What you doing? You know what I'm saying? And like Kobe just directly asked me, like, till I work.
Jordan gonna try to sing to you. He gonna try to caress you, give you a wine, take you out on a date.
Yeah. So when you start looking, like, and I love Jordan. Like, you know, I grew up in a Jordan era. Like it.
No, man. Now you gotta be.
It's just, it's like Kobe's a different animal. And
he's a better, okay.
I ended up having to recognize that a little bit later on in life, because, you know, I was actually I'm a LeBron fan. Like, I like LeBron, but like, what happened last
of both of them.
So
that's Jordan, Kobe. LeBron is Jordan and Kobe. That's why.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna say about that. And I actually had to have the conversation with somebody earlier about LeBron. Because he missed those free throws the other day. Like, I'm being truthful. Like, this is you know what I'm talking about. He's not clutch. Like you have a Dwayne Wade, you have a Kobe, you have a Jordan. These guys have clutch gene. Like, when it's time for that big situation, that's when they really want to show up. Like, that's them. Like, that's what they thrive. Under pressure, they thrive. That's what separates Jordan and Kobe from mostly everybody else.
Yeah.
Because they're screaming for the ball. Like, you gotta get the ball out their hands. Like, and some people can't take that time and time again. Like, they're not built for it. Those two were built for it. There's a few others that you could say Reggie Miller was built for it. There's certain players that were built for it. LeBron is just smart. He's athletic. He knows the game. He gets you in these certain. But when it comes to clutch, his brain works too much, and he can't slow it down so he can be clutch.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you, there's some people that, just how you said, are built like that. That they built for those situations. I know. I grew up with a person, and I was like, why do you always put yourself in these predicaments? And the reason why, when I got older, I understood that they actually, like, they thrive off of pressure. They get a high off of it. And it's like, to me, it's like, I want to do it. I don't like it. I don't like pressure. I can move under pressure, but I don't like it because it makes my gut sick. For them, that's something for their brain.
Yeah, that's a comfortable spot. When their gut is feeling like that, that's a spot. Like, they feel comfortable in that. They like it when it's like that. And there's some people that are just programmed in that fashion. And when you see it, you see it. Even though Joe Burrow lost tonight, he is programmed in that fashion, and you can tell already. Like, I sit here and watch the Super Bowl. I'm like, dang, I said, this Joe Burrow, he's gonna be a problem for years.
Yeah, when they take that first, they understand that they went through it, they felt it, and they actually get over it. If you see the product of that, and that's evolution. That's what you throw.
Yeah. So I'm gonna tell you something. And when you watch if you ever watch these clips of the Super Bowl, this is what I knew. He's different. You didn't see when the opening of the Super Bowl and everything. He never put on a helmet. He was like, "Y'all gonna see me." Like, that was you can tell that's what he was doing it for. Because everybody else on the Cincinnati Bengals had a helmet on besides him. He walked out with no helmet on. Like, y'all see me. This is my time. I'm here. You will know my name from here on out. And even though he lost, bruh, he's gonna be a problem for everybody for the next few years. If he stays healthy. Because they be sacking him. But, man, like, people have that. Like, you see that clutch gene, though. Like, Kobe was on a whole nother level with it, though. And the reason why is because I believe because he felt like he worked harder than everybody else.
And too, I'm gonna say it too. Like, Kobe was a brand name. Since Jordan was like, to me, speaking for someone from the islands, and Julien, please let me know too.
Right.
Like, Jordan was we knew what he was, but when it came to like even like just like basketball as a sport, Kobe. Like, I remember freaking like just like going to the basketball course. Nobody used to shoot a three throw and scream Jordan, but for sure when we used to shoot a free throw, it used to be Kobe. Yeah, goes in. That's what we used to scream. Like, he made a household name just for people to understand what basketball was and get excited over it and stuff like that. And that's the only reason I became a Lakers fan. I was the Lakers fan. That was my first. I don't even know why I'm a Redskins fan, but that was my first NFL team. But when it came to basketball, it was Lakers. And I knew it was because of Kobe.
Mm-hmm.
So,
see, the crazy thing is, and why we're having a debate is, like, I grew up a Jordan fan. Like, I stopped playing with my tongue in my mouth when I was like 25, 26 years old. Like you get what I'm saying? Like everything was mimicked. Like, Joker didn't even know that they were playing with their tongue out for a while. They were like, I play with my tongue. Yeah, you play just like Jordan. Like, it's like small things like that. Like, so the same way that you looked at Kobe is the same way we looked at Jordan. And Jordan was it because, especially, I'm from the Midwest, so Jordan was everything. The Bulls, come on.
Everybody loved the Chicago Bulls in the 90s.
But Jordan was Jordan, and Jordan outworked you, and Jordan wanted to beat you. Jordan liked to gamble. Jordan just wanted to be a winner too. But Kobe just took it to a whole nother level. Like, you know how you have somebody that's in front of you and you feel like you can catch. Like, that's what Jordan was to Kobe. Like, I'm gonna do everything that you do. I'm gonna perfect all your moves. I'm gonna catch you. If he would have won a couple more rings, he probably would have caught him. If he would have stayed with Shaq, if Shaq was what he's supposed to be, yeah, Kobe would have. We wouldn't even be talking about Jordan and Kobe in the same light. To be honest.
And just to make a shout out to LeBron, he put together his whole team. And I listened. I wasn't even into. I was into basketball. I used to cover this all of few people, but LeBron said his follow Jordan. But his whole team together. Wow. With that strength and that power, that person who's going to follow LeBron, understand what they have. They could put their strengths together. They could be strong in all the areas, and they're going to get. I'm pretty sure the next person you're going to find it. It's going to be crazy because I really do believe basketball is going to come to the point against NFL too. It's going to come to the point of statistics where you're going to really have to crunch numbers because everybody's going to be so good. You're going to find star players and all that all over.
Yeah, because that's what all these kids do right now. They all got personal trainers. Like, the game is totally different. They all are perfecting their bodies. Everybody can jump out the gym. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, as far as the athletes that you see coming out now, like, you don't really see a lot of big guys no more. You see a lot of 6'10s and under that can do just crazy amounts of stuff. Like, it's I don't even. I love the game.
Yeah.
Like, I love the game, and yeah.
So, Julien, I don't know, but it's a segue. You seen the halftime show? Khaled said something about the halftime show, and he was talking about how Dr. Dre started it, and Jay-Z really is the head honcho of it all now. Real quick to say something about that though. Just remember that Beyonce is one of the. She performed twice back to back. I don't know who did that before.
Mm-hmm.
And remember who Jay-Z is married to. So with that being said, like, just know who's running it right now. For sure, Beyonce and Jay-Z, they running it. I don't care who step up to the plate. They running it for right now. I don't know whoever Drake get married to, they might be next up.
See, but I'm actually happy that you said that because I actually, that's the only person that can actually overpass Jay-Z right now.
Mr. Drizzy Drake?
Yeah.
Fuck you, Joe, man. I mean,
like,
I love
be honest
game.
with you, like, and I'm not even a true Drake fan like that, but when it comes to hits and when it comes to longevity and when it comes to pretty much setting up a career for yourself, man, it don't, like, he actually, like, it's kind of like the Jordan Kobe situation. Like, he took the whole entire blueprint of what Jay-Z did and then pretty much amplified it to a whole nother level, right?
You know why?
It's the blueprint.
Nah, yeah, he's the blueprint too, and he's friggin' Canadian. And listen, he burned his friggin' bridges, the ones he had to, but this man made the most friends in the game. Like,
yeah.
Who, Drake?
Yes, friggin' Drake. He beat. How you friggin' beat?
He knows how to collaborate with people. He knows how to.
But
he knows how to get you hot, help you get hot, and then say, and I'll come back around.
This is what I see about Drake. I don't think he's hot. I think the people that he hangs around with and the styles he cops are hot. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of the shit that he like to me is like
I don't think that. I think that
he's a chameleon.
You know what? I think he's a character.
I don't know. If you're from Toronto, you'll see a lot of the shit he says and does has been like in Toronto for a long time, and he's just like kind of bring it like, oh, dude, it drives me crazy.
Yeah,
how
he's a character. He's a character.
It drives me.
He's the character. Like, I'm not saying in a bad way.
Yeah.
He's a character as far as.
Well, he's an actor.
Like, exactly. Like, he knows how to amplify things. He knows how to take. Like, he'll take a regular scenario and amplify it to make it be on social media.
So okay. With that being said, I really do think that is the exact thing. When we talking about from Jordan to Kobe to LeBron, and that's how you stay great. Even though in hip hop it is taboo. It is taboo, and that is the reason why it's taboo. So certain people can keep their talents, and like you can showcase what you bring. So that's why it's so like, okay, you're gonna take what I do and you're gonna make it better. You feel me? So not it's, but that's the thing about it. Drake is going to get done by his own self. The only person who will be able to do what he does is someone who's greater than him and who does the exact same thing. They could do R&B. They will be able to sing. They're gonna probably murder him and sing it. Drake can't. He could sing all right at the beginning of his career, but maybe he was doing something. He was good, but
the song.
Yeah, and the song got more complex. You are very right. Yes. The melodies. Yes.
But that's not him. That's like
That's
if
what it
anything.
is.
That's
So,
his producer
with
40,
that, huh?
right?
Oh, okay.
Hey,
So,
when you talk about him, I don't care, man. That him and Future CD, that joint was hard.
yeah, bro, you tripping? What you talking about? That joint was hella hard, bro. And bro, the him and Future joint was.
But you know what? No, I think that was actually. I can't say that was Future's best time, but I think Future's on a dang run right now.
No, Future was. Listen, I remember. Okay, when it comes to anything music, I used to. I seen Future and stuff like that when he was underground and all that. Drake and at the beginning and all that. But I swear, but when it came to Future, he was on something else. That's why I did. I'm gonna say it. I was not a Future, but when I first used to listen to Future, I used to listen to Future with hot new hip hop. Just started their website. That's why I used to listen to the jump. They used to post the jump all the time. I was like, what y'all seeing him? Like, he cool. Like, I get it, but but
it's a whole vibe. Like really, we had to start really listening to Future.
Where's Future from?
I'm trying to say, you listen. You probably have an ear for voices. Me, I'm more. I go for instrumentals than voices. I'm because I'm a producer. I like stuff like that. But that's what messed me up. Because I used to listen to instrumentals. He didn't have the right engineers and instrumentals, but his voice was always there. You could probably tell me about every friggin' R&B hit ever. I'm pretty sure you probably could.
Yeah.
But because you listen to voices, that's R&B about. So, and that's why, but right now, I understand it. I understand voices, and I understand the whole chemistry of everything. So, if you listen to Future from the beginning, you probably know the evolution of him, and his voice probably got better. His Future voice probably, I don't know.
Okay, so this is what I said. Like, Future was raw at the beginning. Like, you've seen it. Like, when he first came out, the first really hit that you heard was Tony Montana.
Yeah.
And it was just a whole vibe. It's like he was a vibe when he first came out. And then I would say the Drake CD is when you really started listening to what he was really saying. Like, oh, hold on. Like, he really saying something right here. Like, because I think it kind of changed the look. Because before that, it was like, it was Dope Boy Jump. And so he still had it, but he flipped into the girls after a minute. Like, and once he started catering to women, with the same content that he already had, that's where it went crazy. Like he figured out what he like. Now he knows what his lane is. I don't think he really knew what his lane was back then. Like, and this is crazy that like when he first said what he said about Jay-Z, talking about he's bigger in the streets than Jay-Z. When he first said that, I was like, oh, man, you tripping. But I think he's actually truthful. I'm in Atlanta.
Okay. You in Atlanta, so you know that at a point, Jeezy was bigger than Jay-Z for sure.
Yeah, right? Jeezy was bigger than Jay-Z. He had a run.
So
T.I. had a run too.
Oh man, we don't want to listen. Man, see,
T.I.
you
got
about
to
to
run too.
This
T.I.
man
had
about-
everybody on. T.I. put everybody on notice for a few years. If he didn't go to jail so many times, like the Joker would have been still banging out. Like only thing that happened to T.I. is that he went to jail. And when he went to jail on that one stint, that slowed his whole career down.
You are, bro. Listen. You hitting on the head because with T.I., I believe like when it comes to like rap and stuff like that. And another thing is he probably felt like he couldn't even do what he wanted to do just because he had a freaking a telescope or whatever on
much
him.
over his head. Like you can't beat T.I. no more.
Exactly. Okay, so you understand that. So with that being said, like when it comes even to now, it interfered with him and Tiny. So even after that whole thing, and because you seen what happened to Bill Cosby, T.I. probably was like, I'm not trying to be no Cosby now. So he trying to keep it moving. So like he low key he did it. He had a podcast, and he was slowed up with that.
T.I. know how to switch that shit up, bro. Like this is the thing. Like T.I. said, okay, bro, all right, I'm done.
That's what it is.
T.I.'s like, I'm done. I'm cool. All right, y'all got it. Like you guys, like look at T.I. right now. T.I. is the biggest family man that you can probably see. Like he is really on his family man right now. Like everywhere he goes with Tiny. Like he like so. T.I. like
during the whole thing, she was right there, but beside him. I don't know details of the court case. I didn't follow it, but I'm gonna say she stood there beside him. She didn't speak against him, and between all the drama with Floyd Mayweather and all that crap, she stood beside him. And you know what? From us, we talking about men. You know what it comes down when we really go down to it, bro. All we really want is loyalty. We want beauty and all that stuff. That falls second. But that loyalty always comes first. If someone can stay beside you, no matter what, we fucking
man. Okay, so this is the thing about Tiny. Tiny one of them super riders because when T.I. didn't have nothing, like
Tiny was there.
She was the one fronting everything. Like you gotta understand something. Like she was hot when he was just coming up. He didn't have nothing. Like he had street money. You get what I'm saying? It's different than having industry money.
Mm-hmm.
Like industry money is a little bit different. She was writing hits. She was writing Waterfall. You get what I'm saying? So it's a little bit different. Mm-hmm. And so
Waterfall.
Yeah, she's a co-writer of Waterfall. Her and the other girl from Total. They wrote Waterfall and then Left Eye did the rapping version. But yeah, and so that's how she caught a big check. That's how T.I. got on, man. Well, I won't say that's how T.I. got on, but she was a major part of that scenario. Which kudos to her, man. She a real one. And T.I. done roll for her, and she done roll for him.
So with that being said, we understand that it comes that partnership, bro. Look, I wish I don't care, man. Like if I had a Tiny, I know it will be crazy. Like we understand the power of teamwork and coexistence. Because you understand that. I know Julien understand it. Mm-hmm. The power of just coming together and making something like and even leadership when you can fall back behind and let someone else take the lead, and then when your time, you feel me? So that's power right there. All that's power.
Yeah, because one thing you can say about Tiny is that anytime it's time to step up, that one thing she's always done. She's always stepped up. But yeah, we talk music all day. I can talk about music all day long, bro. As far as I can't even believe y'all had me talking about Drake. I don't talk about Drake. Like that's and the reason why, and I'm gonna be truthful. Like you know how you're a fan, but like I got respect for him. Like I got respect for Kobe. Like you can't deny it. It's like if you deny it, you a hater.
Yeah.
Like I'm not a hater. Like I understand. Like man, like you turn on some Drake songs and they hit. Like even though you don't want them to hit, you like man, this dude corny.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and but it's like it's cool corny. You know, there was somebody in school that you knew was like Drake.
That's exactly how I see Drake. He's corny. Like he's got some good like lyrics and this and that, but some of the shit he does and like the cool shit, it's like he kind of just appropriated that shit, and then people like, dude, I hate how everybody is now calling Toronto the Six. Drives me crazy because we used to call it
the. Wait. Let's go Julien real quick. Oh, you know where the Six came from?
What?
Do you know where the Six came from?
Yeah. There's a combination of things.
Okay. No, not from Toronto. Nah, Julien, it did not come. He did not get that from Toronto.
So where did he get it from?
Go ahead.
No, tell me then. Where did he get it from?
Sir, do you want to tell him about? Because you said you're a native, or you want me to hit him with it?
You can go ahead and hit him with it because I actually want to know exactly because I haven't heard a couple reasons how he came up with the Six.
Okay, so you know about Quentin Miller. Yeah. Okay, he came from Zone 6. You know about Zone?
Yeah, I know that he came from Zone 6. Everybody knows Quentin Miller in the city as far as
okay. So I'm not trying to, but the adaptation, everything from just because it adapted, like everything with the Six with the area code and everything with Toronto, it just made sense. So after it was able to be adapted to the whole when Quentin said it, because he it's Zone 6 and everything. He said it and he did the ghostwriting for Drake, and he used to he used to say it and it made sense. It adapted to it, so he went ahead and that's where the Six came from. But you know what? If Drizzy jumps on this and he's like, "Listen, bitch, let me tell you," like, "Nah, I ain't got it from Quentin." I'll listen, but from my understanding and everything, that whole thing came after the Quentin Six. All that came after the Quentin, like that came from Quentin era when he was like, and he was rapping with Drizzy and all that, because he did not say that after if you read it now, it's too late, etc. and all that. Before, like, in that he actually did say it, but Quentin, I forgot the song Quentin was with, and he was writing for him. But that's when it became big.
So then, why does he refer himself?
You say that because I heard it was a ghostwriter that kind of gave the moniker, but I didn't know it was Quentin. I didn't know that it came from.
He's from Zone 6. I think it was and
so he must have said in some lyrics, and
yes,
and if you picked up on it, like, so it's kind of like a song that we wouldn't even know unless we knew that.
No, I could show you some songs Quentin rap from. Listen, I follow Drake for so long. I have an air from him. I promise. When I heard that Rihanna song, I be forgetting names, man. Work. All right. When I heard Work, listen, they leaked it on a radio station in Florida. I forgot the name of the guy. I heard it the day they leaked it. It was crazy. I was with my baby's mother, like my daughter's mother, and I told her, I was like, Drake Camp wrote this, and she was like, "What are you talking about?" And the guy was like, "We have an exclusive. Nobody heard this song before." They had it leaked. They leaked the song the first day. I was like, Drake Camp wrote this, and it was PND, Party Next Door, and he has. I love that song better. I love Party Next Door versions better because you can hear the passion and him friggin' listen, YouTube that jump whatever, but you can hear the passion and him singing it to versus Rihanna. But Rihanna version is great. The PND version is friggin' killing it. It's just okay. Anyways, but
so
you Drake, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna ask you, why do they call him Six God then? Is that something that they just did because of Zone 6?
Yeah,
Or?
He adopted it.
I mean, think about Toronto. Come on, Julien, for real. Like, who's the biggest artist? If Drake shows up anywhere in Toronto, you know him. You like, everybody would know Drake in Toronto. He's not safe in Toronto. No, everybody knows him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Bro, like, he is probably for y'all. I don't know because I haven't been to Toronto. But Michael Jackson, if Michael Jackson friggin' went anywhere, we gonna friggin' like, Wah! Friggin', but with Drake, I mean, over here too, right? But in Toronto, he probably is like the sixth god, man. Like, bro, Michael Jackson. I don't know. I'm not even like, but Michael Jackson, like, it's a certain point. I don't know, bro.
They like Tory Lanez in Toronto.
It all depends on where he goes. You know what I mean? Because there's certain places where they're just like, oh, fuck, there's Drake, whatever. You know what I mean? And then there's other places where chicks will be like, ah, Drake. like everybody knows where he lives and shit. But I'm just irritated that everybody calls the city the Six, this, and that. All, you know, like all their company names. Like there's like this, there's a real estate, I can't remember the company name, but it was like they literally copied like the Six something, like the Six sells condos or sells six. And I'm just thinking like, you copied this thing from a rap thing. Like, how are you making this like mainstream? Like, I don't know. It's corny.
Okay, so you gotta understand the impact of what these aren't rappers no more.
Yeah, they're
These
not.
are brands.
They're like entertainers.
No, they're brands. They're whole brands.
True.
And so what they do, they're branding stuff. Like, so now that he says Six, it's a brand now.
Yeah.
Like, he it's a brand. Like that owl is a brand now. That OVO is a brand now. Like the only thing they're doing is branding themselves different ways. And you can sell each brand.
Yeah.
He's like that Six. I'm guessing he making so much money off that.
Well, I'm mad. I'm mad that the Raptors won after Drake blew. Like it was like, dang man, like he just getting more freaking like the Raptors won after. Like you feel me? So he is like,
he was at the forefront. Like you know that's you know he's making the right moves. Like he's at the right places at the right time. It's like Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
Like Kevin Hart's always at the right place at the right time right now. We're waiting for him to fall off, but he always got a job.
He's always got something coming up.
I can't lie. Even Kevin Hart though, you see, he really has his pulse on the when it comes to comedy. He has his pulse on the veins of comedy. He messes with new comedians, etc. and all that. I don't know why comedians back in the day, it wasn't a competition, but it was Eddie Murphy, it was Richard Pryor, it was Red Fox. It was like those.
Yeah.
But Kevin Hart, he collaborates with everybody, and that's the thing. See, Drake, oh my freaking gosh, y'all. See, it's I swear it's about collaboration. LeBron is the greatest right now because he got to pick who he wanted to. He has freedom. He has creative. That's creative freedom. Yeah. Kevin Hart has creative freedom. Freaking Drake, he could collaborate with anybody he wants. And someone said that. Someone actually, I forgot who. It was like, and it was someone big. It was like Little Baby, whatever. They was like,
I know Drake. Young Thug.
Yeah, oh yes. He was like, you know why Drake's so big?
How Drake is the biggest rapper because he collaborates with everybody. Like the streets love Drake. The streets love Drake because Drake goes to the streets and gets the hot new rapper and gets them even hotter.
See, and that's the blueprint. That's what it is. Because if you're able to collaborate with anybody, bro, I can't lie to you. You could dissolve your ego, and you can really bring out yourself, and you can show your creative side. Because even if you don't like this person's personality, you're like, but they made their voice sound so good. You feel me? So you like, even if you don't like this person's business plan, they could make any product blow. So if you in business and you like, yo, this man could make anything move. I'm gonna just go ahead. I don't care if I don't like what he sound like or whatever. I'm gonna take that person aside and I'm gonna go ahead. That's what it's about.
You know how much money people probably got invested in Drake right now. Oh, like let's be real. Like, and that's probably why he's gonna be bigger than Jay-Z, because out of nowhere he's gonna become a billionaire, and you're gonna be like, what just happened?
Listen.
He's gonna sign a deal with somebody, and it's gonna be crazy, and you know, like, what just happened? Like, and then because he has an era right now, but his, like, okay, I won't say that his era is coming to the end, but he's about to get to that point where he doesn't have to do as much, and just name alone is kind of like the Jay-Z status. And so what happens now is that you have people like Lil Baby that's coming through, and he putting pressure on everybody.
I honestly believe the only reason why Drake isn't a billionaire is because he's signed under Universal. That's the only reason why he isn't.
Well, yeah.
No. Because look, freaking Birdman is a billionaire. Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't think it's Universal. I just think that, okay, so with these guys, like, Birdman's the executive. So he actually, like, he's making it different. Now, what I think Drake will actually have more money than. Now, I can't say that because Birdman has the catalog. Birdman has the catalog.
I can't have more money than you if everything. If I'm listen, if you my Seamoss supplier and I'm copping and I'm my main business. If my main business is Seamoss and I have you to the forefront, bro, I would not expect to make more money than you. But if I am under you, I will pay respect. No, for real, I'm gonna keep on doing business than you. Especially if you keep on giving me more business, I keep everything fluent. I'm gonna keep on doing it. I don't care about making more money than you.
Okay, so you're truthful. You're exactly right.
That's what Drake doing. He's staying truthful.
However, he's going to surpass them. Know why? It's because his side deals. See, he's just making music with these guys.
Yeah, he's got other things going on that's making money.
Like, he's branding all these other things that he's making side deals on. It's kind of like Nas doesn't make money off of music. He makes money off of everything else. Because the thing is that when it was cool to invest in startup companies, Nas was hot. Nas was it at the time.
Yeah.
And so he took all that money while he was hot and while he was it, and while he was actually right after he started beefing with Jay-Z, and he took advantage of that and started getting into all these different startup companies, and then all these startup companies started flourishing. Like, and so now actually Nas is rapping better than he's ever had.
Yeah, I loved his last new album.
Because he's so comfortable right now.
Yeah.
Like, he ain't worried about nothing. Like, you know, when you get to a certain point, like, especially at a certain age, you ain't worried about nothing when you know your money right. Like, for a minute, Nas' money wasn't right. Like, Nas was investing in a lot of stuff, but like when you're just waiting for your investment to come back, you know,
you're eating ramen noodles.
Money ain't coming in, so you gotta sit down and be quiet for a little bit. Now we're just moving slowly. Now you see the music is crazy for Nas right about now. Like,
I love this last album too. Just shout out to that Nas and Mike will help him make it.
But see, okay, so now you get into something because I know that where this goes is Nas' production. Nas just needed some production.
That's it. Engineering and production is bro. I care about the things. The way I it's when everything comes together, when a whole band or whatever, when the right things come together and they make the right soup or chemistry or friggin' whatever, it makes it. That's true music to me, because the production, the engineering, how high it sounds, how low, to everything, to the friggin' to the voice, to the person singing it and saying it, that makes a difference. And that's exactly how I felt about it. Once he had the right producer, engineer, and I'm just saying, Mike Wills, Kanye Kanye signed Mike Will. Kanye, anyway.
We don't even want to talk about Kanye. Is a whole nother different story.
Well, let's not get started on that
Kanye
guy.
is a whole nother 10 hours. Kanye is a whole other 10-hour topic.
We ain't gonna talk about it. We ain't gonna put yes.
I just say I fuck with Kanye. I don't know what anybody else do. I fuck with him. I just don't want him to talk no more. I just want him to create.
Listen, his music is ill, especially his old shit. But you know what the problem is with Kanye is that he was always a geek. Like he is the equivalent of the guy that was the geek in high school that finally made it, and all the shit's gone to his head. Like it is like his ego is on like next level. You know?
Yeah. Okay. So that is some of the scenario with him. Is all right. So he like okay. So when you're a creator, it's kind of like I love watching. Like I love Kanye West interviews. Like I love Elon Musk interviews. Because their brain works different. Like, and you can see their brain. And I'll be honest with you, there's one other person that I think brains somewhat, and the reason why is the way that they react, but is a little bit different. 50 Cent brain works a little bit different too. Mm-hmm. Just by the way he answers questions, like he's too methodical on certain things that he does. But Kanye's is totally different. Kanye's is just he's a thinker, and so like. I kind of understand Kanye more because I feel like I'm a creator. And so I get in creative mode. But sometimes you can't give an interview because I have no filter. Mm-hmm. Because I'm always creating. So the thing is that when you're a creator, it's always the first thing that comes to your mind. And you can't keep it in because...
That's part of the creation process.
Exactly. Like, so that's where he comes into the problem where he actually, when they ask him to do interviews.
Yeah.
But that bipolar, no, he's not bipolar. He just social media and fame doesn't work with some people. You get what I'm saying?
Wait. I listen, I fully understand what you're saying, but the thing about it is, it's fine when you're a creator and you just saying what you're saying, etc. And you have room to correct yourself. But come on, if you was following, listen, you was following like I was. You seeing that everything he was saying came to pass. Not everything, but a lot.
True, you're right.
Came to pass, and that's about being creative. Because you just saying it's like it's a rough draft of what you feeling. You put it out there. It might sound crazy, like what the fuck, like. What you talking about?
So and then I totally agree. And this is okay. So this is my issue with Kanye, is that nobody understands him until he puts it in a song.
Okay, or it comes to present. Exactly. Yes.
See, so when he's talking and when he's having these crazy outlandish, like okay, so if you really listen to what he's saying, you understand exactly what he's saying, right? However, the masses don't. The masses just gonna call him crazy because they don't understand what he's saying, even though it's gonna come to fruition. Like you're gonna listen, like yeah, he's really telling some truth. But now with Kanye is that he's so tricky that he can put it in a song and say the exact same thing, and it's brilliant, and it's good, and it's brilliant. And you don't look at it as crazy because of the way that he puts it in the song. But if he just says it out of his mouth, it sounds crazy.
It's not that. It's not even the way he put it in the song. It's in a different form. You know how someone says like, oh, like especially like, my bad, all the women out there, whatever. But you know when women be like, oh, it's the way you said it to me, like stuff like that. It's really the form you feed it to, like the plate you put it on. It's like how you give it to a person. It might come truthful. But if you scream it or shout it, it's going to sound different if you freaking Kobe it or Jordan it or you freaking sing it or you rap it.
Because he's much more sensitive. Like, he's sensitive to your ear. Like when he's talking to you, he's not sensitive because he feels like, but when it comes to that,
he's screaming and he's like, listen, I can do this.
But when it comes to that that musician, like you say, that instrumental, he's very precise. He doesn't want to mess anything up. And so
he's like a perfectionist.
Exactly, he's a perfectionist with it. And so with that being said, is that he's very cognizant of what he says. And I think he has some of the best ghostwriters. Because they know how to write for him.
Mm-hmm. They started there. And another thing, just to let you know, the same thing you said with Future and everything Kanye said, he was like, Future's the next up and all that. He has an ear, he understands everything too. So when it comes to the creative process, and just because he was a producer first, and even I think any DJ, producer, or anybody who understands music, really understands music, understands Kanye or a musician or a creative process, because they understand the different levels of it. Because everybody, or just anybody creative, they understand that rough draft. They understand when before you let the idea out, just let it out yourself. And it might sound crazy at first, but boy, when it becomes successful, everybody's like, "Oh yeah, I know you could do it!" Right? And that's where his ego boosts up the most, And that's what a lot of creative people ego boosts up. But if you understand your ego first, which I guess you understand now, if you understand like ego, that's a part of it. You shouldn't let that get to you. Even though you were right, proving everybody wrong after everybody was against you, and you're right now, you could be able to handle it. That's why great, because he didn't write about himself. Jesus didn't write about himself. Julien wrote about him. But you don't know. He just wrote his own story. That the Bible probably wouldn't have been a picture. So when people write about you, and Kanye's about to release a whole story, and hopefully someone wrote about him. But when people write about you, they always write you, about the good stuff and stuff, and the bad too. But it's from perspective. And I believe perspective is one of the strongest points as a human being. That's what becoming so strong, because we can see from animals to nature to beauty, and we can actually put it out there for everybody to understand. Different languages, we can put it out there for other humans to understand, and we can put perspective in perspective. That's one of the strongest points we can do as humans. And that's what we should adore, man. And that's what, even though we have our differences, we need to always open our ear. Our mouths too. But that's one thing we need to really open up. We don't open up that much.
We don't. Right. We keep a lot of things closed, and we're not willing to explore beyond our comfort zones. We just most black people I know they're afraid to get uncomfortable.
Well, yeah, that is a true statement. And okay, so I'm not even sure. I think a lot of times a lot of people, black people, are actually afraid of perception, of you liking what just made you uncomfortable. And then you have to change. Then you have to change your lifestyle a little bit. Okay, so say same way with people and how they eat. People don't want to change the way they eat because they don't want to change their lifestyle. They don't want to change having to go out and not being able to eat certain things, or people looking at them funny because they can't eat certain things. It's easier for them to, because a lot of people are so afraid of not being able to fit in that they say, okay, I'm just going to continue doing what I'm doing. And okay, so I don't see it more I see, I'm in Atlanta, so it's a little bit different. It's really, you can do whatever you want to in Atlanta. You want to be vegan, there's a whole bunch of vegan restaurants that I won't say a whole bunch, but you have options. You want plant-based, you have options, and you can find people that are similar to you. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like it's like you're the only vegan in your area.
No, there's a community.
Yeah, there's a community. almost everybody vegan and plant based in Atlanta. I feel like, but if you go to if I go to where I'm from in Iowa, nobody's vegan.
Mm-hmm.
Like nobody's plant based. Nobody's doing it, and so now are you? Like me, I'm different. I'm still gonna. I find the only spot and go crazy there.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a few years ago. Now I go back, but I sell so much Seamoss in my hometown. I think everybody's turning plant based and stuff like that. From what I'm looking at, I'm like, dang, what's true?
Nice. They
so,
open the doors.
Yeah, it kind of once they realize that it's in, especially in certain spots, like that lifestyle, like people are afraid their lifestyles being changed. I really think that's really what it is. That they have to change their lifestyle. They have to change the people that they're around. Then they have to go back on a lot of stuff that they said because they probably talked about a lot of vegans and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And so now you was talking about them, and now you're in a position where your body is telling you that you almost have to be.
And that's kind of funny that you say that. Like we as humans care so much about what people think that we'll avoid doing something that we know is right because we're afraid of how people are going to perceive us.
Yeah. I know it. Like that's the thing. It's like, but we have a pride situation in saying that, okay, I was wrong.
We have a huge issue with pride.
We don't like to say we're wrong for nothing.
So, but yeah, that's okay. Check me out. I'm fully with it. When it comes to it, you know, when I've noticed a lot of people collapse when it comes to when you get back around your family and your heritage. It's hard, like Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, and stuff like that. Like it's your birthday. People bring. Go ahead.
Yeah, they like at the beginning. Yeah, it is. I say at the beginning, like now, like once you're on a certain journey and they know that what it is, it's be truthful now. It's a little bit different in the last couple of years.
Yeah, you're right. Because people are more accepting, and especially like you notice, like
it's a little bit different now because now the vegan macaroni and cheese is going faster than the regular macaroni and cheese. Like that's, I'm like, I was like, hold on, I thought y'all wasn't vegan. I'm like, like come on, like, all the vegan stuff gone. Like, ooh, let me try this. Ooh, this is good. Like, and then all the vegan food gone. I'm like, y'all, like, come on, like, I don't even know what to say after that. I'm looking at it, like, all the vegan food gone. Like, everybody done turned vegan for the holidays, but it's like people don't know recipes. People don't like it's new to them, and so with something new, it always and not to mention, I'm gonna be honest with you, when you first start turning vegan and stuff like that and plant based, it's expensive.
It's not cheap.
Like it is expensive.
Fuck, it's not cheap. Can I tell you that I just had my night made? I went and checked some of the comments, right? And I just noticed that a friend of mine that I grew up with is now following us in the Seamoss group. And this guy's been trolling me for the last 2 years about Seamoss. Because anytime I put some post on my normal page, he would make some joke like, well, does it include Seamoss or do we get free Seamoss with it? You know what I mean? And for a long time, I'm just like, fuck you. You know what I mean? And I ignore him. But just now he just posted and commented on the group about rhubarb. And so I was like, oh my God, he's in the group. Like next thing you know, I'm going to get a phone call. He's going to be asking me about Seamoss. You know what I mean? But,
hey, like what it is that when you first start off, people are really going to think that it's a fad.
Yep.
Like it's just a phase. Now, because it's been on for 2 years, 2+ years now, people are now looking at okay, but what is this again?
Yeah.
Like now the question pops back up because it ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
Like, so I think the thing is, I think you'll get more regular customers and steady customers that really, really are not into the fad of it, and now are really looking at it like, okay, so how can this help me in my day-to-day situation?
But and that's a good point that you brought up, because that's something I've noticed in every single business. Any business you start, you're always going to have people talking shit when you first started. Do you mean like the amount of people that were like freaking out when they found out that I had went to St. Lucia, and then as I'm in St. Lucia, they see I'm starting this business. They're just like, "What? You're in St. Lucia? You started a Seamoss business? Are you fucking crazy? Like, how are you even doing that?"
They're scared for like they're projecting their fears on you.
Yeah, totally.
That's all that is, and what it is, they're just telling you, I'm too scared to do that.
Yeah, totally. That is exactly what it is. In fact, anytime someone gives you advice, that's my belief. When they give you advice, they're not giving you advice; they're giving themselves advice. They're just directing it at you.
Yeah.
So just saying, you and both y'all sell it, both y'all sell it dry, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just saying this for someone. I mean, for someone who just sells the wet, but I'm just saying this for an expansion mind too. Like if I was a person who just sells dry, but just seeing from different angles. Let me tell you, a person just sells wet would never want you, never want anybody else to know about you, especially if they buy from you. And just think about it. If you were just selling apples, you were someone making applesauce, or really made some really good orange juice, just selling oranges, they wouldn't want to tell anybody who they got their oranges from because they don't want someone else to replicate.
That's the problem with black people right there.
That's the biggest situation right now.
That's the problem right now. Why? Because guess what? I don't go to the grocery store, and I don't go to my fruit stands where I go to, and I don't see Seamoss there. Because if I know for sure, if I seen Seamosses on the shelf at a fruit stand that I usually go to, that means people understand how to use it and work it. The people who understand use and work it are only like the people selling it. Stuff. It shouldn't be like that. It should be more people who understand to grow it and stuff like that. And then that's when the market is going to grow. It's going to get flooded. That's when. But y'all already have y'all staples in it because y'all have your reputation set. Y'all good. But with other people, they don't want nobody else to know that. Seamoss is easy to make. It is not hard. And don't even push that. Don't push it. It's hard to make. To get the flavor right, it's hard to make. But that's with anything. That's with vegan macaroni. That's why everybody likes it.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's the flavor.
You're right. Like, okay, so, but what ends up happening is people got to understand collaboration. Like, I tell people now all the time that I guess I would probably still consider myself one of the biggest suppliers in the United States, but I get my Seamoss from Julien now. Mm-hmm. It just works better for me. And plus, I love the quality. So what happens is that it goes to a point where people are truthful. And people will say, hey, look here, like, I'm being truthful. I'm coming from being one of the biggest suppliers as far as I've had 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 pounds of Seamoss just sitting in my warehouse. Mm-hmm. I like it better dealing with Julien and not having to have that much Seamoss just sitting around. Mm-hmm. Because my investment's a little bit different than Julien's investment. Julien's invested in St. Lucia as far as on the ground, and he has people, and they have a business that's over there. My business is over here. And so
and you have more business opportunities too. You have a you could, man, listen, right now, listen, you can go to Sprouts. I'm pretty sure, bro. I won't lie to you, man. Like, I went to Sprouts so many times. I was like, man, if they had Seamoss, they would blow up because they have the friggin' Whole Foods, right? They have Seamoss at Whole Foods. The Whole Foods is like Sprouts, and Sprouts is just a cheaper version of old school food. They do not have Seamoss and Sprouts yet. If they get it in there, because they have spelt flour, they took spelt flour off the shelf because they would run out so much. It's so hard to find like certain things in Sprouts, especially when it blows up on the internet. So I'm like, God dang it, they hard on the spell. So if Sprouts if you approach Sprouts and you can get in one, you will be able to friggin' flourish. You will destroy. Because I even thought, I was like, I need to go to Sprouts, but I was like, I don't have the right criteria. But you might have them.
Well, hold on. You don't know if you have the right criteria. You don't even know what Sprouts criteria is.
I thought about it too, but nah, man. Julien, I'm telling you, like, it's not that. It's like, if I approach them, they're going to ask for certain things I know.
No, you don't know what they're going to ask. Remember that. That's one of the biggest mistakes I see people do. They try to predict their future, and you're not Nostradamus. You don't know what they could just be like, fuck, you know what? We were just waiting for you to come in. When can you get started? Oh, don't worry about that. We got a team. You don't have UPs? Don't worry, we'll hook you up with that. We'll do it. But you got the source, right? Boom, bam. You know, like the amount of times things have happened to me where I went into it without like thinking that something else was going to happen. I try not to. I mean, I do it sometimes, but I try not to guess what the person's going to do unless I know the person well enough to predict their behavior. But you don't know. For all you know, you could get behind the corner at Whole Foods and the guy making the decision is just like you and he's waiting for a guy like you to hook up. Try it. Trust me. Just find out what it is. Then you know. Then you can say, well, I called them and this is what they need. You might, realize too. And here's the thing. It might seem hard to do, right? But then when you start doing it, you realize, hey, this is not as hard as it is. You know what I mean? And you figure it out and then you're stronger because of that. Like, bro, I did not know how to ship Seamoss from St. Lucia. I didn't even know how to fucking ship I didn't even know I've never shipped shit. But I figured it out. Do you know what I mean? And now we're shipping 3,000 pounds and we're you know what I mean? We're shipping like by different methods and you know what I mean? I got custom broker and blah, blah, blah. If I said to myself, well, shipping's too hard, you know what I mean? I don't think I have the resources for it. Then that's your choice. That's your decision. Your whole life and future comes down to decisions you make. And you need to be mindful of all the decisions you make because a lot of times we make decisions like, how they say you're your own worst enemy? We are our own worst enemy. Like most of the things that I'm lacking is because of my decisions not to take the time to do it or to do that. It's not because it's too hard. It's because I tell myself it's too hard or it's too challenging. And I'm not, and I'm just being like this just because I'm trying to drop a seed in your mind to change your mindset so that you the next time you go to say something like that, you're going to remember the conversation I had and you're going to go, you know what, let me try it a different way. And then when you try it a different way, hopefully it will work. That's my prayer. And then you'll see that I was right. Because if it doesn't work, then I'm fucked.
Nah, I get it. I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Just try it. If you have it in you, just try it. If it doesn't feel,
yeah. So I have Moss Boss here on Instagram, and he said we need to approach all these stores together. Tell him that's how I got started. Yeah, Moss Boss got started because he went to one store, and he started with that one place, and then you leverage the next store to the next store. And I don't think when he started, he knew how to get into the store. You know what I mean? He just went and found out what it was, and then he went and did what it takes.
Shout out to Moss Boss. Yeah, man. I know his story because I remember when he came, gave me your flowers and appreciated you.
Huh?
He did, man. And
I swear, like, just just all of that, man. I always appreciate when someone else says it.
Mm-hmm.
And they come to it. It's a beautiful thing. One, and you see someone else growing from it. You see like the seed that something that you wasn't, like you planted. Is just the collaboration y'all did.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably going to do something in the future where he could change someone else's life.
Yeah. So one of the things he added here was he said, God gave me the confidence, which is a lot of times that's, the relationship you have with God can be so powerful. He said, I made over 100,000 from my first store. Now I'm changing my community. And I think that's why God puts people like us in these positions to give us these opportunities, is because he's looking for us to do something with it. And it's like important that we be mindful of how we can better the people around us to improve, you know what I mean? So that we can fulfill our purpose, I was just going to ask you, Sean, how you doing, bro?
Hey, I'm good. I'm in the kitchen whipping it up.
Yes.
I got my mask on, but yeah, I'm in the kitchen late night.
That's it. What are you making? Gels or body butters or what?
You know what? I'm in the kitchen making some strawberry seamoss.
Nice.
Right now.
All right. So
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
I'm enjoying this conversation though.
Oh yeah, it's been all over the place, from Jay-Z to Drake to fucking, all kinds of shit. That's what I like about these shows. I don't like it if it was all about one subject or this and that. And I think that's what's going to create longevity in what we're doing here. You know what I mean? Because there is no set format. Anything we can talk about, and you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I am thinking about, I have been talking with a few people about the possibility of me maybe slowing down the amount of live streams that I'm doing here and then changing some of this into more of an exclusive club, because there is a lot of people that are like literally raping this information, and not to say that I expect anything back, but it's almost like, I know this sounds incredibly selfish, but I'm more interested in helping the cool people than I'm interested in helping the dicks, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? So I would rather be in a community where we're all respectful of each other, we're all mindful, and we're all helpful, and we're boosting ourselves up, than someone that comes in like a leech, takes all the information, and then tries to screw everybody else for the benefit of themselves. And that was something that kind of was pointed out, like, could be a possibility. And yeah, that fucking concerns me. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't mind if someone I think is cool does better than me, but if someone's a douchebag and they're doing better and they're messing it up for everybody else in the space for their own fucking, you know what I mean, gain, which tends to happen sometimes, I don't know. I don't think I would be. I don't like that, and I don't like. It's one thing that they did it, but I don't want to give them the tools to cause me problems down the road.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? So I feel like it might be important for us to kind of like control the amount of information that's being put out and making sure it's getting directed to the right people.
Yeah.
The people that are serious about their games, that are going to take this information and try to better their community, better their surroundings, better their people, and are even willing enough to share this information. Because I don't want to give it to people and then they take it and they're like, well, I'm not sharing it with anybody. You know what I mean? Like, even real, what you were saying earlier about how these guys don't want people to, like, I have guys that literally get mad if I like their page because they're like, bro, don't like my shit. I don't want anybody knowing that who you are. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, bro, why wouldn't you? Like, in some ways, you bringing me more business is going to help your business. Because if I'm buying more Seamoss and I'm paying less for my Seamoss, guess who I'm going to hook up? Especially if I know you're the guy that's sending me links. Do you know what I'm saying? I'll be all over that. I'll be, bro, I'll give you Seamoss for free. Like that's what I do in real estate. There's guys that I just take out and treat nice because they give me 5 or 6 clients and they know that's why I'm doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like, don't think about this small mindset, because the reality is that guy that you hook that wants you to hook them up, or you don't want them to find, they're gonna figure out where they're either gonna find me or they're gonna find someone else like me. They're not gonna stop, you know what I mean, on this shit until the thing. Hey, Moss Boss, it's not even comments on my page. Like, I know out of respect, you don't comment the page, but to not like it, you know what I mean? Like, how many people actually go into the likes to see who's liking the likes? Like, I do that once in a while, but most people I don't think do it. But this guy was afraid that someone's going to see me and that they were going to go, you know. But I'll say this, and a lot of my customers will attest to this. If I get a customer, like say you're in a state and you're buying a lot of Seamoss from me, if I get another person in that same neighborhood that's trying to buy the same amount of Seamoss or more, I'll give that guy a call, especially if I like him. You know, I'm going to give him a call and say, hey, do you know this guy? You know what I mean? He's trying to buy some Seamoss off me. Do you deal with it? And in fact, one guy, I figured out that he was buying off one of the people who was buying more off me. And so I literally went back to him and said, bro, I know who you're buying from. Why don't you go back to that person and tell them you need more Seamoss and they give you a better price. And then I called that person and I said, hey, this guy's going to call you. You know what I mean? If you get the Seamoss from him, get him up to this number, and I'll drop your price a little bit.
Right.
Like, there's no reason why we can't negotiate and work and if you have a good relationship with your supplier, you know what I mean? That should be a no-brainer. Bro, I'll treat the customers that are in my what is it? A bird in a hand is worth more than 2 in the bush. So, like, even still, if you're not happy with your supplier and you want a better price, it's better to go work with them before you. And I would even say to them, hey, before I go look elsewhere, I just want to check with you to see what you can do. How can we work this out? And you need to go to them and be like, I'll buy more Seamoss if you can give me a better price. I don't know any supplier that would turn that opportunity down and let you go somewhere else to spend more, to buy more Seamoss. You know what I mean? Like, I'll lose a couple dollars on the pound or $1 on the pound if I know you're buying an extra 50 pounds. What? Oh, I thought you were saying something, Sean.
No, I think it's like in the state, you see that.
Hey, Sean, you might need to mute your mic because I think your background noise is making it hard to hear real.
Oh,
it's okay.
What
were you saying, Real?
No, I'm saying like the reason why if you keep on doing business like that, you're going to basically you're going to get more business. That's good business in the eyes of like I think that's good business. You're helping out you're helping out someone who's a supplier, well, not just your buyer. You're helping your buyer get more customers.
Mm-hmm.
That a supplier support. That is good business. So that's all everybody asks for. If I bring you more business, I would, like if I'm going to bring you exponential, friggin' out your mind, I would expect this a little bit on the back end because I'm bringing you more, can you help me out? So that type of business deal, like at a certain point, you might have to cut these off because like what you're saying, like you're giving out too much game. People gonna start bragging on you, bro. Why are you saying that bro? Chill out, bro. Like, why are you giving out all of that? Like, you feel me? People gonna be getting on you with all of that. I have to spend my time. It's awesome. It's like seeing that gold.
Well, that's the thing. A couple people kind of said, "Oh, you're giving out too much game," and as further we were discussing, it was like, well, maybe it's just you're not giving out the game, too much game to the wrong people. And then I was like, okay, yeah, I get that. You know? But hey, what's up, Moss Boss?
So yeah.
I'm good. I'm there. We're just talking about business, I guess, business practices, you know, worrying about, how do you say it, competition, not sharing your plug or your source, you know.
I'm big on collaboration over competition.
True. But at the same time, I understand the need. If you have a good link, like, I don't know, there's times where I'll protect my link. But it's mainly because I don't want anybody going to my link and fucking, like I said, if you're a dick, you're not getting my link. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that reflects you too. You know what I mean?
That's almost the thing. That would be my reasoning. Is that I have my reputation to maintain. I'm not going to someone and saying, hey, do business with this guy. And then the guy comes to me and is like, dude, why did you bring that guy to me? Like, that was the worst mistake. Mm-hmm. And I've done that before where I've tried to, like, you know, hook up a guy that I knew sold herbs and then to a guy that needed to buy herbs. And then the guy's like, bro, why'd you hook me up with this guy? This is bullshit. This guy did this, he did that. The herbs were bad. And it's just like, you know, that's why it's like you want to help everybody out, but you also have to be mindful of who you help out and how. And some people are just not helpable.
Right. And I look at it as, I know a lot of people that even possibly may want to get into a potential store. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
It's like, I could make that connection, but do I want to make it? Will it end well? You know what I mean? So everything really depends on your name at the same time. So you gotta be mindful of that.
Yeah. And here's something I'll bring as a flip side, right? This is something I experienced when I was younger. So I used to have this good friend of mine who ran nightclubs. Like, he ran the biggest network of nightclubs in Toronto, right? He was like the king of clubs. And so a lot of my people that I would meet, when they found out that I was tight friends with him, the first thing they would be is like, you know, can you make an introduction? Can you do this, this, and that? And I did it once or twice. But what I found out was that when the guy would, when I would introduce him to my friend would like fucking literally grill them and just make it difficult for them. And so when I was kind of saying, well, I hooked you up with the guy, blah, 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 you know, why did you do all that? He's like, bro, anybody that's coming to me through you, I have to question why they think they need you to get to me.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah. Instead of just going themselves.
Yeah, he's like, well, fuck, my number's in the phone book. Why don't these guys call me and just, you know what I mean? But they'll be quick to use you to get to me. You know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, you're right. He's like, so what did they give you to get to me? Did they give you any money? Did they hook you up somehow? I'm like, no, there was a favor. See? That's what he said. He's like, bro, well, how are you, you know what I mean? Like, how are you giving this away? Yeah, you know? So I was like, and so I would tell people that, like I can introduce you, but it's going to be more of, it's going to look bad on you more.
Look, Julien, that's like me liking a girl and I'm using you for the middleman. How is that going to look?
This is what I'm saying.
No confidence, no, you know what I mean? So, yeah, that's not it.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of tell him is like, I'll do it, but know that this is how he's going to perceive you. And when I tell them that, they're like, you know what? I'll just call the guy myself. Yeah, I'm like, call the guy and casually mention everything. Yeah, casually mention you know me, but don't make me do the introduction. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because then it's like, yeah, no, it's just stand on your own feet. You know what I mean? It don't like, because then you're riding on the reputation, and if he sees me as a goofball, he's gonna think you're a goofball.
Yeah.
You know?
That's associated with whatever you got going on too.
Mm-hmm. And really, truly, outside of business, like, I can be pretty goofy. I'm a fucked up guy like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
So I want to say what's up to everybody on the clubhouse. How many people you got on there?
So I got right now Rio and Sean Wilson. You know Wilson Strong?
No.
Okay. Sean, what city are you in?
I'm in Gulfport, Mississippi.
Mississippi. Yeah, so he does Wilson Strong Zone, and he makes the Seamoss gels and then a few other body care products. You're still making the body care products and stuff, right?
So
I'm doing face masks
Yeah.
and shampoo right now.
Sorry, what
so
you?
that's Alabama. That's Alabama.
That's Mississippi.
Yeah,
Oh,
Mississippi.
Mississippi. Okay.
Yeah.
How far are you from Alabama?
I'm probably like I'd say about 3 hours, 4 hours, something like that. Not sure really.
Okay. No, because I'm supposed to be going out there for the they having Mardi Gras at the end of the month.
Oh yeah, we have that all the
I
time.
didn't know Mardi Gras originated or came from Alabama.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that either. I was just about to say, like, how are they doing that and not New Orleans?
One of my mentors, he's from Alabama, so he was telling me about it. I didn't know they had white beaches in Alabama. It's a lot of shit in Alabama.
They're connected to the water in Alabama? I guess so, eh? My geography is so bad.
Yeah.
My geography is so bad. Like, I know everything in Canada and some of the things, but States, I'm really bad. Which, you know, most Americans don't know nothing about Canada.
Yeah. Shit, I learned everything through you. Shit. You talking about the six?
Yeah. So the reason why they call it the six, like, or at least they think that Drake is connected with the six in Toronto, is because of the 416. But then we also have 6 boroughs in our city. So we have like Scarborough, Toronto, North York, Etobicoke, or whatever. So that's what they were saying was like the connection of why he was calling himself the sixth god, because he was god of Toronto and the 6 boroughs. Yeah, because he also has a lot of, I guess, street followers, guys that are on the street. He hangs around a lot of fucking Somalis. Those Somalis are crazy.
Somalians?
Yeah, they're nuts, dude. I dated a couple women like that. They were fucking insane. Like, one of them ended up punching me in the face and shit. Yeah, it's like, you know, I'm dropping her off, and it was a long story, but it was one of those things where I was done with her. I was like, you know, like, lose my number, da 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 da. And so, you know, I was dropping off somewhere, and I was like, bye, and then she just fucking suckered me as I was leaving. I was like, that fucking bitch. But, you know, I took my lumps, and I was, you know what? It was worth the parting gift to never have to see her again. Because she was just straight. She was too gangster for me. What are you saying, Rio?
I think you dated a couple, so it's something, right? You gotta let us know what's up with Somalians, because you said you dated a couple. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, Somalis are hot. So are Ethiopians. Yeah. Same with Persians. I'm big on the exotics.
He said he wanted sorry.
So you dated Ethiopians, Persians, and Somalians?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm married a Persian.
Yeah. All right. And this is in Toronto?
Yeah. That's the thing. In Toronto, everything, like, you can get anything. Like, you'll find a girl that's like half Thai, half Somali, half Spanish, or something. You know what I mean? Or half black, half Filipino, half Mexican.
It's cold out here.
Yeah.
It's 30 degrees.
Just some wild mixes. You know? It's definitely a melting pot in this city. What?
You will see a Filipino mixed with black, white, and stuff like that, like Filipinos and stuff like that, but you do not see a combination of like Persian unless you're in like a city like Chicago or something like
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you don't see that out all over the
Hey,
place.
Julien,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm about to see my TPS. I'm gonna hop back on in a second.
Okay. Cool. No problem. But yeah, you'd get crazy combinations in Toronto, like crazy, and even just all sorts of like variations of one culture. You know what I mean? Like there's all different kinds of Filipinos, or not Filipinos, of Somalis, or different kinds of um, Ethiopians, or even Eritrean. And that's the thing too. The cultures of the foods is crazy. Like I can get the best Eritrean food, the best Ethiopian food, the best like Chinese food, all in like within 10 minutes of each other. Like when it comes to food in Toronto, we're definitely spoiled, like crazy spoiled.
Yeah,
Yeah, with the
I'm
different.
gonna have to make a trip one day.
Yeah, make a trip and just go hang out at the mall. You'll be amazed. You just be like, what?
So hold on, let me ask you something. Like, is it like, are you close to? It's Mount Everest, right?
Huh?
What's the water? My bad.
Lake Ontario.
Huh?
Lake Ontario?
No, it's like a fall.
Niagara Falls.
Niagara. Oh my God, said Mount Everest. God, please, y'all, everybody.
So out of there. Like,
Niagara Falls.
like
man.
Mount Everest isn't even in the continent. I was like, what is this? Yeah, Niagara Falls. Niagara Falls is pretty crazy. Like it's a big, and they can shut it off if they want to. That's the power of human engineering, you know. But yeah, Niagara Falls is beautiful. They have a nice casino out there and shit. We used to go there for all the strip clubs. Which I
You broke on the last part. You said what?
No, I say Niagara Falls. It was known for all the strip clubs. Like we would go there, and as when we were younger, that was like the road trip. You know, you drive an hour. Huh?
Strip club.
Strip clubs, yeah, because
Yo,
they have all kinds of strip clubs out there because they're so close to the American border.
that's like, I can't lie. That's like a fire ass name. Like
Yeah.
Niagara strip club, bro.
Dude, the strip clubs were next level there. They would have like 4 simultaneous stages going at the same time. So imagine 4 chicks getting naked, like on the stage, and then there's all these other chicks roaming around, like all 10 stunners. You know what I mean? And because it was like the go-to spot because they had all that American money, right? So all the prettiest girls in the province would be there working, and it would just be like massive, like. And up here we can get fully naked. It's not like in the States where you can only go topless or whatever. It's like full on nude, full on touching, full on everything. Yeah, it's crazy. But I always wondered, like did COVID kill strip clubs now? Because like, do they even exist?
The people who don't care still going. I'm gonna let you know right now.
Okay.
Yeah, like, well, over here, I remember, bro. Well, okay. When COVID started and stuff like that, it was scarce, yes.
Mm.
But as soon as they let the lift up, it was over. And like, it was busting. all the strippers came out. It was out there.
Wow.
Yeah, it was.
Some of them were hurting, probably. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But and then another thing with, okay, so you remember OnlyFans blew up during this. Okay, so the strippers who were smart, a lot of them got on OnlyFans, started doing their things on the internet and stuff like that. But they noticed like you get way faster money during working on the floor because you're there, you can get You just find your target. They can zone in who they want.
Oh, it's a hustle. You know what I mean? There's pure manipulation on that shit. You know?
Exactly. But the ones who knew how to work the internet and they knew how to tease, and they knew how to, zone in on, their people. They knew how to get their customers fast.
Yeah. And I'm surprised they didn't have it. Well, I think they had OnlyFans. A lot of times when you see these products that come out and they become real popular, it's not the first variation of that idea. It's like the fifth or sixth, to the point where it's been refined so much that now it's become popular, or that so many have happened beforehand that this person's willing to put time in it and invest in it to be proven. Like, even with the Seamoss, part of the reason why you haven't really seen it blow up is because no one's really decided, okay, I'm going to step up and I'm going to put the investment in. Because to do the investment, to say get into Sprouts or stuff, you're talking like $100,000 probably. Like, how many stores does Sprouts have? Huh?
Look, right.
How much?
Hold on.
Let's Google that. How many stores does Sprouts have? It's so funny. It's like as you're typing, it's almost like they were listening to what you're saying. Okay, so there's 362 stores nationwide. Right? So imagine you had to stack an average of 5 pounds per store, which realistically you probably would have to do more, especially if you're selling it by the pound. But if you're selling it by less, maybe you have to do less, right? You could get away with like 8 ounces or something like that. But even at 5 pounds, right? That's 362. That's 1,800 pounds right there. And that's just doing a small number, and that's just supplying the first supply. If these guys run through 5 pounds in a week, then you probably would have to have like 2 to 3 weeks of supply on hand, because you've got to take time to package this stuff, label it, seal it, box it. Do you know what I mean? 1,800 packages, even as pounds, that's not going to happen overnight. You know what I mean? Even in a few hours. So let's say they have 3 weeks of supply. That's 5,430 pounds. You know what I mean? That's a lot of Seamoss to invest in. And then you probably won't see that profit for like 2 to 3 months, if that. Because there's got to be time to sell it, time to reconcile all the stores, and then for them to cut you a check. You know what I mean? So 5,000 a pound, and if you were even paying, say, $15 a pound for it, that's $81,450. Who do you know is willing to put $81,000 on the line to get into stores? Huh?
If I had that, I put all my money.
You gotta speak closer to the phone, because I can't even hear you. It's so far away.
Can you hear me?
A little bit better.
Let me see if it comes back.
Yeah, there's some kind of like feedback he had.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, a lot better.
Yeah, I did say when it gets like that, just tell me leave and come back. Because I remember you telling someone else that, and
It worked.
anyway. But I would, if I had 81,000, because I put all my money one time in the Seamoss. Like everything I had, I put it all I had into Seamoss. So if I had 81,000, I would put that in real quick.
Yeah, okay. No one's questioning whether or not you'd. If I had $81,000, I'd put it in the Seamoss. My question is, who do you know that has $81,000 and is willing to put it on the line for Seamoss? Do you feel me?
What color Seamoss did you buy? Just straight gold with all your money, or you bought different colors?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh Oh yeah, yeah. I just went with gold. I didn't want to dabble. That's because that's all I knew. So.
Mm-hmm.
Gold.
What strand did you get? The Conscious Christmas or the Graciolera?
The Graciolera. That's all I bought. But at that time, that's when I that's all I had. So I said, get it, because I was dabbling in it, but I was making some gel. I did good the first 2 times, so I said I might as well just go all in and try to triple my money instead of buying little bulks. Because who I was buying it from, I got more. More money I spent, I got it better.
Yeah.
Right.
That's how it should be. You shouldn't be paying the same price for 20 pounds as you're paying for like 100. But that's kind of like how it is in St. Lucia. Like whether I buy 3,000 pounds or I buy 50 pounds, I pay the same price per pound. Yeah, I know. It hurts. It hurts to say that because I work on the volume discount. But what happens is that if you are moving in a lot, then you can save on other things like the cost of the vehicles. We can buy more boxes and save costs on boxes. We save the cost on shipping because if we ship more to like more Seamoss at a given time, we can negotiate a better rate and stuff like that. I think the only advantage we have by buying a lot of Seamoss is that we were able to get we have better selection in our choice because the people will sell us their better Seamoss first because we're always buying. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I like that point you made about just going ahead and not second guessing yourself because you'll write yourself out so much. That's one thing you got to be able to control your thoughts, man. I'm really bad at counting myself out before I even go and take the chance on doing stuff.
This is. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just amen to myself.
But this is what I believe. Having a strong faith in God is important because it's my belief that it's the devil or the negative energies that are coming in and putting that doubt in your mind. You know what I mean? That kind of like, oh, you can't do it. Oh, this won't work. Oh, this, you're going to fail at this and that. But it's within God and the Holy Spirit that can fulfill you and give you that optimism. See what I mean? A lot of times, sometimes when I'm talking, even when I'm giving this stuff in the game, as crazy it sounds, there's times where I feel like I'm not really talking. There's someone talking through me, and I'm listening to what they're telling me to say, and I'm just repeating it.
So what would you, like, sometimes I'll be worried about, oh, I don't look right, or I don't look the part, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. And that could be like some of my concerns, or they're going to turn around like, oh, no, we don't want to buy anything from you. Like, do you think you're a certain way to dress, or you just go in there with your regular clothes on and just be yourself, or something like that?
It all depends, right? It all depends on how much of the market you want to capture. And the reason why I laugh is because if you saw me in real estate, you'd be like, this guy, like the amount of times I'll go on a showing and the other agent will show up and think that my client is the agent and I'm the fucking buyer. It's so funny because I dress like I don't always wear a tie. I don't dress all fancy. And sometimes it's like I just rolled out of bed, right? But at the end of the day, it's like my skills outshine my appearance. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And so
yes, for me, it's the other way around.
Like sometimes when I see guys perfect and they're all dressed right and they're dressed apart, it's like, well, what are you hiding? Do you know what I mean? Like, why do you feel the need to be exactly perfect? You know what I mean? And where I run into someone who's kind of like more like me, who's just good at what they do and they don't give a shit about anything else. It's like, okay, does this guy really know what he's talking about, or is he just pretending to know what he's talking about? And then, I ask a few questions, and if because sometimes people will not give a shit and not know shit, right? But then there's times where guys don't give a shit because they know so much shit. You know what I mean? And so you just got to figure that out. But ultimately, like, you have to dress the part for the market that you want to attract, not the market you think you want to attract. And you want to attract in a market that makes you most happy to serve them. Like, there's part of the reason why not to say talk back, because I don't hate Dr. Sebi. Everybody thinks they do. But I bring up the rocks and all that kind of stuff because I kind of don't want to do business with these guys that believe in that. Do you know what I'm saying? Or I'll ever phrase it this way. I'm not upset when I lose business like that. Do you know what I'm saying? Because in some ways, those guys aren't the people that I like doing business best with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I learned this in real estate from a friend of mine who does like extremely well. This girl sells like makes $1 million selling real estate. And I remember she telling me this story about some guy, and I was like, my response was kind of like, well, didn't you go after him and try and get the business, like close the deal? Like, that's a $50,000 sale. And she was like, I think it was something about the guy complaining about what she was going to do for the commission she was going to charge and stuff. And she was like, hell no, I told the guy to step. And I'm like, really? Why? She's like, listen, I don't want to do transactions with anybody that's not ready to high five me and say, let's do this. If you're coming at me like what am I going to do? Like, if you don't know what I'm going to do for you and you're second guessing me before I even started and you want to talk about like reducing my pay, I'm not happy to do business with that. Why waste time? So focus on your time on the people you like doing business and don't worry about anybody else. Do you know what I mean? And then those people, if getting to those people that you want to do business require you to put on a suit, then you put on a suit.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But don't put on a suit to go, be the everything to everybody, because you're going to do business with people you don't like more than you do business that you do like, and those people will steal your energy. And that's the energy you need to
it's
continue.
very important to protect their energy.
Seriously, there's two types of people. I've identified this. There's two types of people in the world. There's givers and there's takers, right? The problem is takers will act like they're givers. They all act like they're givers. You need to be able to identify the real takers, because as they get into more of your life, they take your stuff and then you run out of energy. You want to focus around just givers, because as they give you energy. Do you know what I mean? And then you give back energies because you want to be a giver too. And it creates a cycle that is like, you know what I mean? It's like energy cycle that's constantly flowing and never, you know what I mean? It's like we never lose energy because we're fulfilling each other up.
Right.
Yeah.
I like the way you put that, because I was just thinking about the same thing. Like, you do something so big, and then here come the energy suckers to come and drain your energy up, all your hard work you put in. And it's like, after you get to talking to them, you feel drained after the next day, like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Listen, if someone's freaking out because, like, I do fast shipping, but if someone starts freaking out because the order hasn't shipped in 2 days, that's not my customer. Do you know what I mean? I want a customer that might get upset, say, hey, I have a problem, but we'll talk on the phone and work something out. You know what I mean?
Right.
And when people are like that and they're cool, I'll throw a free gift in the bag, or, you know what I mean? I'll make sure the Seamoss weighs a little bit more, because they were nice and respectful, and I like doing business, and I want to continue doing business with them. You know what I mean? But the ones that try to like make it like, try to make me like provide like as if I'm Walmart, not Walmart, like Amazon or whatever. Like I'm this, like I'm sitting on an empire of cash. You know what I mean? That I can afford to do all this shit. Like I'm a fucking small business. Do you know what I mean? Like I can't afford to give returns like the way they think, or they do this crazy shit that like this the other day. This lady was like, I have this subscription thing, and this drives me crazy. The amount of people that do it, and they'll order the subscription and then cancel it, or want to cancel it a week later, a month later. And it's like, no, this clearly says you have a fucking 4-month commitment of purchasing this stuff. That's why you're getting the price that you're getting. You know what I mean? If you couldn't do this like, why did you order this if you didn't know what you were ordering? So that was my little rant there.
Oh no, trust me, I'm a very strong believer of subscribing and unsubscribing for that price change.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just being honest because this one product I get is really good for nootropics and focus and stuff like that. It's called Quality of Mind, but it's like $100 and some bucks for like 3 weeks worth of supplements. So if you subscribe, you get half price off. So why not? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So but yeah, I understand people that do that because I've done it. But once you're in once it's like a contract thing though, you should hold them to your contract. That's almost like a word agreement. This different from a contract or saying that I'm going to subscribe and I committed to like 4 months of paying you.
Mm-hmm. I would almost respect you more if you kind of called me up and said, listen, you got a 3 month subscription. I just want the deal right now. I'll try my Seamoss. If I like your Seamoss, I'll buy it. But right now, I'd be like, okay, fuck it. You know what? Here you go. Boom. You know what I mean? Because I liked your honesty and your respect, right? Rather than trying to pull one off me and you know what I mean? Try to do it behind my back. Because that just angers me. Because mainly it's coming from black people. And I get upset because I'm like, you know, we're dealing with a problem right now where everybody thinks that we're criminals and we're pimps and we're drug dealers and shit like that. And rather than go and try and you know, put some respect on our name, you go right out and do exactly what people, and you do it to your own kind. You know what I mean? Like, why don't you go rip off some white people or something? Like, why are you doing it to the, like, you know, crabs in a barrel?
Man, it's hard, especially when that's all you know. You know, you go back to it. Once you start trying to get out the bucket, then things fall hard on some people. They go back to what they know or what they think is going to work best out for them.
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, you shouldn't try to get someone that's in a small business. Or I can see a big corporation where they got millions or billions of dollars where you know might try to pull something like that. But you know, these people they have like business like me and you are just trying to get an honest living just like everybody else. So you got to take them in consideration that, hey, maybe they might need this, you know. And I did, you know, just be a word of your man of your word or woman.
Yeah. Yeah. Or at least try to meet them part way, or, you know what I mean? Just, I don't know.
Yeah.
It is what it is, you know. Probably lost a few customers because of the shit I say.
Hey, but like you said, though, those aren't the customers that you want, and you know you find yourself having more energy to put into the customers that you do want, and that's fine. You know, that's a win-win situation because you got to protect your energy. Because if you're going around on lower energy, you can lose in so many different spots in your life with just that low vibe. You know what I'm saying? Coming in with low energy after being sucked, you know, and drained from someone that just have any business talking to you. It's like, oh my gosh, why did I just spend almost 30 minutes talking to this person?
Yeah. And I feel like I walked out with less than what I started with.
But
oh man, too much.
You never know.
Pardon?
I say you never know who you might encounter, but just like you say, you got to know who. You got to be able to see them from the very beginning of their conversation.
Yeah.
Just to let y'all know too, so I tell a lot of people who I give Seamoss to. I've tried it myself a few times, but just for absorption, if y'all tell someone that, or if you add vitamin C to your Seamoss, but vitamin C helps absorption. Like, check it up, like it helps absorb iron, but it's a lot of other vitamins that it actually helps absorb. And minerals, and if you look it up, but I think that's where the whole orange juice in the morning thing came from. Because if you notice, like, you know, a lot of people drink orange juice in the morning, but they take supplements too. But that's why I think it came from like orange. Anyway, yeah, man, like, but you're like, you know, just for the selling game, if you sell.
Oh yeah, I sell those gels now.
Yeah, for sure. So make sure you let them know that, especially like, you know, the older folks, like
let them know like it helps with absorption. Like just take a little bit because if you drink orange juice or something like that, it will raise your blood pressure because of blood sugar. But just a little bit. All you need is a little bit to take. And what I usually do is I actually mix by making a infusion. You make a strawberry. So you making strawberry, that strawberry be hitting with that vitamin C, with that orange juice. It like for real, like mix it up in there. And just tell her, it makes it a little thicker. What I do too sometimes is like my daughter, I do Nesquik, I do almond milk, and I make a strawberry pineapple, and that junk right there, the strawberry pineapple, and it smells like a fruit roll up. It smells very fruity. It smells really good. Like it smells. It's like if you smell it by itself, it makes you want to eat it by itself. If I add agave to it, I'm gonna be off the chain with it, but I don't because I don't be wanting to add nothing extra besides like fruit. But I mix that up with some orange juice and it's money. It's so good.
Mm-hmm. So you say Nesquik strawberry?
Oh yeah, Nesquik strawberry almond milk. I use the one of what's it called, the almond milk with the lady who was like from Starbucks. I forgot the name of it, but I use that almond milk. Nesquik. And I do strawberry pineapple. I have a strawberry one. It's strawberry and raspberry, and I either mix, but it's either a strawberry one. I mix that up. I shake it up. And the Nesquik helps just enhance the flavor, and it makes it taste like strawberry milk because of the almond milk. And the Seamoss thickens it up, so it gives it that with milk, that when you used to drink whole milk or 2%, it's that texture, that silky feeling. The Seamoss gives it that thickness of the actual milk. So I make a chocolate one with cacao. It's cacao, almond milk, coconut milk. I usually with the coconut milk I make myself with coconut water and the coconut jelly that I get from the store. Mm-hmm. This guy cuts it fresh right now. And coconut milk, almond milk, cacao, and a little bit of nutmeg, Seamoss, and I said almond milk, right? And then I just do all that together, and the Seamoss helps with that when you drink chocolate milk, that thickness. Seamoss, yes, that texture. Seamoss always nails the texture, and you just have to get the taste. And that's where a little bit of nutmeg, a little bit of vanilla, cacao, almond milk, but that one is awesome. And I'm thinking about doing a coffee one, but Julien's selling. One more time? What's the name of that? Friggin' the bean.
Cola nut.
Cola nut.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about. I'm gonna try the cola nut instead of coffee because I was thinking about doing a coffee one, but instead of the chocolate one, adding some coffee to it, give an extra boost. Like if someone drinks coffee, they need that extra. But instead of coffee, I might try the cola nut and see how that does.
I'm gonna start taking the cola nut a little bit more in the next couple of weeks. But I've noticed, I'm thinking it's like it says something about the metabolism. And I was just feeling my gut here. I feel like my gut is about to go down. So I have a feeling.
You feel like you're about to go down?
Yeah, I can tell. Like my weight fluctuates a lot. Like when I was in St. Lucia, I lost like 20 pounds. Yeah, I was down to like 195. And then when I came back here to Toronto, it was like I slowly saw my shit like going, you know what I mean? Like you could feel it. And it's just like, and then next thing I know, I started getting real sluggish and,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But I got to get back on this. It's not easy, though. Here, like, we're still on these lockdowns. I think they just started opening up gyms. And so I don't have a lot of opportunities to really exercise. And it's the winter time. So it's not like I can go ride a bike or do a run or something like that. There's ice everywhere. Can't run shit.
Man, that's one thing I wanted to ask you, but I didn't want to ask you on the live.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder how I always see this stuff that's going on, like counting and stuff like that. And I was wondering, is it true about how people are standing up against everybody and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, there's a little bit of a slight revolt happening up here, especially with the truckers in Ontario and stuff. But there's been like a silent sort of like protest going on where in certain environments, no one's wearing a mask, no one cares. Like even at my church, like no one they wear a mask just to walk in, but the second they get in and sit down, they take the mask off, and by the end of the service, no one's wearing a mask. So it's almost like they're just wearing the mask in case someone comes in and goes, hey, and that's the thing. There was a time where they created the impression that was what's going to happen. But the reality is it never happened. And I would always say that to people is like, dude, no one's busting in at the last minute saying, hey, where's your mask? We can't afford that. Like they're gonna throw a couple situations on the news saying this could happen, and then in the end, it's not going to happen. Like, I remember when I came back from St. Lucia, and everybody was like, "Oh, the government's going to call. Like, don't leave your house, and the government's going to call." I didn't leave my house, but the government never called me. Partly because they didn't have my information, but that was what confused me from the beginning. Is like, people were putting their actual address and phone number and giving it to the government, saying, here, call me and check up on me. I'm like, there's no way you're knowing where I live. Fuck you.
Government's like the boogeyman.
Yeah, I was like 123 Sesame Street. I think I gave them Pizza Hut. We have a pizza. Dude, whenever I want to give someone a fake number, I give them a number for this like pizza line called Pizza. Like we have a pizza chain, and the number is 967-1111. And so
We'll do that. That's a good joint. I'm gonna get like the local Pizza Hut number.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that joint.
Because once you give that to the number and they call it, they know what's up. They're like, oh, fuck this guy. He gave me a fake number. But sometimes you got to do that because, and what's funny is a couple of guys have caught onto it where they found out that I gave a fake number, and I said, bro, I got to do that because I don't know if you're just going to harass me, right? Because some of these guys do that. They just won't leave you alone when they call you. It's just like, they went to some sales training thing that told them, oh, never take no for an answer, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, no, bro. Like, sales 101. Like, if you're selling, you know what I mean? Like, you move on. Like, you shouldn't have to sell your product. Explain it, tell it what it is. But if you have to convince the person that they need to buy it, you've lost them.
Right.
Yeah, they should want to know. You should share a compelling enough story and reason or information about the product where they will just naturally buy it.
Right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, to waste your time.
Yeah. That's especially.
Huh? I had that happen to me today. Sometimes I go around the neighborhoods, just ask a few people that I might be in the grocery store, and I have my cooler in the back, and I ride around. I have all my paperwork as far as like the benefits of Seamoss, and I might see someone standing outside like, "Hey, have you heard of Seamoss? These are here are the benefits." They might look at it and be like, "Okay," and then I'm like, "Well, that's pretty much all I have. Would you be interested in get some today?" And I go straight to, "Would you be interested in get some today?" If they say yes or no, I'm going about my business. But if they don't even know about Seamoss, I'm just going to drive off. I think that's a waste of my time if they don't even know about Seamoss. What do you think?
No, hold on. Seamoss, like, how does that work for you? It's like, what is your statistics and how, like, going about it, and even approaching people who don't know about it? Have you tried convincing them? Like, how does that work out for you?
Sometimes you just get in the flow. Once you get that flow, you'll ask anybody that you see. So I got this thing. Most of the time, it was just me and my son in the back seat. He's like cute, adorable baby, and they love that. And so we're riding around through the neighborhoods where they're playing like football, or like they're having like a football season where like the little kids will go up there, and I have a cooler with like the purple Seamoss, the gold Seamoss, and different flavors, and I have my brochure of everything that I have. I got my website. So pretty much what I do is I'm like, hey, how you doing? Have you heard of Seamoss? I got a small business, whoop, and they be like, oh yeah. So boom, once they say, oh yeah, I'm pretty much going in from like, oh yeah. So I got someone interested, and once I'm in a big crowd, you're already in a big crowd, so everyone hears you talking, so everyone's looking. And just like y'all was saying earlier, if one person buys it, a lot more people want to buy it. Now that's pretty much a given right there. But most of the times, the hardest part of doing that is like, for one, finding a good location where you'll be comfortable with doing that, and for two, you're gonna burn some gas. Just know that, but you're getting yourself out there locally in the neighborhoods and stuff like that. But you also are building that confidence in your product and being able to sell yourself and your product and building that in those characteristics. It's going to make you a stronger salesman and a better business owner. And I like it. I really like being hands-on like that. That's the way I like to go about doing it. But it's kind of safe, unsafe. Do it like that. So you got to kind of know your areas that you're in, because people see you out there doing that type of stuff. They might either take advantage or call the cops on you because you're not supposed to be doing it. But be careful about that. And you can take your own judgment with it. I like it though, because I'm that type of person that loves to spread the word about Seamoss just off the bat. You know, it's a great product, and I'm helping so many people out. So I love it, man. The statistics are much better than waiting on someone to decide to go on my website, maybe see me on Facebook, and like, oh, I want to get some Seamoss. I like taking the initiative to actually go out there in the community and put the work in myself, because I'm once you get comfortable with it, you're gonna find yourself liking the adrenaline rush of being right there in front of a person and selling them Seamoss. And I'm telling you, it's a whole rush in itself, man. But to each his own. You know, some people that's not their style, but to each his own. You know, and then you also do the pop-up shops too. So.
That you brought up an interesting point, and it kind of you confirmed the thought that I had that I was sharing with someone, was that I believe that meeting someone, like say standing on a street corner where there's a lot of people and just trying to talk to people like there, is more effective than spending $60 on a Facebook ad.
Right.
Yeah. Because you know what I mean? Like the Facebook ad, they might see it, they might not, this and that. This you're saying, you know, right in front of people. And to answer your question, Rio, for me, my experience in any sales is like, okay, you don't want to spend too much time trying to convince someone something that they don't want. And usually they know whether or not they want it within 2 seconds. Like when they answer it, they know. And sometimes they'll give you, like, you just got to analyze the reasons that they're giving you. And I would give maybe 2 or 3 shots at some of the reasons that they're giving you. But if you kind of shut down those reasons for not buying it, and they're still not buying, like if you said, oh, well, it does this and it does that, and they're still not convinced, they're never going to be convinced. And that's where you, and here's the thing. Actually, let me rephrase that. It's not to say that they're never going to be convinced, but they're not ready right now. So remember who they are, but go focus on the people that are ready. And when you've exhausted all those people that are ready, then you call them up and say, hey, are you ready yet for Seamoss? You know what I mean?
Right. And it's also a good idea to invest in like those brochures, those business cards, even though most people throw them away, but it's just always good. Like, hey, where's that card at? Because once they go out and do their own research, they might come back like, hey, where's that card I had? That guy gave me so and so.
Yeah. Yeah. No, the right material, the right people. Not everybody will keep it, but you just need one person to keep it. Like, I do a lot of advertising for real estate, and we did this one flyer where we were spending maybe about $400 or $500 a month pushing this flyer into this building, and we did it for the last 4 or 5 months with nothing, right? But then we got one client, and we did enough transactions with this one client that we made more money in 1 month than some people make in a year.
Yes, that part. I'm telling you, man. Like I was going around doing this, and I met one customer, there was a loyal customer all year long. To my back to back, it was like guaranteed they're gonna spend $100. And one time, I'm like, oh, you never know. That's one thing about being local. One thing about shipping locally is very cheap, and also you can just drive and meet them.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to do any packaging that much. You can just make your jars and your gels, and hey, meet me at the local shopping center or something like that.
Mm-hmm. And then after a while, you say to them, do you have any friends that might be interested? I'll hook you up. Why don't you grab 5 jars off me and I'll cut you, I'll give you your jar for free.
For a second, I thought she was selling them. She was buying so many.
Yeah. But incentivize them to sell it. She was probably buying so many and giving them away to her friends and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens a lot of times. Because the person they'll buy it, they'll have it on the counter. The friend shows up, oh, what's this? Give me some of this. Give me some of that. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, you need it's like weed. Next thing you know, you need to re-up.
You need to re-up every week.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely, man. I love that rush. It's an adrenaline rush. I like performing because, and I also like helping people, man. It's just a natural instinct for me to just want to help people. Mm-hmm. And it comes out naturally. I'm the type of person that if you're interested in something that I'm really passionate about, let's talk about it. We can get it going. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, man.
That's good. Are you doing anything to keep track of your past customers, like by email, like an email database or anything like that?
Not yet. Like I said, I have a story right now as far as like me starting out this business was just like, hey, why you're eating Seamoss, why don't you sell it? And I started doing it, and I really came up with it quick. I really haven't got like a blueprint of like how to scale it to the next level yet, because I was like but I was like mostly taking care of my son as a newborn. But now he's in daycare, and I can actually start to make a blueprint to how to scale this business to the next level. But as far as that, no, I've just been going right off the top of the head with it.
Mm-hmm. Moneymaker, lost your moneymaker to daycare?
Yeah, man, I lost that cute smile.
Oh, shit.
But guess what, though? He gets off at 5 o'clock. Maybe I can catch a game.
That's it. You got a few hours before dusk.
Right.
Yeah. So Moss Boss said, let's set up a sales training thing. And
he snapped with that.
Yeah, I think that's something that I'm going to start moving towards soon. Like I was saying it earlier, I'm going to try and not limit, but reduce the amount of times that I'm doing these lives, and start spending some of that time with a core group of people that are really serious about, learning more, leveling up, and we can work like almost like a mastermind team to kind of share resources and stuff. I know a couple of weeks ago, I was talking about doing a Seamoss association. I'm thinking that I might have to change the way I do it, because starting a Seamoss association is a big endeavor. And I almost feel like I need to get a smaller group together first, get those people understanding the benefits of working together, and then using those people to build a newer organization that will be more open to what, you know what I mean? It would be more like not open-minded, but you know what I mean? Like it would just be different, you know what I mean?
Right,
and
right.
it would operate more as an organization, where I feel in the beginning it has to operate a little bit like a business in order to set up the structure and generate the funds, so that going forward it can almost in order for it to really grow, I believe it needs to be somewhat of a non-profit organization with an independent ownership. But in the beginning, it needs to have some kind of ownership. There needs to be a guy kind of like, what's the word? Captaining the ship at first. But then after it gets to a certain level, I want to hand that over to someone. But in the beginning, I want to control how it's set up, so it's set up right. What's up, Battle?
This conversation was getting real interesting, so I had to just hop on. So y'all can hear each other.
Yeah.
What's going on, y'all?
Nice.
Yeah,
So, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I like it a lot. Like I said, I've been going to different pop-up shops and stuff. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, I've been going to a lot of different pop-up shops and seeing, like you said, the first thing you have to get that database. That's your money right there. Because God forbid social go offline, how are you going to contact your customers? How are you going to tell them about your new products? You know what I mean? How are they going to know that you're going to be at whatever mall at the next pop-up shop? So getting that information is very valuable. And we see Walmart and Target, they pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for those databases. So creating your own database of your customers is very important. Because every time you got new products, we going to call first. If it's already loyal, like you said, it's already buying and already trust your brand. So,
bro,
I think.
No, you're right.
I
Finish
think
your thought.
setting up. What you say?
No, finish your thought. You think setting up?
I think setting up like a foundation, because even me, this year 2 for me, I'm still learning. We all still gonna keep growing, but I wish I would have known a lot of stuff in the beginning. How to set up my business account, how to, you know what I mean, how to allocate forward taxes every 3 months. It's a lot of shit that I never, you know what I mean. I know how to sell shit. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's one step of it.
Even you. Sorry to cut you off. I just want to bring this out there before I forget. Even you thinking about ordering all those bottles and stuff. Like, yeah, I talk about you all the time about how you got these because everybody's crying about, oh, where do I get bottles? I'm like, this guy went and got pallets. You know what I mean? Yeah. Dude, I honestly think you should get a bunch of people that you know that are doing it and let them know, hey, I'm going to put an order in soon if you want to get price and maybe sell it not too much, but like a couple bucks over or enough so that you get your jars for free, and tell them they got to pay up front and whatever and fuck, keep it moving. That's some what?
And not to cut you off, because what happened was my first order, I ordered 5,000, but done with China, they're on a whole different like time. Like their New Year's is after our New Year, so they shut down for like 2 or 3 months. So I got caught up with that. Then I had to reorder another 5,000. So in total of 10 when they all came in, but now I gotta get rid of 10,000 jars. You know what I mean? So that like you said, it literally became another business on top of selling Seamoss, man. So.
But you know what? Send me your price list. I'll put some people your way if you need to sell jars, because you got you know what I mean. You got it, and I know lots of people need it. They want it.
Right, and that's what's important with all of us that's coming together, creating that nucleus of resources. You know what I mean? Like I know you got other things. A lot of people don't know that, but you don't push it as much as good, but you got other resources on the islands, like sour sap leaves and other beneficial things that people could be using too. You know what I mean? So all of us, we have different resources that come together. Just like how you and Rick did, you know what I mean? Like that's a power move. You gotta make power moves with a trusted circle of people that's doing it. Like just think about it, Julien. Like all the people that, like you said, we've been doing business for probably about 2 years now. But all the people that I bring your way, and you did the same for me. You know what I mean? As far as resources. So it's very important that we all do stick together and find a level of, like you said, you can't trust everybody, but let's find that core group that you can and is like-minded, that's willing to help you and grow. You'll go further versus you trying to do everything by yourself with the team and strong team. So. And we all over the world at this point. You know what I mean? It's not like we in everybody's backyard.
No.
So we'll be more effective together versus us individually.
No, with the right team and the right energy, you can do a lot of damage in the Seamoss industry.
Right. Because we dictate what is being put out here. That's what we all got to really remember. We set the standards and the bar for all of this.
Yeah, well, we're serving ourselves in a sense, you know. And then I think it's important that we protect this and don't have some, like Rick was saying it before about, and I've seen it. Like after he said it, I seen these ads where they came out with this Seamoss tea that they're selling, and it's like generic package, you know. And it's like, yeah, and you look at that product Nautica. You know what I mean? The amount of people that buy into that thinking that's real Seamoss is crazy. You know? Like I've had a couple of people.
These companies get it like Herbalife and you know what I mean? Like Secret or whatever. These little MLM pyramid scheme companies, they're getting on the board of it now. TLC and all that shit. So.
Yeah, that's the TLC brand. That's the one I'm like, ugh. But I'll say this, Herbalife makes good protein shakes. I like their protein. I was taking them for a while and I lost a lot of weight on them. But that's enough. But I don't buy into that multi marketing level stuff where they try and convince you, oh, you're gonna make $1 million, you know, you're gonna retire off this.
I hope nobody on here sells Herbalife, but I just have to say this, like, because you know I'm a personal trainer too. So
yeah.
I'm in the gym about a week, probably like 15 hours a week. So
Sean, you sell Herbalife?
No, I'm a personal trainer too.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I want to ask that. Go ahead though. I want to ask him a question when you get done.
Okay.
That's crazy because that's how I got into Seamoss from training. Was getting constipated a lot, eating bullshit. Still getting big, you know what I mean? Still getting my PRs, my lifts and shit, but I just had to find a better way to do it versus just eating trash and put anything in my body. So I came up with Seamoss, help with digestion, give you energy, and I don't need this creatine and this whey protein and all this other shit. You know what I mean? So I found a healthy alternative, and it's still a sports enhancement. It's not really on the market or being pushed on the market. So.
It's coming.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. This is our job to curate it, to make it more than what it. You know what I mean? Same way Gatorade and Herbalife. Gatorade don't got shit to do with sports, but it's affiliated with it. You know what I mean? Like when you think of Gatorade, you think of sweating and endurance. And, you know what I'm saying? So it's the psychology around a lot of this stuff that we can still shape it and make it whatever that we want at this point. Because it is a healthier alternative to a lot of processed shit that's out here. So, and that's my thing. I just want to push healthier alternatives in my community because we all live in food desert. Shit is horrible. Everything's fried. If it's not fried, it's processed. You know what I mean? So it's sugar.
The shitty options.
Right. But what you want to ask me, bro?
Sean?
Hey, y'all want to ask you, I seen somebody named Moss Boss in the comments. I don't know if it was the Seamoss group, but is your birthday in September?
No, September.
Oh, okay. I thought you was one of these guys I saw in the group. But, okay. But y'all like that idea? Huh?
No, I haven't figured out how to work Clubhouse yet, but Julien gets mad at me from time to time. So I just go on live. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna get my assistant to set my damn account up tomorrow. So I'm gonna hop on there with y'all though. Because it seems like it's cool though, you know what I mean?
What type of Seamoss do you sell? Just regular gel or just what?
We sell fruit infused. Fruit infused, and then we do original elderberry, and we do smoothies as well.
How do you do your fruit as far as like fresh fruit or what?
It all depends. It depends on the availability of the fruit. But mainly right now, bro, I've been using frozen fruit.
What's your life expectancy on the expired date as far as when you first make it, and how many weeks do you give it?
Frozen fruit, I usually give it 20 days. But it's sold within the first 4 to 5 days. Like my stores sell out. I sell like 150 to 200 jars a week in my brother and sister store. So it really doesn't sit that long.
Oh dang, that's crazy.
Yeah, they basically it's like crack, you know.
What ounces do you? How much? Like, what ounces do you sell in that week?
Say 1 ounce.
Yeah, like in the store you sell like what ounces?
16 ounces. 16.
For real? All right. What flavors are your best sellers?
Mango, strawberry, pineapple.
With me, like I'm trying to get. You say you do frozen fruit, like the mango. I wait till summer to get it. But you think just for all your flavors you do with frozen fruit, and they come out that good?
Yeah.
You prefer frozen fruit over fresh fruit?
See, at first, I was real skeptical about that too. I was cutting up all my fruit and then freezing it. The time it took, and I wasn't really saving as much versus like as far as the time and the money, I wasn't saving that much just by getting the frozen fruit. So I've been doing the frozen fruit for probably like a year now, and it's been great. I don't have too many problems now. I did just discontinue one of my flavors. I didn't tell Julien that. I discontinued we had a tropical flavor. And the thing is with that, it was too many different type of fruits in it.
Right.
So it was kind of spoiling bad. So outside of that, everything else is running smooth. And I'll say in the past year, I probably only had about probably only had about 30 returns out of the whole year, out of the thousands that I sold. You know what I mean? So my turnaround is great.
So are you selling the Seamoss as a product in the gym that you work in, or just on the side outside as a hustle?
I found a produce store. Like my best advice if you look at the store, start just going to those produce stores where people are already kind of health conscious and they already care about their health. And once you tell them that Seamoss one is a superfood, especially white people, you know what I mean? You tell them it's a superfood and tell them the benefits of it and that it helps cure this and that. They'll just be mindful of what you say, how you say it, of course, but it really is something that will boost your immune system. So once they hear that, especially in the times that we live in right now, you know what I mean? People gravitate to that, like real fast. And especially, here's another thing. If gel don't work, pills might work. You know what I mean? So it's always an opportunity to get in there. Some people don't have refrigerator space. Well, cool. These don't expire, bro. You know what I mean? So you gotta be able to hit them with the whole arsenal. Shit. People do gummies, like you said, the smoothies, pills, soaps.
Right. I'm with that.
I have another question.
Seamoss. I sell Seamoss lemonade. Shit, we start getting crazy. Next week we about to start pushing it. Seamoss chili.
Hold on, Seamoss chili?
Vegetarian. Might do one vegetarian and then one with meat. You know what I mean? But throw 3-4 scoops of Seamoss in there. That's infused with Seamoss there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's crazy what you can do.
Still getting the benefits.
Yeah,
I'm big on healthy alternatives. You can eat shitty food, or you can get something with. And here's my thing too. Why do people? You can always get people on this. A lot of people take supplements because they're not getting the nutrients from their food. That's a problem. You're just eating. You're eating to fill the void.
Oh, he's breaking up a little bit. Yeah, but you're better
Yeah,
now.
you're good now. Question.
Oh, no,
Do you have a texture problem versus the frozen and the fresh? Like do you compensate for like maybe the water from the frozen or something like that? Or how do you
I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. If you got a good ass blender, you'll get through all that shit. And what I do, this is just us on the line, so I can talk more personal. If I do add water to it, you can add more sea moss and thicken it up. You know what I mean? If it does get a little loose, just add a piece of sea moss in there and blend it up. It'll thicken right back up.
Facts.
All my fruit, you can turn it upside down. You know what I mean? And that's another thing. People are like, oh shit. It's not runny, it's not loose, it's not none of that.
They like it like that though, because some people they don't like that texture.
Well, see, that's the thing. I got a Vitamix, so that's really gonna be the game changer for y'all. Whatever blender that you use.
Yeah, the Vitamix
that's the real
makes
game
it smooth.
What texture do you go for? What's your number one texture though? Like, because I do like two textures.
My texture is literally like puree of baby food. Like, it's no grainy, gritty. You know how it's like, you get like, in certain blenders, you still get like that little piece of sea moss in your mouth, like still get like the graininess, like I'll whip it out. It's like damn near like butter. So you don't get none of that taste at all. And that's another thing that will separate y'all from everybody else, the taste. Everybody else shit is like fishy and grainy. Y'all whip this shit real good.
Right.
It's over.
Yeah, and a lot of times with the Vitamix, what happens is as you whip it long enough, the temperature increases. It gets kind of hot, and that helps even make it smoother.
Facts.
Yeah. And the Explorian is about either you can find them sometime at Target from like $260 to $350. That's like the lowest one, but you gotta look at it like this, yo. Vitamixes has 2 to 3 year warranties. They never break. My friends, they've been through about 4 to 5 blenders. I mean, I got an arsenal of Vitamixes, but what I'm saying is, my first one that I started with my company 2 years ago is still running. No problems at all. So long term, and here's another fact about Vitamix. Dairy Queen uses Vitamix products. So it's top of the line. You know what I mean? So setting yourself all the way up with the highest standard, you can charge more for that too. You know what I mean? Damn, $350 for a blender. Instead of y'all charging, I don't know what you charge, 15 to 20, you can charge 20 to 25. You know what I mean? No elderberry in there, you can charge a little bit more, or sour sap, whatever you want to put in there. You know what I mean?
No, one of the things. Sorry to cut you off, but one of the things I like about the Vitamix is that it's got a circuitry built in that if you are going to burn out the motor, it will shut off before you burn out the motor to protect itself.
Especially with me training a lot, it pissed me off, but you can't break a Vitamix. Like you said, before it overheats, it'll just shut off. Yeah. It'll take like a 20-minute, 30-minute break, and you can't use it. But then after that, it'll work again.
And what a lot of people don't realize about them is that the blades are dull. They're not sharp at all. So they use this.
About the Vitamix, right?
Yeah, they use some special technology to angle the blades in such a way so that it properly blends and emulsifies the product into each other.
And not only that, with the Vitamix, you can make, if y'all want to really get crazy, you can make chili in there. You don't even need a fucking stove with a Vitamix.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, you can make desserts in there. So anything that y'all want to be creative with in the summertime, or Seamoss popsicles and shit like that, the Vitamix is going to be the easiest way to do it. In my book.
That is true. So true.
Like I said, that 350, that shit, it hurt at first, but once you see all the shit you can do with it, you'll make that back within the first month. Definitely make your money back.
Now I'm getting the vitamins soon. Matter of fact, I should get them in a few weeks.
And even if you can't afford a Vitamix some days around, I still can get my texture outside of a Vitamix, but it's so much easier. I literally put it like this, and here's another thing. I hear a lot of people cutting up the Seamoss before they put it in the blender. Like a Vitamix is literally, I get puree or baby food within 60 seconds or less, for real, for real. Like I don't got time to be playing with this shit, and you know what I mean? Seamoss, water, blend the shit up, add my fruit, add whatever I'm gonna sweeten it up with, then, or I'm done. You know what I mean? Especially with y'all orders are gonna start picking up. You know what I mean? Especially with pop-up shops and side orders, and it can get overwhelming real quick. So, yeah.
How many ounces can you make with one blender?
Say that again.
But you got like 74 ounces with that one blender?
I think it's 64, so it's like 4 jars, like 4.5, 16 ounces.
Right.
Yeah, for every picture. And another thing I do, if y'all check out my page, y'all can follow my Instagram. It's the official Moss Balls. I was one of the first to do like the triple flavors. So I got a mango, strawberry, and pineapple. That's like one of my other top sellers. So just think about colors too. Outside of taste, psychology with the colors. Like people see the multiple colors, they like, wow, what's this? When you taste it, you know what I mean? Especially women, like psychology, they like, oh, I gotta have it. Valentine's Day is coming up, you know what I mean? You can do a cherry and pineapple mix, or Christmas. You get what I'm saying? Theme around everything that you're doing.
True.
So,
that's a good idea. You got to do stuff that I remember. It took you a while to figure out how to do the blends, so that they didn't mix with each other and stuff.
Right. Yeah. They was running together, just looking like lava lamps. You know, like it melt down. But yeah, like I said, you just find your consistency. And then, like I said, I wanted to start making other stuff. You know, once I saw the gummies, I was like, all right, you can do that. Like I said, I want to do different things, like the lemonade. Incorporate Seamoss and everything. My daughter's breakfast, I make Seamoss pancakes, like out of my blueberry Seamoss that I make. I throw a little bit of that in there in the batter. She can't tell, you know what I mean? So it's different ways to mask and add it into all our food.
True.
Shit, bro, you can add it into a gravy, you know what I mean? Because it's already a thickener. It thickens everything up. Ice cream. Soups. Shit. Yeah. And then from there, another piece of game that you can monetize. You make I've been working on it for a while, but make an ebook, like a recipe book. There's so much you can monetize from just actually starting a Seamoss business. And then until you get your testimonies from all your people that's on the Seamoss, once they start losing weight, like you said, one of y'all the personal trainer, start incorporating your Seamoss within your training and see how it actually works. You know what I mean? Like all my clients right now, they on Moss. Whether they on my shakes, they on my meal replacements. You know what I mean? All we doing is, especially as a trainer, you see how Herbalife does it. They work out with them and then they give them the shakes as the meal replacements. And
I just energy, bro.
Going. You can incorporate that, take their product out, and add your products in.
That's an interesting point because, and another thing you like might be a good idea is to even just get your training clients the Seamoss almost like cost or like a really reduced rate, and you let them know like
be a guinea pig.
Yeah, and well, not even just guinea pigs, but evangelists. Like what I found that's important for businesses to look at is to have evangelists on their team, where there's certain people that just talk great about you, and you treat like there's this girl I know. Oh, I love the girl. Her name's Lulu, and I know that Lulu, any chance she gets to say this guy's the best, he's amazing, You know what I mean?
That brings your value up.
This is what I'm saying. And so she doesn't even buy a lot of Seamoss. She buys like 1 pound, 2 pounds every couple months. But when she buys, I always hook her up. I always, give her good service because she's just like, Julien, I love you. You got the best Seamoss. And even just listening to her talk to me is worth the discount. Do you know what I mean? Because she just pumps you up so much. You're just like, yeah, I got the best Seamoss. Lula says I got the best. I got the best.
Right, yeah. Well, like you said, she's giving your company value, and that's what we gotta look at, yo. Like, find those people that will give you those testimonies. Like, if you go on my page, I'm big on testimonies. I'll go to my stores and let people try stuff for free. Let them try it for free and get their honest opinion. The good ones, keep them posted. That right there is better than paying for ads and shit like that. Now, down the line, pay for ads, but before you can really generate, or if you don't have that money to invest in all your customers that already love your products and get those testimonies. That right there is worth more to me than, you know what I mean? I don't know you from a can of paint. This nigga say it tastes good, so now I gotta try it. You know what I mean?
Well, that's one of the things.
I look at Instagram as QVC, or like some shit where, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers is on there all day long, having people just trolling, looking at ads. I mean, just keeping it real. We up there selling, and here's another thing. Always give a story with your post. You got that good testimony. Such and such loves her Seamoss, this and that. It tastes good. She gives it to a whole family. Like I had a grandmom the other day that tried it. She gave it to her grandchildren, gave it to her sister, her daughter. You know what I mean? That type of post, that influences other families. It's other grandmoms that's watching your page and like, damn, I need to get my grandbabies on this. You know what I mean? So it's always about that FOMO too, fear of missing out. Or this product is, like you said, it's so good that, damn, I need to try it. Let me see what the hype is about. Julien been telling me about this. The Seamoss does magical things. You know what I mean? So it's like, let me try it then. So
yeah, it brings
it's
awareness.
always good to consistently push your products and get those testimonies. Even the text, wow, this is amazing, this and that. Or I get a lot of people too that has hypertension. You know, Seamoss vegetables in general helps with blood flow circulation. So if y'all could get those testimonies, wow, my numbers went down, diabetics and stuff like that, people love to eat that shit up. I noticed too, with the better your testimony, the more robots will come out on your page.
Yeah.
Such and such cure my herpes and shit like that. Like,
that's funny you say that because that's what I'm doing right now. I'm removing all I fucking hate those spam bots. But anyway,
that's how you know you're doing something good and that's consistent.
Yeah, they pick up on the algorithm.
Focus on foundation.
Yeah.
Like that's one thing that I'm still growing. I'm still doing what I need to do too. I'm putting my brand. I'm doing brand awareness. Like another thing I would definitely tell y'all to do, if you can, find somebody that does embroidery or can get your merch out. Wear your merch every single day. Like you can tell, Julien, in the beginning, shit, I wore. You would never see me without a hat on, a hoodie on. I'm giving them out. I'm posting it. You know what I mean? I want my customers to have it so they know what it is. Your brand is important. Put it out for the world to see it. Give it to them. You know what I mean? I'll give out masks for free. Free advertisement. Think about a mask. I mean, how it goes everywhere. You gotta wear it. You know what I mean? People see it. It's free advertisement.
That gives me an idea. I'm gonna come out with some t-shirts that say, "Ask me about Seamoss," and just give them away or something for people.
And look at Ro. You see, Ro, he got his Ask About Seamoss shirts. I'm about to get like it's so many quotes and sayings and shit that you could come up with. Seamoss is my whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know what that is, but it's a lot that you can be. It's a lot that you can do, especially with advertising. We are our own walking billboard.
That's true.
And that T-shirt, that whatever, it's gonna be a random person while you in line and shopping or some shit. Damn, it's a conversation starter. So, like you were saying earlier, y'all want to approach these people. These people gonna start approaching you the more you wear your brand.
Yeah, I'm out there life. Bro, I'm thinking about getting my whole truck wrapped in a
Hell yeah. Why not? It's gonna start a conversation when you pull up to the gas station. Free promotion, bro. Invest in yourself.
That's what it takes, you know.
I'm about to get with. I'm in Philly, Philadelphia. There's a lot of people with these trucks like New York with the LED TVs on it. About to partner with a couple of them. I could have got a regular billboard, but I'm like, damn, these niggas going all around the city all the time. You know what I mean? I like those lights that put words on the ground. Moving around all the time while I'm asleep. Or while, you know what I mean? While I'm not promoting it here, somebody else still moving and somebody else can see it in traffic. You never know who's going to see your advertisement or where they're going to get it from. So
now, since you fitness, I won't lie. You know what I would invest in? Just in your merch? Do the sweat ones. When you sweat, something comes out. So, for example, you could have like just something, fitness like related for the first, but before you start sweating, and as soon as they start sweating, they get wet, you could be like something like Seamoss did this, or thanks. This is because Seamoss is something like that because, as you sweat and you see that person huffing and puffing and coming out of the gym, you're gonna look because when you sweat and all that, your muscles are gonna show more. So you're gonna look at that person more. That person's gonna be, getting looked at. So yeah, for sure, man. And plus you could put a design under it. Because one thing I know is about Seamoss too, it has how it has a structure and like it goes almost like a spider web. I think it's a dope design. It will come up with a dope color if you like work it into a shirt because how it was set up. Okay.
Most definitely. Like you said, I'm glad like the creative juices is flowing. Like you said, you can give me ideas. And I got a heat press in my house. That's another thing I would tell y'all. Go get a Cricut. Cricut is like $200. The heat press is $300 to $500. You can make your own merch. You can make your own masks, make your own hoodies, make your own t-shirts, and you can upsell it. Versus now, your Seamoss going for $20, then you get this $10 shirt, and it's these samples and shit. Now it's $35. You know what I mean? Plus delivery, that's $40 now. Y'all think of ways to keep upselling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, I was checking your Instagram out. You've been going ham. I'm talking about the man been giving away Seamoss left and right. For real.
It ain't look like this. You start off with Seamoss, but you're selling a lot more. You're selling the lifestyle. You're selling the brand. Like me, like you said, you're a personal trainer. Bro, I've been bullshitting just because I've been doing a lot with business and shit like that, but now I'm getting in shape. You know what I mean? I know how to get cut real quick and do this shit, but what I'm saying is it's all good for the brand. It's all good for your marketing.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're a personal trainer. Of course, you know about not only training, you know about nutrition as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I look the part. Like that's why I really started getting in shape because I'm like, damn, if I'm gonna really do this shit, I gotta be the most. I should be in the most top tip shape. True. Sell this shit the way I want to sell it. I gotta be the face of it. And everybody that works with me now too. That's something that's part of the contract. You gotta work out. I can't have nobody on some fat ass shit. Like, you know what I mean? Talking about all these benefits. You gotta fucking So
hey, have anybody experimented with jackfruit flavor?
No,
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so if you ever tried jackfruit, a good, not the green jackfruit, but a good, fresh, like a nice ripe jackfruit, I promise on everything, it reminds me of juicy fruit. Like the smell, it could be off-putting for some people, but it's not really to me. Or my daughter, she loves it. But the flavor of jackfruit, I'm not joking. A ripe jackfruit tastes. I really do think juicy fruit, like they got their flavor from jackfruit, but it reminds me of a juicy fruit. So if you ever wanted to experiment with flavors, for sure, like jackfruit, and so because I'm always like I like to experiment. I'm part like to experiment, but like, I like to mess with flavor. I messed up with a flavor recently.
I have like 3 jars of like a messed up flavor, but I'm gonna eat it. I'm personally gonna take the L and eat it. It's so bad.
And here's another thing. My sister, she's big on me letting seeing your expiration date. You know what I mean? See how long every flavor lasts and who likes what, and yeah, all of that is real good. Doing experiments on all your fruits and your products.
Yeah. Okay. So with the fall. Okay. So and that's another thing I like to experiment too with how long the shelf life is. And I'm gonna try it out with the frozen fruit for sure. But so far, my shelf life with fresh fruit has been a month, and with the jar, with the cover on, and I've been going over to people's houses, like the friends and people I've been selling to, or been asking my daughter's mother. She's been selling some because she said she was also cool. So she's been selling some. I've been asking her to ask people, all her friends, follow up on that too. Just like close people, like especially experimental ones, I'll give them out cheaper if I experimented on the flavor, and just so I can get the feedback. But I can tell you, like with the fresh fruit so far, I had a month of shelf life without no mold. And after that, I don't know about after a month, but for sure. I've been good with a month. I don't know with cover off though, because I know with cover off, I've heard it has a longer shelf life.
I got a question. Cover off is better, well, not better, but did you see better results with it off or on?
With it off, it has a better shelf life because the sea moss has a chance to breathe, and it's not the air is trapped in there. So yeah, and the circulate. And another thing that I think that makes a difference is, if you have something like Arm & Hammer in the fridge, for sure that'll help. So like retailers and stuff, you have the cover off. Covers off and Arm & Hammer, it would help the whole process of it, like keep everything fresh.
Yeah.
How long do y'all think that this sea moss craze and rave is going to last? I know. So say for instance, right now I think we're like in the very beginning of it. Like, how far do you see it going? Within ongoing years, maybe.
You saying the future of seamoss? Where do we see it going?
No, how long do you see it lasting? Like this, whatchamacallit? This
well, look, y'all, I'm gonna be
trend.
honest with y'all. Just look at the news. Y'all see any of this shit going away anytime soon? Just be real. You know what I mean? It's really going up more. More motherfuckers get more booster shots, and you get what I'm saying? As long as that is up, it's good. We good. All these cases and shit like that keep going up. This shit ain't going nowhere at all. And you gotta remember, this ain't nothing new under the sun. So we've been using these herbs and things as ancestors for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
The world for what's happening right now is a shift. The money shift is happening. We ain't never get our 40 acres and a mule, but we got the resources of the earth. So now it's the takeover. Everybody for real, I'm doing my first trade show this summer. Down in Vegas.
Trade show.
But they did a poll. People prefer having holistic natural products, which are more expensive, versus getting these processed, products that aren't even natural.
Look, if there's one thing for sure, this COVID thing took a big hit at Big Pharma. A lot of people don't trust them, don't like them, and you know what I mean? I do believe that there'll be a resurgence of these holistic things, but at the same time, I feel like the craze, the huge demand, is going to last maybe about 5 more years, depending on how big or how long it takes before people start pushing it on a more commercial level. But that being said, I think there'll always be an interest and a demand for seamoss. I think that the reason why it hasn't been bigger before is just that people didn't have access to quality seamoss like they do now. You know what I mean? It was like 3 years ago, it was way more harder to get the seamoss out of St. Lucia than it is now. There's like 3 times, I guess. There's I don't know a number, but there's a lot more people exporting Seamoss today than there was even last year. And so it's more. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I really, when it comes to a lot of stuff, is especially nowadays, it's endorsements. So if anybody, if it comes to a time when someone like maybe a celebrity or someone well known just says, "Oh, Seamoss does this for me," once they sit out their mouth, it's gonna be another craze, and then if it gets in the right people's hand, they start swearing by it. It's most likely, it might start to make its own staple, and because it's ready in a lot of stuff already, but they're I don't know where they get their stuff from, but they probably have their sources, and it might not. Anyways, but when it comes to now, like, yeah, Kanye, I said it another time, but Kanye already said he's gonna put everybody on a Dr. Sebi diet.
It's funny you say that, because I was waiting for my moment to speak to bring that up, but continue. Go ahead.
Everybody on the Dr. Sebi diet, so if everybody gonna be on the Dr. Sebi diet, that Seamoss gonna be up there, it's gonna be heavy. So with that being said, that's another, when he starts his school and that whole thing going on, because that's gonna be a whole bunch of testimonies right there. Trust me. I'm pretty sure he's gonna have people running through his school, and he's gonna have people graduating from his school. And another thing that Seamoss does, it really does help with the brain development, right? Yeah. That's one of the key things. So if one of these, like the kids coming from his school, they be like, yeah, this and that. People gonna be like, yeah, it's the diet, So it has a lot of it has a lot of juice behind it already. It's just everybody doing it right now. Every single person doing it right now. If you stick with it and you do build your brand like everybody's doing right now, build it up. So you have reliability, you have good reviews and stuff like that. You're going to reap the benefits when it starts to blow, for sure.
Yeah, the only reason why it hasn't blown up big time is because no one's put $500,000 behind it. Anybody come up with a product and put $500,000 behind it, get it in the stores, get it on marketing, it's a wrap.
Whoever that first person is, they're gonna have a little difficulty, but they're gonna pave the way for the rest of us, though.
Yeah.
It's gonna give everybody else the confidence to blow through that fucking door.
Well, one of the questions.
The first person. Why would it be a group, man? If you get a group together, a group of people, and you start pushing it, I honestly do think, I swear, if you show people not just that you can that is good, but how you say, a workshop, how to prepare it. If you bring a friggin' Tupperware of Seamoss, wet Seamoss, and dry, you be like, okay, this is the dry stuff. After you put it in this water, it's going to soak and it's going to turn like this. Now watch this, guys. You put in your Vitamix and you show them, and you put your fruits in, you show them how easy it is. Because that's the thing about it. People are scared of stuff because it seems so hard. But you show them the process, you show them the time frame. It's like YouTube Live. And and then you show them how good it could taste, and you making it, and they see it, and they be like, oh my gosh, I can do what he's doing. But guess what? Everybody can't do what you're doing. You know why? Because they don't have, everybody can, right? But everybody does not have the drive. Everybody doesn't have that drive you have. No, and like, for real, like even Julien says all the freaking time, it's like freaking, you have to put the time and effort into it. Half of people don't want to do that. They don't. Come on, like.
Effort, the energy.
The risk.
The energy for sure.
And look, like you said, we preparing food, so I gotta be in a good state of mind before when I go in the kitchen. Yeah, I put on good music. I like to, clear my mind, clear my head, because we preparing food with people. And we're not healing people; the body's healing itself. But just the fact that you knowing that, you gotta come correct. You can't, fuck this, let me get this done. Talking crazy, throwing them off, and you feel what I'm saying? That's the energy. So definitely gotta be mindful of that. And I wanted to comment too, you saying about if y'all notice, once hip hop get a hold of anything, the first time I heard about Seamoss was from hip hop through Lisa Left Eye. She was talking about Savy, this and that. You know what I mean? So through our communities, like you said, it's been here. It ain't like we just magically just voila came up with it. Early 80s, 90s, they've been talking about it. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's going anywhere at all. I really think that, especially if we make it a part of a lifestyle, and make sure that people understand that it's a superfood. So it's not just we just taking it to take it. You know what I mean? This is actually beneficial in multiple different ways of our lifestyle of living. And let's keep it real. When shit hit the fan, let's say it food. I want y'all to know this and keep this in mind. When the food shortage does come, who do you think that I almost got up on the wrong exit. When the food shortage does come, we good. Fruit, Seamoss, you know what I mean? The great family, you can live off of it. And it has nutritional content. Everybody else gonna be scrambling for this and that. No, we got beneficial food that will last us. And if you got enough of it, you know what I mean, hundreds of pounds or whatever, good to go. So this is really about life and death. Us surviving and making the world aware of how beneficial the Seamoss is. So I got babies and everything to take Seamoss, you know what I mean? I take pride in that. Somebody trusting me that much to give it to their newborn.
That's big.
Like, that's major.
Yeah.
That's major.
That's
big.
We
got a big responsibility too. You know what I mean? With us withholding the integrity of Seamoss.
That's what I can't stand about people that be trying to they be ordering like next day shipment and to be calling me the next day like, hey, have you sent it out yet? No, chill. let me do my thing and I'm gonna get it to you as soon as possible because I can't even send it on no days other than Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Well,
somebody say, I tell people top of the week, get that shit out.
Right. Otherwise, you're gonna be sending customs.
You wait the Friday, that shit gonna be sitting with the weekend.
Exactly. Spoiled is looking nasty.
Spoiled. I waste so much. I can't say I waste money because I had to ship it out, but man, the fucking USPS owed me a lot of money. That's what I'm gonna say. A couple hundred.
I use UPS now. I mean, I know better not to use. I use UPS because they're gonna deliver it to the front door, and I'm good with the driver, so I know exactly what time the driver's gonna get there and pick it up. So I got the best time, and I know they're gonna deliver it right to the front door. So,
right, that's smart.
When y'all ship out like a bottle or your ounce of Seamoss, do you freeze it, then ship it out, or do you just from the fridge?
Freeze it. Freeze it, put it in one of them like freeze dry bags, and still add what you calling it, some freeze. What's that? Like the dry ice.
Yeah.
Freeze it, dry ice, and put it in like the aluminum, whatever, like the heat cold bag.
Tempered envelopes.
Yeah.
The tempered
get it there as soon as you can. Yep.
Man. I was getting to the point where I was just
right now it's good because it's winter. You know what I mean? I don't ship too much in the summer just because that shit be all over the place.
You're right.
But
busted, wide open, especially that pineapple.
Yeah, pineapple. Shit, I got problems with pineapples in the fucking winter sometimes, bro. It all depends on the harvest.
Yep.
Good, bad, ugly, all that shit coming from Cuba or somewhere at this point.
Yeah, but I was at the point where I'm not even going to deal with pineapple.
I was gonna say, any other, like you said, as far as the future, what I see Seamoss going, I really see it being pushed for a sports enhancement, more sports teams on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. That recovery time and lactic acid build up, over with.
Yeah, exactly. And California, they so big on health and wellness. I really don't. It ain't a lot of people in California that really know about it. to the extent of what it should, like the awareness of it.
But this is what I was saying before. It comes to the availability. Like, there's a lot of people that want the Seamoss out in California. We do a lot of sales out in California, but not a lot of people. When I speak to them, they're like, oh my God, I found you. I don't know how I found you. You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh, no one knows where to get. Like the same girl, Lulu. She's like, no one has purple like your purple in California, in my circle or whatever. You know what I mean? And naturally, she keeps it all to herself. But I love her, so I don't complain. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's.
But yeah, like you said, the availability. That's a whole other thing. Where money.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Availability means that you can upcharge. I'm not saying that we want to really take advantage of people, but if it's not out there, what?
mm-hmm.
There you go.
But I'll say this: there's guys poking around. Like, you know how before I said there's no one who's willing to put $80,000 or more into buying a bunch of Seamoss. I've spoken to a few guys where they haven't directly said it, but I could tell by listening to them and talking to them and seeing what their capabilities are that they could easily put, like, they're looking for something, like, it's like they're doing their due diligence before they dump 50, 100,000 into it.
Oh yeah.
But when they're done, when they're ready, they're gonna go, ape shit on it. But that was the question I wanted to ask earlier. I wonder who, if Kanye is gonna feed everybody with Seamoss, I wonder who he's talking to get that product, and where is he gonna source it from?
He needs to start talking to you. You playing?
He's not talking to me. You know what I mean? But
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think he probably has the connect for it yet, because just remember when we was talking about creativity and the flow, he was like, you can tell when he just talking about like but at that point he was like, all the kids gonna be on the Dr. Sibby diet.
Yeah,
and I was like, okay.
But usually in those kind of circles, like, there's someone in their ear saying shit to him. Like, that's where they get a lot of their ideas from,
Yeah, but like Nipsey, after Nipsey's passing and all that, he was gonna do, he was about to put a whole documentary out on Sibby, and that's another catalyst that boosts Sibby up. Don't get it twisted. Dr. Sibby didn't boost up by himself. It was a ripple effect. It was between Nipsey, Dr. Sibby really having videos out, but just because of the passing up of both of them, it's crazy. And it's crazy how strong death could be, but life and death are one of the strongest main forces in this world. Believe it or not, like when someone passes, but when someone comes in this world too. When someone comes in this world, we're not aware of it at the point, but when they pass and stuff, you see how big of a effect and what they did for us and all that. You see how much. Anyways, but when Nipsey had passed, it made a rippling effect with Dr. Sibby, and he blew up even more, big time, because it was like they put the conspiracy and stuff behind it and stuff like that, and it got a lot of a lot of attention behind it, of course. But yeah, in hip hop,
this is the power of having attention. Like, when you get enough people looking at something, it creates a movement. You
can say whatever the fuck you want. It could be some positive shit, or it could be grab about a pussy. I'm just saying, for real. You got the influence, but what you want to do with that power, that's really what it comes down to. You could do a TikTok dance, or you can say some real shit. You know what I mean? It's up to you.
That's true.
That's where no. You're right. It is true. Like, when you have the juice of the power, that's where whatever you have behind you, what you stand for, is gonna come to light. So, but he was standing on that. Nipsey was standing on Nipsey was standing on crypto. He was saying a whole bunch of stuff, but a lot of stuff that he tried to get to us with was crypto. Go ahead.
I said, what was that on? What you talking about?
Nipsey, when he was in overseas, crazy enough, man, I seen it too. Like, it was some years ago, like maybe like 2018, 17. He was like, man, I always want to tell this to my a lot of my black, my people, he said, just look it up. Nipsey talking about crypto or something like that. But he was like, be the last ones to always catch up on something. I'm gonna tell y'all now, like, get up on this crypto. He was, I invested such and such. I forgot how much he said, and he was in like somewhere over in Europe or something like that. He was like, they have a whole community when a lot of people just using crypto. This is like how I said it was like.
Look, like, not to cut you off, but the first time I heard about cryptocurrency was from Nipsey. You go on YouTube, Nipsey Hussle was in Amsterdam setting up.
That's what I'm talking about, right there. Right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, but look, between Savvy and you, all right, the whole thing is one thing, but now you trying to tell black people to get their finances together. Y'all gotta understand that these black men are at the top of everything. They see everything clicking and working. You get what I'm saying? These white people coming together, linking Jews and shit like that. You know what I mean? So they like, damn, we can't get this shit together. But if only we could do X, Y, and Z, we could be lit or work together. You know what I mean? So y'all gotta remember that they got more resources, more connections, more networks. Shit, they got everything right there in their face. And they still want us to come together and level the fuck up. I respect it. Whether it's a rant, whether it's a this and that. I mean, if it's a betterment for our people, you know what I mean? It is what it is, whether y'all like me or not. Y'all might not understand this shit until he's gone. Fuck it. Well, at least he did his job with that awareness. Pac used to do it, you know what I mean? You got that platform. You gotta use it responsibly. Like I said, it's up to you. You want to teach niggas shit? You want to teach the next generation shit, or you want to do a TikTok dance?
Yeah.
Hey.
I'm gonna ask y'all something though, for real. If you mix all the colors up together, every single color up, what you get?
What color?
Seamoss colors?
If you mix all the colors up together, you're gonna get black. I used to do it all the time when I was legit in school. I used to just like, it's always like just rub all the colors up together. It used to come out to a dark color. It was black. It was basically black. You mix up red, green, purple, orange, and all of them. You mix up all the colors, it comes up to black. So that's what, like I'm not trying to say, but be honest with you, black is very powerful because black absorbs everything. It really does. Yeah. The space, Earth, is surrounded by black. Okay, it is. It's surrounded by friggin' black. It's dark matter. Okay, it's very powerful. I get it. Like I get it's always a fight between all the colors and stuff like that. But everybody has darkness in them. No matter what. Even if you get like white people can get a little darker by getting a little hot in the sun and stuff like that. Everybody can get. We always get darker. But that ultimate is that black. It really is. And I don't know why but when it comes to people, that's why they try to separate, because no lies, when hip hop won the strongest, I think, music
and you can influence anything through hip hop, bro.
And that came from darkness. Hip hop wasn't always happy, but it came from, everybody just saying what they want from poetry and from a place of, like, it didn't come from the brightest of places, but it's something really, I love hip hop. I don't care. I love it, even the instrumentals and everything, because it's a pure something. It really is. It might be, explicit at points and stuff like that. It's still pure substance. I see it. That comes from the heart. How you feel it. You could just mumble if you want to. You don't even have to freaking say crap. It could just still be hot. But so that's why, and that's the same way I be saying the Seamoss and all that. Like anything, like learning about and worth sharing to the people and sustaining and going and keeping it alive and well. Like, man, we're gonna be like 20 years from now. No lie, if Seamoss blows up, man, like everything else, but if it becomes like a staple when you can go to the grocery store and just grab it off the shelf, everybody right here is gonna be a part of that. Even though it might be a little bit, you're still gonna be a part of it.
That's why it will be, cool.
Yeah.
Most of it. And it starts today. You know what I mean? Like I said, it starts with that first store, going to your second to third. Shit. Before you know it,
that's what a lot of people don't realize. All you need is one store.
Yeah. Look, I'm gonna keep it a beam with y'all. It's just us talking right now, and 3 fucking people on. But you can pump a fucking $1 million out of one store if you got enough product. Don't ever get that twisted. I'll definitely tell you that. My one store, I sell gel, I sell smoothies, I sell pills. You get what I'm saying? You don't gotta just stop with you got one product in the store.
Yeah.
Create new products, and you already got a relationship with them.
Yeah.
And if the first one sell, what the fuck you think they're not gonna sell the second and third?
Yeah.
like my stores be looking at me now like, one day, what do you create? Like, who knows? Another week. Shit. This shit is wide open, y'all. You're creating whatever that you want to create. Like I said, we're setting the standard for this industry right now.
Mm-hmm.
So ain't no wrong way to make $1 million, yo. However you want to do it.
And you got to be willing to put the work in.
Yeah.
You know? Look at this. I've been going 6 hours.
Yeah. Look, I was traveling on the road, so y'all kept me awake. Shit. I appreciate it. We can talk whatever the fuck y'all want about. I got another hour.
Where are you coming from?
Harrisburg. I'm in Harrisburg.
Oh.
It's like an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes away from Philly.
Yeah, man. It's like you're traveling late at night to be coming home, man. It's a good thing we were online here because you could probably fall asleep.
Yeah.
That's the worst, dude. I've done that before. Like driving on the highway
just being so fucking bored. Yeah.
And you're by yourself, coming home late at night, and it's like I'll close my eyes and then I'll open it, and it's like I'm 2 miles from where I remembered last having my eyes open, and I'm just like, holy shit. Yeah. You gotta be careful with that stuff. But no, this is good. Like to me, it doesn't even feel like 6 hours. You know what I mean?
Right, and we just talking, having good dialogue.
That's it. Always good dialogue.
And then too, it's like we all are like-minded at the same time. We all into the health and wellness, and really know the benefits of Seamoss. So I want to ask the guys, the trainer, guy still on?
Yeah, his name's Sean. Sean.
That's funny. That's funny. That was my homie. That's my homie name.
And I just added you on Instagram.
What'd you say, Sean?
I said I just added him on Instagram. I've been training since I was 2. What's up?
Said 2?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah. Cut like a bag of dope. Cut like a bag of dope. Then. Yeah, that's what's up, man. That's what I'm saying. Like even you can incorporate your fitness, like I said, with the Seamoss and giving back in the community, and free fitness workout. At the end, you get this shake, and
I'm gonna tell you how
football team and shit like that. So I'm big into community, yo. Like get involved with your community, and they'll definitely show you love and stuff like that. Like I do. It's our second year. We're doing annual basketball, baseball, football, and basketball games. You know what I mean? Getting involved with the community and stuff like that. So we got jerseys, and we sponsor. We put up a couple $100 and sponsor the event. You know what I mean? Take care of the DJ and grab some food and shit like that. But outside looking in is awareness for the brand, for Moss Boss. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So people there, they see our table, they get free samples, they get free stickers and magnets and shit like that. Yeah. And leave with a good time. So now they know what we are, know what we about. We about the community. And it's a good time for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Sean wanted to ask you a question, but it was hard for him to speak when you were talking. So go ahead, Sean. Ask him the question.
Hey, I bet I can guess your zodiac sign.
Said you can?
Yeah.
But
you're Pisces.
No sir, but I fucks with Pisces. My business partner is a Pisces. I'm Aquarius.
Oh, you're Aquarius.
Close. Very close. Same month. I get along with Pisces though. Like I said, my right hand partner, he's a Pisces. And we don't ever argue. You know what I mean? Like our vibe is good.
Oh, okay,
Some vibes you can't vibe out with, but hey, I'm Aquarius.
Aquarius, already. Okay. But yeah, it's funny. You said that because that's exactly how this worked out for me. As far as like me, everybody has known me my whole entire life for being like this fitness guy, and here comes Seamoss in my life, and it's like, we've been waiting to buy something from you, man. You just haven't bought shit. You just haven't. Right. It's just like people are right there. They're already right there in your corner. If you're already doing something that's, you know what I'm saying, promoting good stuff, people want to support you, man. They want to see you prosper in life. They want to see you grow in life. So by me, and you know what I'm saying, by us building our brand around that type of lifestyle, you're going to get a good feedback from people.
Now look, here go another thing. I think I was proud of in LA Fitness. Yeah, that was easy to do. So they all franchise.
You got your product at LA Fitness?
Yeah.
Wow, I seen you in the gym, right? Right, I seen you in the gym giving out the green smoothie to guys. They was like, "Oh yeah, this is pretty good," but I didn't know you actually got it inside the gym.
Oh, you guys know each other from the same gym, or are you talking about the videos you've seen him on Instagram?
On Instagram.
Okay, I was about to freak out. I was like, "What the fuck? Like, what are the chances you guys both go to the same gym and you see him giving out Seamoss?"
Hey, yo, Seamoss boss, real quick, bro. Get a picture with your son holding some dumbbells or lifting some weights, and you better friggin' put that slogan. I've been doing this since I was 2. With him with a picture on it, with his picture on his shirt.
Bro, you finna make me go crazy.
Do that, John,
That's
bro.
a good
I swear, when
idea.
y'all be speaking, I just be thinking, I swear. But go.
Oh, good. You can make me go crazy. I've been doing this since I was 2. Man, he showed 2 years old. He about to turn 2 in March.
Do it.
Wow.
You got it.
There you go.
It's crazy.
God's plan.
I've been doing this since I was 2. For real. Oh, that was genius, man. That's genius. They gonna love that. For real. And he be doing push-ups with me too, so they already gonna think that.
Oh, he could do a push-up for real?
Man, I got videos of him, you know, in whatever.
Niggas on Instagram, you tripping.
That's crazy.
You're home now?
Rio.
I'm about to say they can't even see this shit, man.
No.
Hold on, I'll go check it out. I can go on Instagram.
Yeah, you have to go on Instagram to see him because if you're watching on Facebook, you won't be able to see him.
Now I made it. Stupid. I made an Instagram for y'all, bro. For real, I made a clubhouse for y'all and an Instagram.
Thanks, Rio. I appreciate it. But it's worth it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, marketing for sure. That's what I'm gonna do.
lots of ideas happening here.
I got Sean, I got a client at fucking 5:30, so I'm not even going to sleep.
Man, I gotta be up at work at 5:30. I gotta get ready to go to sleep. I'm really supposed to be in sleep, man.
Oh,
I'm up working making gummies right now.
See, and that's the work to keep the business going.
For real.
So give me the game on the gummies. How do you make those?
All right, man. First thing first, you're gonna need you're gonna need agar as far as like the thing that makes it lock. Matter of fact, you on Instagram, right? I just got your Instagram, but I go ahead and put it out there on the live right now. So what you're gonna need is agar for your ingredients. You're gonna need, of course, Seamoss. You're gonna need some juice, and you're gonna need some gummy molds. All right, you're gonna need a half a cup of. You're gonna need a cup of Seamoss, a cup of agave. I like to use agave syrup. Want you to use a couple of sea moss, a couple of agave syrup. I like to use 3 tablespoons of agar to make it lock in completely. You know what I'm saying? And after they just add your juice and mix it up all together till it locks in, then you pour it into your molds. But I'll send you a picture though. Yep. And they are loving these gummies, you know, so just like you said about the colors and different kind of things that are really kind of catchy to the eyes, all marketing skills. But the women are loving these gummies, man, because they don't like that texture, they don't like that taste of the raw sea moss, and the flavor of the fresh fruit doesn't last as long. But you know what I'm saying? You know, just like I know about the fresh fruit.
Is it an expiration?
Is there expiration at that part? I don't know. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tell you.
I'm going to test it, yeah. It's just not long, because then you can brag, you know what I mean? It's lasted 3 months, it's lasted 6 months. Make sure with that. That's what's up, though.
Yeah, man. I'm going to send you maybe a picture or something on Instagram. That way you can recap what I just said. Told you, because I know it's kind of fast.
Right, man. Appreciate it.
But definitely, man. Oh yeah, I'm doing that those smoothies, that lemonade, man. I'm talking about, it's clutch. They love, you know, some think most of the things that are good for you, they don't taste good. But you know, so you get them something that they taste good, or they're all for that. For real.
The alternatives. Yep. That's what we're about.
I got a question about the lemonade.
Everything don't gotta be better. All right, so here's another thing I tell people, especially people that's kind of whole meat. What the fuck do you think? What do you think that tastes good? What are you seasoning the meat with? Vegetables.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's true. That's a good point.
And I tell everybody, imagine if you had to go kill your meat every day. How much meat would you eat? Every single day you gotta go out. Whatever you use, you go an arrow or a fucking gun, you gotta go collect some shit to go fish every single day to go get it. Motherfuckers don't eat meat as much. You eat more plants, more herbs, more shit like that, and you make more things. Most motherfuckers couldn't stomach killing something, you know what I'm saying? Chopping it up and the gore and guts and shit like that. Motherfuckers just used to going to the supermarket, it's already done for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, psychologically, you fucked up in the head.
You on point with that.
What is that?
When it comes to like back in the day, a long time ago, when you would go hunting, a lot of times it would be, you wouldn't eat for a whole day because you're tracking animals, and when you get your kill, you have to bring it back. You have to gut it and do all the work, and most of the time, the next day, or you can eat that day, that same day, but it's like just opposed, yeah, you would usually be eating the next day kind of deal. You get the kill, you bring it back and pop it open and all that, and you have that meal the next day. So first off, you're not eating meat as much, and you're trying to get it until you're burning the calories. Like it's the whole thing too.
Right, like you said, you metabolize it too. Walking all day. Ain't no caravans and shit like that. You got horses, but yeah.
When it with the gummies, have y'all tried like or not even with the gummies, have y'all tried like freezer dryer fruit? Like, you tried that yet?
Not me, but Ricky that was here earlier. He has a freeze dried machine.
Did he say the freeze dried machine is a good way to go?
You know, I haven't asked him. He's not like he was here earlier. I haven't asked him about the fruit, but he's freeze drying the seamoss. But I think he's trying to do that with some fruits too to mix in with the seamoss powder.
So I remember it was a girl a while back. She was talking with the guy, who, I was talking about who did the template, and it was those two was on your stream at the time, and she was talking about the freeze dry fruit, and she said that the freeze dry fruit what she would do is she would just throw it in there, and then what would happen is also make them expand again.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Tata.
like, yeah.
I think it was Tata that did that. They used the freeze dried powder.
Right, and then so I didn't know, like, but I mean, I would not knock anybody, but all I said is because everybody's on their part, So, but if I hear from multiple people, like, okay.
I think also the powder would be good to use when making gummies.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, just because because it's ready dry, so you could add as much moisture if you want to, stuff like that. So.
And I think you could add more Seamoss to it, so you can actually increase the dose per gummy.
Yeah, word.
Welcome, Jackie, to the group. Just letting you know, Jackie just joined on Clubhouse. We're just having an open discussion about everything Seamoss. There's no question too big or too small, but mainly right now we're talking about making gummies and discussing whether, I put the idea of, if you were to use Seamoss powder in making the gummies as opposed to the gel, would that provide a different consistency? And I think it would probably allow you to put more, like a higher concentration in Seamoss. And that's a question, not so much directly to you, Sean, but just in general, like how much Seamoss is actually in each gummies? Does anybody put the, did the math to find the proper dosage or whatever?
No, I have no clue. And it's another thing. Like I'm pretty much, if you want it, I make it. But that's I prefer to give you the straight raw gel. But if you can't take that raw gel, I can give you something like gummies or the lemonade. But as far as like the dosage, I just tell them to take 3 to equal up to 1 tablespoon. Now, some people they can barely take three to. I tell them to take 3 to 9 a day. You know what I'm saying? Because my son, he's like 2 years old. He'll sit there and eat like a whole handful. And I just let him run with him around the house.
Do you see the energy?
Yeah. Seamoss energy.
Yes, I do.
I think that, man, before Seamoss, you can see him just sitting down like, and then after Seamoss, zero.
Right. Real, man. And I love it. Because, when he goes to daycare, they give him so much of the wrong stuff that I would normally give him throughout the day. His little stomach just come back so full. I'm knowing that they're giving him snacks after snacks. I'm knowing that they're not giving him smoothies with Seamoss and fruit throughout the day. So having those gummies and having Seamoss here is critical to his health and well-being, because they're not even focused on. They're just trying to make it through their day. They're there for a job. They love the kids, but at the same time, though, they're not worried about their health as much as I am. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the Seamoss is a great thing to have in the house because it helps with the digestive helps with the digestive system, and it also rids their body of mucus. My son has had the most snottiest. It's just too much information, but his nose has just been running like a faucet. I'm like, man, I knew they said once you start taking your kids to the daycare, they're gonna get sick. But
Bro, I was just about to come and say that. Like when I brought my kids to the daycare for the first time, they were like ear infections, like nonstop. Like every time we were taking them to the doctor, another ear infection. I'm like, what the fuck are these kids doing? Like, what are they sticking in their ear? But same thing with the runny nose, and there is so much viruses.
That's what you said.
in these daycares. And if your kid is not used to that environment, like it's and then sometimes it's important to build up their immunity.
Right.
So it's
Yes,
like
sir.
sometimes it's okay to drink from the garden hose. You know what I mean?
There you go with the garden hose.
Mhm.
Hey, Moss, hey man, check out some black seed oil too, man.
You think that's okay to give a kid, or you just not for me in general?
Nah, for the kid, yeah, just give them a lower dosage than you for sure. But yeah, black seed oil, you're good because what it is it's called human. And if your
That's your
child
new
eats
product?
curry or
No, it's black seed oil.
I said
I take it daily. I put it in my tea.
put it in your tea.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Yeah, no, I think you good to go for the because it's the seed.
You know how to make black seed oil? You saying?
No, I didn't make it, but it comes from the cumin seed, and the seed. I know it's in a lot of ingredients I used to eat when I was a child, but you know what? I am not a doctor, so I don't. This is me just saying I think so, but I think it is okay for a child because I know a lot of children who eat curry and who even Indians for sure. A lot of Indians who eat curry for sure,
But is that what black seed oil is? Cumin?
yeah, it's cumin seed.
Yeah.
CUMIN.
Oh, I never knew that.
I should say something else because I'm actually in the process of making my own oil, and I got like a bunch of seeds here. And I'll look at them up when I get a second.
If anybody can make black seed oil, I'll buy it wholesale.
I know, right? I would too, man. Black seed oil is off the chain, isn't it?
No, not only for me, but I got retail stores that need it too. Y'all gonna make some money.
It's probably not cheap to get, right?
Making money all the time, yeah.
That's it.
I mean, you could probably.
We're all gonna make some money together.
I don't think it's
all
that.
meet up somewhere. We all could meet up somewhere and write all this shit off too.
Huh?
He was talking about. He said we can meet up and share this expenses and write the shit off, or you can meet up and write off the meetings, which is true. I write off almost all my meals. You know,
Not 80% of my church.
Yeah, I write it all off under my real estate business. Yeah, because then I can justify like why I'm going out to dinners and stuff like that. But yeah, it's not as easy with the Seamoss, but it's common with real estate. Actually, let me show you guys something I'm really proud of. I just picked it up today.
Some Seamoss.
It's not Seamoss. You guys can't see it, but this is my award that we got this year for selling so much real estate. So
congratulations.
Yeah, so this is called the President's Gold Award, and
I see it.
Yeah, and so they give this out to people that are in the top 10 to 6% of realtors, and I think it's in Ontario.
You were in the top 10?
Huh?
You made it in the top 10?
Yeah, so I'm not in the top 5, but I'm in the top 10.
I just want to let y'all know Julien is fucking rich outside of Seamoss.
I know, right?
I'm not rich. My wife's rich. She takes all the money. But
congratulations. I mean, I can't lie. It just in real estate, that has to be an achievement because everybody lives in the house, right? So, hey, you're doing your ting, boy.
Well, it's putting the effort in, the work. I've been doing it for 8 years. You know, that's what's crazy too. I just realized that the other day. It's like 8 years I've been doing this. Like, wow, that's a long time to be selling houses. But I learned a lot about it, and I apply a lot of what I've learned in selling houses with what I'm doing in the real estate. You know, I think what I do right now in the Seamoss is a collection of everything I've done in the real estate, all the stuff that I did selling like weed, selling cars. Because I used to have a car dealership.
Did you tell them about the dispensary?
No, I don't think these guys have heard. And yeah, that's another thing. I used to own a dispensary like 3-4 years ago. It was the illest dispensary though in Toronto. Like that's something I'm definitely like really proud of to put together because I've never owned a like how do you say it? The whole thing I manifested. Right? How I never told you the story, Battle, how I came about with this fucking thing, dispensary. And so how it happened was as a realtor, I was shopping my friends. A friend of mine who's in the industry had some friends who wanted to open up their own dispensary. And so he put me on there and we were looking at the shops. And the whole time I'm shopping with these guys, I'm watching them set up this business. And I'm just like in my head, I'm like, they're doing it all wrong. I would never do it like this. And I would never set it up like that. Like I didn't tell them, but I'm in my head. And I start dreaming about if I had a dispensary, it would be like this. It would be like that. I would have it like this. Then like a month or two, this girl calls me out of the blue and is like, sends me this email and says, check it out. And it's a listing for a space that was like, I think the rent was like $1,500 or something like that. And they said it's in a bookstore, and the bookstore says you can do whatever you want in the space. And one of the options that they listed was a dispensary. So, this was right around the time the thing was about to get legalized in Canada. They hadn't like decided what they were going to do. So the idea was, okay, let's start this dispensary. And as the laws come in, we'll just kind of be grandfathered in because we already have this location, right? What's so cool about the location was that it was located inside of a bookstore. And when we developed the store, we had no signage. So there was no front door sign saying dispensary here. Like you would walk into this bookstore and not know there was a dispensary. The only way you knew is that you could smell a hint of weed. But we had like air fresheners going and charcoal filters and all that stuff to like calm that down and everything, right? It was members only. So you had to be invited to be a member, right? And the reason why I did it was like that was because I wanted to make sure that I eliminated any dickheads. And then what we did, which I think was genius, was that we charged, I think it was minimum $15 a gram, which anybody that smokes weed is like, when I say that, they're like, what the fuck? Like $15 a gram? It was purposely done that to make sure that we eliminated the amount of traffic that was coming in. Because one of the things that I identified on these dispensaries is that these guys would have lineups around the corner. And so, and the reason why they had lineups is because everybody was coming in to buy a dime. These lineups created a lot of heat and a lot of like attention. And some of these places would get robbed and stuff. So our dispensary was set up purely so that no one could get like robbed, right? So that's why there was no location. Like even our advertising, you had to call and be interviewed before we would give you the location of where we're located. And when you came in, you went down these stairs like you were going into the basement. And at the bottom of the stairs, there was a camera with a button and a swipe card for your card. If you were a member, you just swiped your card in. The guy on the other side would see your identification and he would buzz you in if no one was there. If there was other people in the shore shopping, then he would tell you, okay, come back in 10 minutes, go look at a book or whatever. We never had more than like 4 or 5 people in the store at one time, because part of our spiel was that you come in there, you relax, you look at weed, you talk to the guy who knows what he's talking about. Like there's no rush, no pressure, right? But our average sale was about $500. right? And that was because when these guys came in there, it was priced so that they would make it. It was better for them to buy these large amounts, and there was almost no one in the store, so you felt comfortable pulling out $1,000 to buy your $500. Huh?
This is being like this.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, the first experience I ever went to a dispensary, I almost had an anxiety attack. Like literally, I freaked the fuck out because imagine you go into this store, right? And you got to go up the stairs. So they buzz you in. And as they're buzzing you in, there's 3 or 4 people behind you. You walk in, they all kind of follow you in. These people don't get buzzed. You know what I mean? You go up this flight of stairs, and then at the end of the stairs, there's like a 200 square foot room where there was like 50 people in this room, and they were all buying weed. Dude, I looked at it and I was like all it takes is the wrong guy to be in this room, and all these guys are getting jacked. So it was like, imagine I'm sitting in the room waiting for either the cops to come in and bust it or somebody to come in and rob us all. Because if I was a criminal, that would I would hit this place like it was just like taking candy from a baby. You know what I'm saying? So that was one of the things that like made me think like, hell no would I ever have a dispensary like that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna make it so that it's almost like you're gonna have you're gonna have trouble finding the place, let alone buying it. And people would think you're crazy because it's like, oh look, you're not gonna make no money, this and that. But it's like, no, if you structure like this is what I was saying before, like you look for your ideal client and who you want to sell to, and you create the environment that is beneficial to them. And you don't care about anybody else. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't interested in the dime bag people because those guys are just headaches and they're problems and they're heats. You know, they start fights, they argue. You know what I mean? A guy that wants to spend $500, that guy's a professional. Do you know what I mean? He's like a doctor or something like that. He don't play games. He just wants his weed and wants to make sure that what he's buying is good, and that's that. You know. So that was another thing too. We had only exotic weeds and only quads. So you like it was top shelf all around. And whether you wanted a half gram, like say you wanted an ounce, you could take that ounce and do 2 grams of this, 4 grams of that, 6 grams of this and that, and then we would total up and charge you one price for the ounce. Unheard of anywhere else. And to the
I don't know where the hell that happened.
And this is when it's, yeah, but this is the thing. If you were spending a lot of money, that's the place you want to go to.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you know what I'm saying? So you create this environment where it's kind of like a no. Yeah. And this is what I took the same sort of ideas when I started this Seamoss business. I knew that the type of clientele that I wanted to do with cares about information and about knowledge and knowing the truth. And they would rather know the truth of something than follow some kind of ideology or something. You know what I mean? And they just want good quality Seamoss. and they want a guy that's easily accessible. You know what I mean? When you're spending like $2,000-3,000, you don't want a guy that's going to take 2 days to get back to you. You want a guy that you call to, like, bro, you know how easy I am to accessible. There's never a time you call me and I don't call you back in 10 minutes. Right? He's not there, so you can't hear me. But that's my point. Like, you know, to get the clientele that I'm looking for, I have to be super accessible, always available, quick to solve the problems, and flexible and willing to negotiate. You know?
Question, Julien. Okay, me and my mom had we was having a big old debate, boy. We started a business. This was very recently, and she was like, being too accessible is not a good thing because I was like, no, and she was like, yeah, you can't be too accessible. Like, no, that's not. So let me ask you, for you, accessibility, how much does it really contribute to you? And like, if there's like every business venture that you had,
would you take accessibility away from certain ones, or in every single one, do you think accessibility is a good thing?
Well, the question is, why are you taking accessibility? There has to be a reason. Like, you don't take accessibility away just for the sake of creating scarcity. That to me makes no sense.
So accessibility usually works for you, like in most of the cases.
Yeah.
Businesses.
Yeah. The only time you don't want to be accessible is when you're selling shit and you're dealing with complaints. Do you know what I mean? But if you don't have to be putting out fires, what's the problem of being accessible? You know what I mean? Like, how would you feel if you were buying something off someone and you knew that you could call this guy at any time and he's like, hey, no problem, what's up? Oh, that's the question? Okay, no problem. Yeah, here's the answer. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Boom. To me, that's accessible. You know what I mean? But sometimes people want to say, oh, I don't want to be too accessible because I don't want them to think that I'm, so available or that it's not worth my value or whatever.
That's what she was saying. She was saying that right there. That's what she was saying. I was like, no. And I get it, but I get her point of view. Don't get it twisted, because that's what we get in our little debates and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
We make each other minds race, but she was like, being too available could depreciate your word.
No.
And I was like, no.
No, you being too available just irritates you. Do you know what I mean? And that irritation brings down the value of your service, because you're not serving with joy and pleasure. You're like, oh, fuck, I got to deal with this guy again. Oh, here's another dumb question I got to answer. Like, that's the only way I wouldn't become available, is if it was creating a negative state in my mind so that I couldn't give the level of service that I would want to if I was happy. But the value is being accessible. You know what I mean? That's it. At least that's what I see in the Seamoss business, right? It's like your drug dealer. Do you know what I mean? If I every time I called my drug dealer to get weed when I wanted weed and I couldn't get it, I'd find another drug dealer.
But let me ask you something. When you used to get the weed, would he be like, 30 minutes late all the time? Common, is that universal?
What, me being late?
No, like if you're trying to grab some weed from your, the drug dealer, you always 30 minutes late.
Usually I was the drug dealer, and yes, I was always late. I was never on time. I am the worst when it comes to time. You should see me, like, because I drive ladies to church, and they're always trying to like put pressure on me to. I tell them straight up, no, like, if you need to be on time, take the train. Like, I'm going to church, I'll be at church, but don't expect me to be at the church at the time that you expect me to be at. I'm going to be at there when God makes my way. Like, I'm going to be there when I'm there. Yeah. Yeah. I used to, as a kid, like growing up, I used to have huge anxiety attacks whenever I was late. I used to ghost people all the time. Like, if I felt that I was not going to be there early and professional, I would just like fake an injury, like I couldn't make it. And it really stressed me out a lot till I got to I guess just before I was 19 or 18. And I just said, fuck it. I'm there when I'm there. Like, it's not worth me being upset. I don't give a shit what these people think. If they don't like it, then don't make plans with me. That's what I would say to them. If you don't like it, don't make plans. If you can't wait, leave. I don't give a shit. If I show up late and you're not there, that's my fault. Do you know what I mean? I accept that responsibility. I'm okay with losing out because to me, in my world, I would rather show up late and be relaxed and comfortable than be all for someone else. You know what I mean? It's like, if you can't wait on me, then it wasn't meant to be. And I know that sounds selfish, but that's the world that I've decided to create for myself. And I think everybody has the power to create their own world and their own rules and their own conditions.
I was supposed to be Saturday, and this late, come on.
I called one of my friends. Well, I called her, asked her if she wanted me to do a job for her, which was I put up the Christmas lights, and basically I noticed that nobody took it down. I called her. She was like, "Yeah, you could come if you want." And I was like, I was just calling because I wasn't doing anything, so I was just calling to try to make some cash. And she was like, "You could come if you want, but like I got some of it down already, and I only have a few." Basically, long story short, every time she was like basically saying like she wasn't gonna pay me, and she kept on saying you could come if you want, kind of deal. Fine with that, man. So I just didn't show up, even though I was like, yeah, but she kept on saying you come if you want. She wasn't talking money, and that's what I'm trying to do this year, like. Just like how I talked to you earlier about giving free samples out, like I used to do that a lot just because I cared about people. I still do, but I'm just trying to cut down that.
But if you wanted money, you should have asked for it.
But no, man, I know it's not that I should have asked for it. Listen, this is what she said. She said, I don't have no cash on me. I said, you can do the same thing last time. You can give the money to your daughter and she can send it to my bank account. And she was like, you can come if you want. So I just talked, but she sounded like she was gonna do something funny, and like I don't have no time for that now.
Yeah, but dude, that's this is the point where you need to switch and say, well, I'll come and do the work, but I really don't have the time to do it unless I'm getting paid. Because right now I'm looking for paid jobs to get some money for what I need for it. Like, just be honest with them and say I'm not doing it unless I get paid. You know what I mean? Because what do you owe this lady? She's playing games with you. You know what I mean? She's trying to be like I don't know if the right word is passive, not passive. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's trying to be subtle about it. Like, oh well, if you want to do it for free, like come and ask me if I do it for free, and I'll say yes or no. But don't say, well, you can do it if you want. Well, no, I only want to do it if I get paid. Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
Just said that for real.
Ain't no charity work.
Yeah, man. And then you just man up and just be like, this is what I want. And then if she says no, then you say, okay, fine. If I have some extra time, I'll try to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. Yeah, I give them a sense like, if I can do it, I'll do it. But really, I'm not going to commit to doing it unless you're going to commit to paying me, because it is time. You know what I mean? Like, how does she have the audacity to think that you're just around to kind of take people's lights down for free? Now, maybe in her mind, it's like, to her, it's like it's not worth paying someone to do that work. And that's okay. Don't do the work then. You know, I watched this interesting thing today. Let me see if I can pull up the show that I watched. But it was talking about pricing and about, like, you know, it was like a scenario where the guy was, what was it? It was two people talking, and one guy wanted to utilize this guy's service for $1,000, and then the other guy was trying to get the service done for $4,000. And in the end, like in part of the role playing, the guy basically kind of flat out, the one that wanted $4,000 was kind of like, well, if $1,000 is your budget, then I can't do the job. You know, thank you very much. You know what I mean? And some people were kind of like, oh, you just let $1,000 go. But it's almost like a lot of times when you lower your standards to accommodate someone, it's that person that makes the biggest fucking problem for you. And at the end of the day, if you're going to do... Yeah. And at the end of the day, when you do the job for this guy, you're going to hate the fact that you're doing it for less money. Like, I tell my clients, like, we charge 5% for commission for selling homes. And I tell them, like, when they say, oh, will you do it for 4%? Hell no, not at all. And they're like, why not? I said, because I don't want to. Like, the job that I do, the work that I make, like, I earn my money. I said, I'll sell your houses. I'll show you where I can sell your house for more than the average agent. And that extra money, that's my pay right there. You know what I mean? So you can go to these other guys and get your 3.5%, but eventually you're going to walk away with less in your pocket than if me. I'm going to fight for you because I'm getting paid in full. Do you know what I mean? So I need to show my value. Yeah, the second you undercut my value, then I don't need to show my value anymore. I just need to complete the transaction. Right? You got your discount. You got your payment for my work. Now I just complete the work and walk away. Like there's no incentive for me to work harder for you. You know what I mean? And I say that to them flat out. Like, do you want me to work hard, or do you just want me to close the transaction? You know? But what I do tell them is say, look, after the job, if we sell this house in 2 days with no marketing, no real effort, this and that, then for sure, you know what I mean, I will give you a discount on your thing. But we'll talk about it after the transaction's done. I'm not giving you a discount before we do any work. I don't even know what work is involved. And I don't want to get halfway through this and realize that I don't have the money that I need to do the best that I can do. You're kind of cutting me.
Locked into a contract. Yeah, locked into something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're cutting me short. Yeah, and then I even say, why do you want this discount? Well, like, what does this discount mean to you? Well, it's more money in my pocket. But if I sell the house for more money, is that not more money in your pocket? You know what I mean? And do you feel that my hard work is not worth it? Like, sometimes you even have to ask them, and then they go, "Oh no, 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 of course not." Well, then okay, so then we're done here. You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? You know? And at the end of the day, you don't want a guy. I tell them, you don't want a guy who's just going to roll over because you named the price. You know, this is a like I'm going to negotiate as hard for you as I am for myself. Yes, the Moss boss. I need to get some done up that say Boss Seamoss on it. Yeah. Did you see the content that I made on Instagram? What do you think of that?
I don't think I checked it out. I'm gonna look at it when we get off.
Yeah, I made a lot of videos and stuff. Ashton brought me a bunch of content and stuff.
Oh yeah. I did see some of that. Yeah.
The guys in the forest. That's so funny. Yeah. With the flip flops and the socks.
All this classic, bro. Like you said, like I said, like all that footage that you had from the beginning. Mm-hmm. Classic.
You know what's
true? Did you get another laptop yet?
No, I haven't got the laptop yet. I have to fucking. I got my pastor yelled at me this today because I haven't even reported it to the police and shit. I just fucking don't even want to deal with it. You know what I mean? I'm so upset that they took that computer. Like, if I ever see those guys in the street, and that's the thing that's been driving me crazy. It's like I'm watching out for this car. I know what that car looks like, and it's like if I see that car, it's like, fuck it, you guys are gonna get it. Sorry, I shouldn't even be talking like that. Premeditated stuff. No, but I have a plan. I'm gonna take their license plate and get their own information. I'm gonna report it to the cops, and then I'm gonna find out where they hang and where they're from, and then we'll
John
talk.
Wick.
Huh?
Gotta go, John Wick.
Yeah, almost. You know, fuck, I wasn't happy, man. No, these guys took it was like they took my dog, literally. Like, that was my favorite computer. The computer was worth like $6 grand. Yeah, all the content that was on it, my whole life was on there. Dude, I cried. Like, I felt like I cried right in front of the cops and they're like, "Are you okay? It's just a computer." I'm like, dude, it's not just a computer. It's like literally like I just lost my arm. You know?
What's it called on there?
Huh?
Was your crypto and shit on there too?
Who? Oh, was my crypto stuff? Yeah, but you know what? My stuff was locked hard.
Yeah. You got the 2FA.
Yeah, I have the locked hard for that, but also just to get access to my laptop, you have to use the fingerprint biometric, and it's encrypted. So if you try to attack it, then it will encrypt itself or whatever. So I'm pretty safe. Plus, it's not like I got millions of dollars in crypto, dude.
Not yet.
That's true.
Exactly.
Let's see what what is it called? XRP. I'm pissed. Like,
that's what I was about to say. So how much XRP you got left?
I don't know. I'll have to check. I think I have about somewhere around 20,000 coins or something like that, or 17.
You have to send me some of that.
Yeah.
So,
Hey,
But it was
Yes.
down. It was down at 60 cents, and I was going to buy some,
yeah,
and I
It
fucking.
back up. It's like 80. It's like 70, 80 cents right now.
Rio, what did you want to say? I know you're trying to say something. Sorry.
No. Crypto was on a. Just saying, crypto was on the Super Bowl. Crypto.com was on the Super Bowl commercial. Boy, oh boy, when I seen that, even though I don't even have that much, but when I seen that, I was just like, yo, I'm coming up. Huh?
CRO.
No,
CRO?
no,
I don't have, oh yeah, crypto, yeah, Crow. Yeah, CRO, Crow, yeah, my bad. Yeah, I did. Crypto.com, yeah.
Yeah, good job.
Is that what it's called? Crypto.com it's called Crow?
Yeah.
That's the coin?
The ticker, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want to get that because look, they bought the fucking Staples Center.
Yeah, I got it before, but it's not even that. Like that one, I think it's gonna be a slow burner. When I think it's gonna go up when people start getting more into the entertainment and selling entertainment with crypto, because even though they did buy the Staples Center and stuff like that, it's the sponsors you see under there, like they have UFC.
It's that. Look, it's that, and that site's a lot easier than Qcoin and all them other sites. Qcoin
and the navigate
is overwhelming, bro. You feel me?
I use Kraken.
Right, but what I'm saying, like, crypto.com is easy. It's a click buy, look at, and it's not a lot of like Fibonacci and charts and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
But those are the worst ones because they're usually higher. Like even Coinbase. You know, Coinbase has the highest rates of crypto, and everybody uses them, and they pay more for their crypto than anywhere else.
Why? Just because it's probably how the information is. It's like curated. Though.
What the reason why Coinbase is higher is just they set their prices higher, and so yeah, there's more activity and stuff like that, and so they add like a premium. So it's like you look at their price, it's like a couple dollars more, and I think their service fees are more expensive and stuff like that. There's a cost for ease of use and stuff like that. Like you're always paying for that, you know.
No, but like right now, how they do it, they actually charge. Wait, okay, if you join Crow and stuff like that, the first couple, like I forgot, maybe the first 4 or 5 or 6 months, you had zero gas fees. Like you could just buy it for that rate, and they don't charge you anything. But it's almost like an entry fee, even though you think you're not. If you keep on using it, you're gonna pay for it in the long run of it. So with that, I was like, oh crap, I'm gonna get out with that. But you can still, use the I forgot, like the uni swap. I forgot what they call it when you can change your coins, transfer it, and make it. You can just send it to them, and it's a feature that I forgot Cardano. They're making a feature, and it's another coin making a feature that you could just basically the coin that you have, you can swap it out for any other coin. You can they have it so you can change it, and then you can change it to a different platform way more easier, and it doesn't cost like almost nothing in gas fees. They're trying to make it more accessible to everybody to use, and just basically everything to move more fluently. So that's what I'm about. But I'm not buying crypto right now. Just the same reason why you said earlier you wasn't buying it. Well, the last one you wasn't buying it because everything went down. But I need to probably like dip in the market and use those bots.
Mm-hmm.
3 words, buy the dip.
Yes, buy low, sell high. That's what you got to do. I'm more of a day trader than I am a holder when it comes to crypto, and I find that it tends to get into 2 different categories. One is either the one that trades, or the other ones are the ones that hold. And the hold.
What do you day trade?
Huh?
Well, what you swing trade, right?
Yeah. So I haven't done any swing trading in a while, but when I was doing it, I was doing a lot of Ethereum, Bitcoin, and XRP. But also I was using whatchamacallit, what's called a crypto trading bot, right? There's this service called Crypto Hopper. And so what they would do is I would give them my crypto holdings and they would use that and trade it on the exchange and make a certain percentage daily on the return. And so the issue with it though is it takes a little bit of time to spend making sure that the bot is running properly. But once it's running properly and the market's conditions are some staying within a certain range, then the bot will make a lot. Like it can make upwards of 2 to 4% in a day, just buying and selling. Now, the idea, my sort of like Freedom 45 plan, or it's got to be 55 now, it was to trade these coins daily and make a 1% compounded earnings on it, and basically take that one compound and reinvest it daily for 2 years until it's built up enough interest that it could just run self-sufficient on its own. And I would make like $1,000 a day on the crypto. So that's my retirement plan. Have you started advertising on TikTok yet? Yeah. I just started doing it, learning on it. It's actually not bad.
And well, obviously, the real is different from the TikTok, but a lot of people with businesses don't understand that for the TikTok on the real, it's not going to give you.
Yeah.
Because it's two different companies. You know what I'm saying? It's cross brand.
Yeah, and so guys, I just got kicked off Instagram, and I think it's because I
Said something?
no, I think it's because they only do 4-hour videos, and if you go over 4 hours, they automatically kick you out. And so I hope this shared it. Yeah. Hang on, let me just save this about Seamoss. Oh, it might not save. Ah, fuck it. It didn't save. It didn't save. Yeah, that's what happens. There's been some issues with this, whatchamacallit, Instagram app all evening that I've been trying to, like it hasn't been working like it should be. I think I can't even end it. This is weird. It's not working like it should. I have to restart it.
You ever heard about the site called Odyssey?
What about it?
Odyssey. It's basically like YouTube. It's just like YouTube, but
No, I haven't heard of it.
yeah. honestly, just because you know how YouTube is like, they kind of after you get a certain after you start getting a certain amount of views, on YouTube, YouTube will start flagging you if you say certain stuff and all that. But I know that you probably haven't got any warning yet and stuff like that. You're very, very free to watch. But I remember it actually cut off one time, and it was what you was talking about. Like this was, I don't know what the heck, and it was blocking what I was typing, and then the whole stream cut off. And I don't know because I wasn't even saying nothing crazy. I don't think.
No, I believe it. I totally believe it. That like even recently, I got a community strike for like I have no idea what it was for. They said something like spam or something like that, but I suspect it was probably some kind of Dr. Sebi hater. Didn't like what I was saying about Seamoss on the rocks, and then decided to like, cause me headaches. Listen, bro, I had one chick call my office and complain to my manager about shit that I was saying about Dr. Sebi on Facebook.
Are you serious? She called your office?
Yes. Called my boss. I never talked to my boss because I don't think he must like. I would have loved to see the conversation, but she said because I was like, "You called my work? Are you serious?" She's like, "Yeah, I called them and told them all about how you're bullying us on Facebook." So I can only imagine, like my boss, like the you know what I mean, listening to this chick and be kind of like, "What? Where? Facebook? Was it? What does this have to do with real estate? You know what I mean? What? Seamoss? The fuck? Get the fuck out of here! Click.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's
She
crazy.
she was mad because she was upset because I was arguing with them and proving them wrong about how because they were saying all the minerals come from the rock, and I was like, here's evidence that says you're wrong. Here's you're wrong. Here's you're wrong. Here's you're wrong. And dude, I'm the worst guy to argue with because once I know I'm right, that's it. You cannot change my mind. Nothing you can say, and I'll have an answer to say everything. And I know I'm right when it comes to like. I'll be shocked if someone shows me some kind of evidence that says minerals can get from the rock. Because literally, I spent more than Battle. You know how much time I used to spend when I was in St. Lucia researching shit, reading shit. Like, dude, I had.
Are you saving this live?
Huh?
Are you saving a live?
You know what? I don't think I saved the other live either. It you know how it cuts off after 4 hours or after a few hours? Yeah, so I don't think I saved it.
All right, don't save this one.
I know it's 4:30 in the morning. Who's watching now? I won't save it.
But no, yeah. Used to, I'm just saying I'm smoking weed.
Oh, okay.
I don't really do that on live, but you ain't saving stuff on that. Everybody sleep. But like you said in the beginning, definitely doing a lot of research. Just one, you gotta know what the fuck you're talking about, and then that you're selling. There was a lot of everybody had their egos out in the beginning. Oh, if it ain't this, it ain't that. You know what I mean? Shit, I still get. Somebody approached me the other day in the gym, bro. I didn't even tell you.
No.
Where it was on some shit like a nutritionist approached me.
Yeah.
And he was on some shit like, if you don't know this, and he asked me how many minerals does the body need? How many essential minerals does the body need daily? And I didn't know. I'm like, I don't. You know what I mean? But the way he was quizzing me like it was a pop quiz. I was telling him like, bro, that's not really a way to go about to get your information off or to teach me. I don't know what his agenda was in the situation.
Like, what is your point?
More ego. And then he was coming on basically saying like, before you step on the stage, you gotta know X, Y, and Z. In my head, like not even on no cocky shit, but like, bro, like Bezos, these niggas just pay somebody. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They pay an expert in whatever that field is. I'm not out here saying I'm a, you know what I mean? I'm not a nutritionist.
Yeah. It'd be one thing
So-
if you were pretending like you're giving out vitamin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not doing that.
And the way you came off is like before you do that, you gotta know this. I'm like,
And you was like,
I'm a humble person. If I don't know
Hold on a
something,
second, Real. Go ahead. You finish what you're saying, Battle, and then I'm gonna get a chance to realize the question. What were you saying?
Oh, my fault. I was just saying I'm a humble person where it's though if I don't know something and you could teach me, I would like you to teach me, especially if you bring it to my attention. But it was more of a like, you got to be a master of the knowledge first before you try to do this. You feel what I'm saying? Before you step on that stage, I was like, wow. The whole vibe and the energy is weird.
That's in your fucking world. You know what I mean? In your world, you could decide. You don't have to know. Like, do you think I have all the answers? Do I come around like I know a lot, but in
Guru of Seamoss.
yeah, like that's an impossible feat. So, hey, what did you want to ask, Rio?
now I was gonna say when that guy was quizzing you. Now listen, I do believe that certain things, especially when you're hands on. Like for example, if you're gonna prepare something, I believe you should know what you're doing, especially like preparing and stuff like that, right? But when it comes to like information, like just like names and stuff like that, because for me, it's just like sometimes I just can't lock onto names. I can tell you details so easy. I can't lock onto names. So if that guy had walked up to you, right, and he was like, hey, how much vitamins, how much vitamins and minerals the body hold and stuff like that. I mean, I think it's whatever. But if you have one on your phone, and be like, oh, hold on 1 second, and you say, hey Siri, how much, and it said it right there. He couldn't get mad, because that's freaking technology. That's how things work. Even though whatever, I get it beforehand. But that's how things work today. We can get answers and we can find information just like that.
Yeah.
Surgery and that stuff.
I don't even look at it that way either, bro. That's crazy, but yeah. Even in that sense, like me being, and that would be a smart ass way to answer your question. I don't know, but hold on.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Siri.
I'm still in multiple stores, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna do that next time, Siri. But I don't know. There was something I was about to say, but I forgot it.
Siri don't fucking know either. As far as
Siri was like, I
yeah.
don't know your stuff.
Oh, that's what I was about to say. Most of the people don't even know the true answer to that question about how many minerals are essential to the body.
I hit him with this, yo. I said, I know one thing. I know that in my community, it's high fructose corn syrup and every damn thing, which leads to cancer and other things which aren't good. And my products are organic, and I went in that spill. You feel what I'm saying? Like we not gonna act like it's not a lot of bullshit already out here, bro. And you coming at me, you're not coming at nobody else.
Yeah.
Or like you said, these white corporations, I don't see out there protesting and no shit like that. But somebody come up with a product in your neighborhood, now I gotta defend it. And you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, you hold these guys to the same standard? But hey, Rio, to answer your question about how many minerals, there's only like 60 or 70. This 92-102 thing is not real.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just read it. It says, but it does. Your body requires some raw material. These include these include at least 30 vitamins, minerals, and dietary components that your body needs. So yeah, man. Shoot. I mean, I guess
if you Google essential nutrients or nutrients essential for life, you'll find an article where they go in and they basically say that there's only about 65 naturally occurring elements that are able to be digested or converted by the human body. and that a lot of these minerals and stuff in the periodic table, they're toxic to us, or they're just not naturally occurring stuff that you could just like eat in foods and stuff like that, you know. So, and I get it. Like honestly, dude, like there's times where my pastor is like saying stuff. I've said this story a couple times where, you know, he's describing something and he tends to kind of embellish it because you know he's telling a story and he needs to captivate you. Now, you know, whether there's 92 minerals or 64 minerals, at the end of the day, it does have minerals that are essential for your life. You know what I mean? It just sounds better to do 92. But just because it sounds better doesn't mean we follow. Because if you do the science, you see the truth. You know what I mean? And that's my argument all the time. It's like, let's just follow the facts. Let's go with the truth. Who cares who said it and whether they were right or wrong? These are the facts that we know now. This is what we should follow. You know?
I like the story you tell about
Huh?
food when you just saying the 3 foods and then you can tell a story. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll tell this story because it is a funny story. Like to be in these meetings and listen to him, you know what I mean, discuss the menu, and then the next thing it's like, you know, oh, we're gonna have curry goat, we're gonna have Chinese food, we're gonna have Ethiopian food, we're gonna have it all. Like, no, we're not. Like, what are you talking about? You know, he's crazy, that guy. I love him. At the end of the day, he means well, and like, and that's the thing. Like, I'm pretty sure at the end of the day, Dr. Sebi meant well, even if he did, you know, change the story or whatever. You know, that's just how talkers talk. That's what they do. I'm like, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I don't care what anybody says. Seamoss cannot get the minerals from the rock. And I almost feel like doing a full live stream just dedicated to that. Because I get into these huge arguments. And what drives me even crazy about it is like none of these guys that I argue can come with any facts with me. Like none of them can show me any scientific test or proof that shows that the mineral can get off the rock. But yet they'll sit there and argue for like an hour with me back and forth to the point where they basically, the only way they win is by cutting me off, you know? And that's part of the reason why I have that Seamoss Buyers Club. Do you know that?
I'm about to make some smoothies right now.
Nice.
Something 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I have that Seamoss Buyers Club so that I can pretty much say what I want and no one can kick me out. Because I got tired of people kicking me out of their groups because I was telling the truth. So that they could sell their Seamoss. Like they were creating an artificial environment where they had control over it so that they can spew their message.
Why don't you do that one day? Like, I mean, make sure, but Julie, please just make sure you got your pamphlets and your resources ready to go because you know people are gonna come and eat. But get the smoke, man. Like, first off,
bro,
bro,
no one can come with no heat. I went against. Listen, I went against Dr. Sebi's son, and he lost.
For real?
For real. Tell Victor next time you say Julien's the guy hates me. I troll that guy all the fucking time. Every chance I get to troll Victor, I troll that guy. You know that? Because when he tried to battle me in a debate, he threatened to destroy my business. That's another thing I do. I laugh at him. I'm like, oh, guess what, Victor? Guess who's still around, bro? Because when I first started the Seamoss, he was making all these videos saying that St.Lucian Seamoss is fake and that it's garbage. And so I had a client that kind of came to me and was like, look, this guy is saying this stuff. And this is back when I didn't even know, like I knew of Dr. Sebi, but I didn't really know about his sons or that his sons were in the industry or any of that shit. So when this guy came in, I thought that like, that was some fake shit that he wrote. Like, you know, oh, I'm Dr. Sebi's son. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't think he was actually his son. And so I DM him on Instagram and I'm like, yo, bro, what's up? And he's like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, yeah, I hear you're talking shit about St. Lucian Seamoss. What's that all about? You know, and then we go in the back and forth, and he's all kind of like, you don't know who I am. And I was like, bro, I don't give a fuck who you are. You better stop your shit and stop talking. You know what I mean? Like, if you got some facts, spit the facts. But if not, stop talking shit. Like, don't throw shade on this Seamoss, or I'm gonna be on your ass about it. And so we went back and forth. And so finally he's like, oh, you think you're so tough? Let's do a live stream, right? And so we did the live stream. And the first thing he asked me is about name all 92 minerals.
Oh, he tried to do you just like homeboy. God.
I fucking laughed at him. I'm like, fuck you. You named 92 minerals. Because he's like, you don't know it? I go, no, I don't know it. Please enlighten me. What are the 92 minerals? And I paused and I waited. I was like, oh, you don't know them either? Yeah. And I started laughing. But what was the joke, bro? Is that when I did the live stream, I was drinking beer and eating chicken, fried chicken. And the whole fucking Instagram thing, like, dude, like the comments were moving so fast, I couldn't see shit. It was just like, like, oh my God, I can't believe this guy's drinking beer. What? Is that chicken in his hand? Oh, fuck. And I told him, I said, listen, bro, you think just because I have chicken and a beer in my hand, I'm not qualified to talk about Seamoss? I'm like, you're crazy. I'm like, bro, guys, like if that's the standard you're gonna set to me, then you guys might as well not buy Seamoss from anybody, because none of these guys that are making the Seamoss are health nuts like you guys. You know what I mean? They all drink beer. They all eat fucking meat. You know? So what are you talking about? And so we went back and forth, and how I got him in the end was he tried to say that I was in it for the money, and that I didn't care about healing people, and that all I cared about was making money. And so I told him, I said, yeah, straight up, bro, I'm not in it just for the money, but hell yeah, I'm in it for the money. I'm here to make money. I'm running a business. That's the fucking main purpose of what I'm doing. I go, but you, my friend, are a fraud. And I go, and you're a charlatan. And he's like, what? And I said, the reason why I say that is because you try to maintain that you're here to help people and you're here for people for help. But really, you only care about the money. And he's like, no, it's not true. I said, oh, it's not true? So then you explain to me why on your website you sell only 2 ounces for $17. I said, you can only buy a 2 ounce pack. You can't get 8 ounce. You can't get a pound. So if you want a pound of Seamoss, you have to do 8 times 17. That's like $120 for his pound. Do you know what I mean? And I said, I'm selling the pound for $42. So who's the fucking healer? Do you know what I mean? Like, and who's in it for money? And there was this long pause, and I said, and bro, I don't give a fuck what you say. I know you're not paying a lot for that money, for that Seamoss. I said, you're probably paying $5 a pound for that shit from Honduras. And it was just a long pause, and I was like, don't make me go down there and find out how much you're really paying. Because I go, I'll spew it all over the internet and tell everybody how much you're really making off this Seamoss. You want to come at me like I'm in it for the money, and you're not. You know what I mean? I go, you're a joke and you're a liar. You're fucking deceiving your base. You know what I mean? You're not the truth. You're full of shit. And so he got so mad, he ended up calling me a boti man. Right? And the second he called me a boti man, I just started laughing. And I'm like, I win. I'm like, I'm done. You know what I mean? I'm over it. And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, I win. I know I win. The fact that you can't argue with me and you have to call me a name, you have to say I'm gay. I go, that's it. You like, fuck. What more is there to talk about? You know? And so that was it. And then he ended it, and he deleted the video, and then he blocked me. But
I mean, you could be like what's his name, Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, tell them the truth about who they are on Seamoss. No, there's a lot of these guys that hate me because I show them the truth. And they've built their whole business off the Seamoss getting the rocks and all this shit. And dude, it makes my blood boil. Especially when I see these pictures and they're like, oh, look at the rock. It's got the rock on it. That means it's real. And then, like, for me, who's done the research, it's like, no, you just destroyed a marine environment with that rock. So that you know what I mean? Like, you're literally a parasite because you're you know what I mean? You're no better than a fucking cockroach because you're destroying. Like, I don't think people understand how damaging removing Seamoss from an environment that it's supposed to be in is for that environment. Yeah, that Seamoss is
If you take all of it.
Huh?
If you take all of it, I could understand someone takes like a clipping, but they take all of it.
For the most part, you don't even know what they take. You don't even know where they're taking it from or how they're getting it. Do you know what I mean? Because these guys, the divers, they're just making money, dude. So if you said, oh, did you leave 10% of this and that? Like, yeah, we left 10%. They don't fucking know. I mean, who knows? They could, but I don't see any divers coming out with measuring tapes or doing calculations to see how much Seamoss is left. You know what I mean? They just take what's there for as much as they can get, and they have to take a lot. In fact, I don't even believe most of the Seamoss that they say is wild is actually wild. Do you know what I mean? Because it's too consistent. There's not enough variations in the Seamoss, which is what you would see in wild, and just there's not enough supply. Right? To get 1,000 pounds of Seamoss, you need 10,000 pounds of wet Seamoss.
He said ratio of
one to 10. That's huge. Do you know what I mean? And so for me, that imports a couple thousand pounds every month or every other month. Do you know what I mean? That's a lot, and I'm small. Like, there's a lot of guys that are huge, and they're not even selling to our community. They're selling to other industries and shit that they're making cosmetics or, you know what I mean, Seamoss extracts and whatnot. There's a huge industry for Seamoss. Right? So there's, like, if it was all wildcrafted, our oceans would be destroyed. In fact, when I was there in St. Lucia, that was one of the biggest, like, conversations, was that all the normal spots where they would normally find an abundance of Seamoss were getting depleted, and that it was kind of like, well, if this keeps going, how are we going to continue to sustain the supply if people keep pulling the wild Seamoss? And some of that wild Seamoss is used to plant the Seamoss that's cultivated on the ropes. So what was happening a lot is divers would come and pull all this. Like, these Seamoss farmers have areas where they, like they're kind of like nurseries where they're growing the Seamoss in the wild, right? And so they pick that stuff from the wild and they put it on the lines and the ropes, right? But divers would go in there and steal more Seamoss and make it harder for these guys to do their planting. And so that was a concern or a complaint that these guys were having, was that these divers are indiscriminately just taking Seamoss from everywhere.
Look what I'm just getting to open up, and I'm back home.
What? Oh, hello. I recognize that box. You're just opening that now?
Yes.
Bro, I sent that like a month ago.
Yeah, I had a little bit left, like in a trash bag.
Mm-hmm.
Just got through that, so.
How's it look? You like it?
Yeah, great.
Smells nice. The Seamoss we got the last couple shipments been phenomenal. Wait till you see the front. Look at that. That's straight gorgy right there. Look at that. That stuff must smell beautiful. Here, I gotta show the guys on Facebook so they know what we're dealing with here.
Can they see it?
Yeah, they can see it. Not perfect, but still. Proud of my Seamoss.
Yeah.
You know, I'm excited for like what the future is going to bring and shit like that as we grow. I'm really excited too for like the relationship that I've been building with Ricky and stuff like that. You know.
You're happy.
Yeah. No.
I learned a lot from both of y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all ain't even say shit for real.
Yeah. Well, he's met Kenya too, and he loves Kenya. Those guys have been getting along really good. So that that's cool.
Kenya? I don't know who that is.
Oh, you don't know who Kenya is? That's my guy in Atlanta.
Oh, that's
He's the guy I used to do the live streams with on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Vegan Electric, exactly. They've actually been doing pretty good too, Vegan Electric.
Stronger in numbers.
Yeah, but you know what, guys? I really should end this in the next 3 minutes. I was supposed to stop at 2 o'clock. 1 o'clock is like I'm supposed to stop around 1, and 2 o'clock is supposed to be my hard shut off. But I don't know. When you got cool people in a room and you're having good conversations, it's hard to stop.
Right. Like I said, so I'm just ready to go home there. I drove 2 hours.
Wow.
So that was, if anything, the front of the line was for that.
I feel you. Yeah. The good thing is I've gotten caught up on most of my orders, and so I don't really I could go in today and pack, but I don't really need to. I just got an order this morning at 4:24. Huh? No. Sorry?
So you have an order to ship out, right?
Yeah, I got a order, and I'm going to call this guy because I don't like some of these orders that come in. I don't trust how they're moved or they're maneuvered. So he bought on a subscription. He wants to get the Seamoss every week, right? And he's buying 5 pounds to take every week. But it's a sick deal. He's paying $121 for $121 for 5 pounds, including shipping.
If people like that, though, I mean, bro, I got people in North Carolina that buy like mango or jars. That should be like $78 with shipping.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? With the price and shipping, you gotta overnight it in there. Well, with that at least.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, fuck it. They want to give it to them.
Yeah, my only concern is
right, there's your warehouse.
Well, no. So I have these subscription packages, right? And in the subscription package, oh, you know what? Never mind. This is not his first order.
All right.
Yeah. So then I won't worry about it.
Right. No,
yeah, he's been ordering since the beginning of January. But it's a good deal, dude. You know what I mean? Like 121 including shipping, you're paying like $24 a pound. And that's not bad. Yeah, $24.20 a pound.
Oh, what day did we pick as far as shipping day? Did we pick up?
Huh?
Did we pick a day? Remember I said mostly I wanted to be buying.
Yeah.
I don't remember what day.
No, but if you want, I'll ship you more.
Huh?
I said tomorrow's the day.
All right, tomorrow's the day.
Which actually means today, since today is tomorrow.
It's right now.
Yeah. Let me just send you that invoice. No, you tell me when you want to pay and what you want to do, and I have it.
Friday, when I get everything in the store.
Okay.
It's wild. Weekend, like week, end of the week is typically good.
Okay. So you want to do it the second week of every month?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
I just want to keep building it up. You know what I mean? To the point where it's in stock like crypto, where I got abundance smalls.
Oh, true. And dude, you probably sell more like that way. You know what I mean? Because if
Yeah,
someone calls you and says, I need 5 pounds, you're just like, here you go.
Right. I need to get paid. Definitely, though. I know it's not hard, but I haven't done it yet.
You haven't done what?
Figure out what I want to sell. Half ounce. Well, I got everything on my website set up. You know.
If you want my advice, don't sell more than a half pound.
Half pound, right?
Yeah, that should be your max size.
It makes sense.
Because sometimes these guys, one, it's because it's easy to purchase that price range, and then two, sometimes you give them too much, more than they actually need.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And then your business. Huh?
What time is it?
It's 5:02. I should actually get going, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to get these smoothies done. I gotta get to the gym, so that's perfect.
Oh, look who just joined, Heather. I feel bad because she probably Heather is a new person I started working with in I think it's Ireland or London. Really nice person, great energy and vibe and stuff. And I know this is probably what is it? It's probably morning now. Hey Heather, what time is it there?
It is 7 o'clock.
Oh, she's in Scotland. That's it. She's in Scotland, and it's like 5 hours ahead, I think. So what's 5 hours? So it's like 10 a.m. Yeah, 10 a.m.
Hey Julien, whenever you get to my own, I forgot to write in the description the art with
The Bob one day.
Yeah, I forgot to write Bob one day in the description. I wrote my name like this is real chat, but I forgot to write Bob one day.
You know what, Rio? I'll double check, but I think I actually shipped your order. I don't. What?
Tell me that, Julien.
But I'm sorry, bro. I don't have the Bob one day though.
It was you said just a sample. I just wanted to try a sample. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it. I wanted just a sample.
Yeah, but I think actually I do. What do you remember? What your order number is?
I can look, right?
Yeah. Well, what's the name it was under?
Oh, it's under
Mario. That looks nice. Nice gel there. Look at that. Turn it upside down. Boom.
Oh, you see? Well, who has that gel?
Moss Boss. Lente. That's all.
It should be thick enough where you can do that. You know what I mean? On the consistency.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Dairy Queen. Friggin', he did the Dairy Queen flip.
Wow. Well, look, showing this really real quick. This is the triple I was telling you about. The mango at the bottom, strawberry in the middle, pineapple at the top.
The mixture.
So people see this, they're like, "Oh, what is that?" Good selling.
Yeah. No, that looks nice. So Mario, I think I have your package, but it wasn't shipped. So I have it boxed and ready, but I don't think it was shipped. So I'm gonna. Actually, it's not. I know this. So
I'm happy. This is a good thing.
It's a good thing you said it because I forgot about it. to be honest with you. So tomorrow I will come when I go in the warehouse. I will add that in.
All right, whenever you should, I just wanted to try it.
Yeah, it might be just one stick though, if that.
I don't care. Yeah, whatever. I just want to try it.
Oh, you'll like it. It's good shit. I want to try and make it into a tea bag, like a powdered tea.
That's what I'm like. Just experimental. That's why I like to do. I like to experiment with it. So I'm if I have enough to do like a little variety of whatever I can do, or even mix it with this, because I always like to do it like like a pure. So I'm gonna do it like just boil it first, right? All I have to do is boil it in some water and drink it. I'm gonna do it like that first, see how I feel, etc. and all that. I'm gonna do it on a clean stomach and everything.
Yeah.
And then I might try to do a boil of it and then soak a little bit of the sea moss to see if it sucks it up, and then blend it up and then take it like that and see if it works. And if I get, I'm gonna play with it, and I'm gonna do the fried. I'm gonna do when I get sea moss, try to do it.
Yeah, stir fry some sea moss. That would be a cool choice or test. I noticed something really interesting on the sea moss, like on my Instagram here. I'm gonna try something, but there's a way it looks like for me to earn money from supporters, and I'm gonna figure out how that works, because one of the things I've been working on, or an idea that I've been trying to plan, is to do a raffle. And so we haven't really sat down to finalize everything, but the idea will be to raffle something like 100 to 250 pounds. It would be something like one big prize of maybe 30 or 20 pounds, maybe even 50 pounds, a bunch of 1 pound prizes, and then a bunch of like 2 pounds, 4 pounds, 5 pound kind of prizes. And then we sell raffle tickets for like about $10 a ticket, and we use the proceeds to help fund. We do a lot of like philanthropy projects. I don't want to say charity work, but it's more about creating opportunities to help the different farmers or different people in the community. So like we've donated money to help people rebuild their houses in the case that they were in a fire. We've donated money to orphanages so that they could have like a kids day, where my partner will come in and bring the kids ice cream and candies and some food that they don't normally get to eat and stuff like that. And so we pay for that. We had like stuff like feminine products and stuff for some of these kids, because they're getting to be teenagers and stuff, and a lot of these homes that are taking care of these kids, they're doing it on limited budgets and stuff like that. We also want to like use the money to what is the word, provide goggles and other sort of water equipment to some of these farmers. Like that some of these farmers don't even have like proper snorkel equipment or wetsuits or anything like that. It's crazy. You know what I mean? And so I don't know. Originally, we were going to do this like contest giveaway, and I was just going to kind of like you enter in. But then my partner kind of brought it up and was like, "Well, why don't we just flip it and do it this way? And then that way, we're still getting the attention or the thing, but we're helping somebody. Where it's not just all about ourselves. It's not just only us gaining. It's more." I gotta even check your order, because I'm wondering if I even packaged this order right. When you're looking at an order right now and you're like, I don't remember packing 2 pounds gold, 1 pound purple.
Nah, you've been packing. You know how much you've been packing? I know you don't remember that. What you did.
Oh yeah, dude, that was order 3995. I'm now on order let me pull it up here. I'm on order 429.
Yeah.
So there's I had to pack 35 orders before that order. Yeah.
Not imagine for you to imagine that combination. That's like,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to try it.
wonder who's watching on YouTube.
I'm gonna get more. I'm gonna cut more.
Pardon?
Once I start to-
Sorry, say that again.
So I'm gonna keep on getting more. I just want to once I could, like how I said, once I get it, I'm going to go to some shops around here.
Mm-hmm.
Because I just want to make sure. I mean, I'm not saying that you don't have to say everybody who's had yours friggin' raves about it. But once I could show the shops what you have, that's how I'll get. I know I can get.
No, it's always better to test the market before you dive into something. So even though, yeah, my Seamoss is good and I stand by it, I would still tell you buy a little bit and test it out first. Not so much for the quality, but just to make sure you are going to enjoy doing this because you've never done this before. What if you start doing this and you hate it? Do you know what I mean? Is it right for me to convince you to buy 100 pounds to do something you hate? Do you know what I mean? So I don't, that's not my philosophy kind of thing. I'd rather say test the market, show the proof of concept that it will work the way you think it should work. And then if it does, then you scale it. If it doesn't, you go back to the drawing board and figure out what you need to change. Change those, test those, get it working, scale.
That's what I'm gonna do. Just like.
Mm-hmm. And then, yeah, you go for it. So, yeah, to me, it's like take your time. It's better to take your time and make calculated moves that you're comfortable and confident in making than to be pressured into doing something for the sake of doing it and not knowing if that's the right thing to do. Yeah.
I think I should approach with the goal, right? The goal will probably be way better to approach.
The gold is going to be more easily digestible. You know what I mean? And to me, like, here's how I would do it. I would get the gold. I would get my stable, like, group going, like, you know what I mean, till I'm comfortable and that they're buying off me regularly and I have a healthy number. And then I would introduce the purple as a limited, like, sample size. Try this. You know what I mean? It's like, say it's normally $15, you sell it for 10. You work it out so you're still making profit even at $10. You're just not making as much, and then you push it out there as a tester and see if they like it, or even throw a couple like smaller sizes to some of your bigger buyers or regular buyers and say, hey, can you get me some feedback? And yes, you want feedback, but really you just want to turn them on to the product, and then they'll talk to other people about it because they're like, oh, I just got this new sample from my Seamoss dealer. He's got me trying it. He wants to get some feedback. Like they feel important, so they're going to go and tell people about how important they are because you've entrusted them for your test group or whatever. And they're evangelists. They're talking about your product. That's advertising right there. You know what I mean? Maybe the people that they talk to about how they got it for free are interested in Seamoss too. Now you've got a new buyer. You know what I mean? But those are just a few ideas. I really should get to sleep.
Nah, you good for your SpongeBob time. You know it.
For real, eh? It's pure SpongeBob time. It's like 4 hours later. Yeah, like Instagram done kicked me off and I still went back for more. Look at this, 7 hours and 45 minutes. It's like I want to say to like, who's that dedicated to Seamoss?
You need to keep talking. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't stop talking shit.
Yeah, it's like I should make a commercial. It's like, if you see me this dedicated just to doing my live streams, imagine how I feel about my Seamoss. Yeah, but anyways, that's enough for the fake commercials.
Now, next stream, put the I forgot what did we say? Crap. It was something like it was a controversy thing. I was thinking you should name it like let's talk Seamoss and then put that under it, like the controversy. What was it though? It was.
It was about the rocks.
Was it? Yeah, it was. I think it was. It was either the rocks or something else. But I was like, man, you should put that under so you could just get the people to come in there, and then you can take once you have your friggin' all your information right, you're good to go.
Yeah, maybe I'll do a show. But this is the thing. None of these guys, like, if I could have a real debate, then I would welcome the real debate. But none of these guys, they can't play fair. They get all emotional. They get all hurt. You know what I mean? They don't get butt hurt because, you know what I mean? I start spewing out facts and stuff like that. And they don't have facts to back up what they say because, nothing that Dr. Sebi was ever scientifically corroborated or backed up, And that's their sort of, like I say to them, okay, show me a source besides him. You know what I mean? And they can't. And I'm like, well, that's your only source? How like, that's pretty biased. Do you know what I mean? But whatever.
Yeah. That's the thing about it is, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, with the more, if you, how you are inviting someone to come and debate you about it. That holds friggin' position strength, all of that right there. Because if you invite anybody to try to come and prove me wrong, and you accept it, like if you can prove me wrong, I'll go ahead and maybe I'll even do some more, like I'll check up on it. But that's the thing about it, just being invited to it. That's your stance. That's all I'm trying to say. Like people do that all the time, though. Like they want to debate on something, especially they see something on TikTok, right? Someone sees something on TikTok and then they'll just run with it. And they'll try to debate you about, I see this on TikTok, you're wrong. Try to feel like they don't just see this on TikTok.
Yeah, like what is TikTok? That's a fucking dancing app.
I'm trying to say, that's how it is now. So if you invite and you doing your work, you talking to multiple different people. Multiple different people coming back to the feedback, say how it works, and all of that. All the rah and all of that, you can take it.
Yeah.
But even if someone was like, I have this, or you say like, what you're trying to say that the Seamoss algorithm doesn't work. And if they can say that, then you'd be like, yeah, I tested it too, unless they really did, but feel me, which nobody did like that. Nobody really did it like that.
No one's doing any testing. But since you brought that up, that's something that I've been kind of like low key planning to do. Is test a bunch of Seamoss, and especially Seamoss that is wildcrafted and Seamoss that's not, and show people like what I mean by like there's no difference. Because that's the only way I'm going to shut them up is with test, and I'll say the tests don't lie. But even then, they'll be like, "Well, I don't trust the source of your test." Well, who did your testing? It's always something.
You know what you can do too, if you want to like just to sponsor your test. If you never mind. I was gonna say if you ever offer people like you can get, I'll give you a certificate of of the test and the proof of the test and all that. So if you want to show anybody else that you bought, like who you bought it from, and stuff like that. But to get it, they'll have to
Well, this kind of gives me an idea. I'm gonna do this first raffle or raffle thing and see how it goes. But the second one I'm gonna do a fundraiser to raise money to end the debate about all this stuff. And the data will be available to all those who participated in the fundraiser.
Yo, do that. I'm here for it, man.
Because if I could raise even like $2,000, the amount of tests I could test like 5 different sea mosses and maybe, you know what I mean, for a lot of minerals and stuff like that. I don't know. I'll have to research it.
And I was going to tell you this too before we got done with it. When you set up your cameras to go to St. Lucia,
Uh-huh.
bruh, please, I'm telling you, set up one when if someone could, like, while they're doing, like, they go, and you can show them how to set up so you can do it live. Just do a live stream, like, when if anybody clicks on your website, they can click and they can see the farm live stream. And it might just be maybe for an hour or something as such for this day, but
So
it's
I have something planned, diabolical. I mean, it's already in plan. We just haven't paid the bill yet to make it happen. But in St. Lucia, they have a serious problem with theft, right? People are going into people's farms and stealing sea moss on a regular. So our idea is that we're going to create a security system in our farms areas to not only protect our farm, but the other farmers' farms. And it will be all done by like wireless night vision cameras and all that kind of shit. And so it'll be connected to the internet. And so the idea is that people will be able to, like, you know, go to a website and click and watch the farm in real time and watch the people working on it and what they're doing and stuff like that.
and with the what are y'all gonna put the cameras on? Something like a real tall pole?
Yeah.
That would be hard to get. Okay.
Yeah, real giant pole will come in, and I think we just, like, it's one, getting the money, and 2, getting the permission from the government because it's on Crown land. What's up, cuz? I just want to say what's up to my cousin who joined us. This is how late I'm up. Is I know he's getting up for work. He probably put on the Instagram and was like, "What the fuck? Julian's on live stream."
Yeah, that boy in that SpongeBob time. Forget demon time. You on SpongeBob.
Yo, Kwame, what do you mean I'm up early? I didn't even go to bed yet. I've been talking about Seamoss all night. That's another thing, Aim. Like, I think pretty sure most of my family thinks I'm fucking nuts because, like, I was selling all this real estate. I go to St. Lucia for a few months and I come back with this, like, Seamoss business. It's like, and they're like, "What? Like, what the hell, Seamoss?" You know what I mean? And it's, yeah. But my cousin, he actually he runs a really good site. If you're ever looking for any like, I don't know if you smoke cannabis, but if you're looking for like sort of like high end or quality cannabis products, he has a site that sells it.
Can you ship it?
I think he can ship the what do you call it?
Oil?
No, he can't ship oils. He can't ship, but he can ship the pipes. He can ship the bongs or whatever. Like, I bought a really nice vaporizer off him. I forget the name of it, but it's like it's a vaporizer that does concentrates, and it also does dried flower. And so, actually, bro, I have to order a concentrate container off you because the last I fucking accidentally ran over the last concentrate container. I was so hurt. I, like, went for a walk with my dog and it fell out of my pocket. And I guess when I drove to park the car or leave, I drove over it because I got home and I was like, "Oh my god, where's the cartridge?" And then I went back to where I was, like, retraced my steps, and I saw a piece of the cartridge smashed. Thanks, cuz. I appreciate that. And so, yeah, I've been meaning to get it refixed. And then I actually need to buy 2 because I need to send one to my partner. I want him to try concentrates. It's gonna, like, I can't wait till that guy comes to Canada. He's gonna, like, blow his mind because he's like, the weed in St. Lucia is like literally garbage.
What up?
What's up, cuz?
How you doing, B?
Doing
I got
good.
you, man. I got your concentrate oven. I'll send it to you. Just send me your address. I'll mail it out to you.
What, the oil?
No,
The cartridge. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll mail it out to you.
Yeah. So also, I got this guy Rio, my friend Rio here. He's on Clubhouse, and so he can hear when you're talking. And he was the one who was asking if you could ship to the States or not.
Yeah, I can ship to the States. Yeah, I ship to the States.
What's his website?
What's your website?
Good grief! I guess I can share it with the group chat right now, so you can see it. Because I don't want to try to tell you.
We should actually have you on to talk about cannabis on one of my live streams.
Anytime, bro.
Yeah. Because I don't always want it to be about Seamoss.
This is my new product here. Look.
What's that?
Let me show you. This one is actually from the States. I got it. My guys are in New York. Is making this one.
Oh, that looks like a hookah.
It looks like a hookah, yeah, bro. It's laser combustion too, bro. See, look.
Shut up.
You push your button out here, and the laser turns on and lights up the weed in there.
Bomba clot. How much is that?
Fuck, I was expecting the shit.
That's why you're showing it to me. You're like, oh, look what I got. Because I'm like, I want that. Laser?
I got this one. I was like, oh, I didn't see. I saw you online. I'm like, I'm just about to go to bed. But I'm like, fuck the bed. It's not going to happen today.
So you're going to bed now or are you getting up?
I ain't slept yet.
Me too.
I've been sitting up trying to figure out how to get my company into the metaverse.
Oh, dude. Wait.
I'm trying to buy land in Sandbox and what's the other one called?
I don't know.
Central Land.
I am
out here just spending crypto.
Be careful. Maybe I wonder if you can hire real estate agents to sell you metaverse property. I should go into that.
You could, because they're already on there. Like if you buy the land,
yeah,
you can literally just list it on OpenSea. So you don't need a real estate agent. You just buy it and then go list it.
We'll see that I'm not happy with.
Right?
It's like put me out of a job.
Yeah.
I said they just put me out of a job. What are you talking about? I'm not happy with that.
Bro, everything can be listed on OpenSea now. Everything. Like you can sell sneakers.
Wow.
You just create a digital image of it and go list it. Everything. Like your guys, I mean, I don't mean to but anybody wants to buy anything at all. Like you want to buy this Xbox controller.
Yeah.
I don't need to pay anybody else now. I can just create this picture of this thing and say I'm selling it as an NFT. You buy it and I'll ship it to you. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and then you could say you have ownership of it because that was the sold in the rights.
It's that easy. And Shopify is shaking in its boots because they called me. They reached out to me and they said, hey, you wanna start selling NFTs on our site? And I was like, sure. And they said to me, oh, by the way, we're gonna we'll change your Shopify plan to Shopify Plus. And I was like, okay, cool, but what is that gonna cost me a month? They said $2,000 a month. I said, hold on a second. I already pay you so much money a month, and I'm not making any money on my merch that I'm selling. It's like, very little stuff. I make more money on promoting these people's company, these products, than I make on my own merch.
Yeah. So
Shopify is actually costing me money. Right? So I'm sitting there going, I don't need you guys no more. I mean, we can sell stuff from, like, those of us that have, crypto wallets, we can sell anything, whatever we want. So they're struggling. They're really shaking right now because they're afraid that a lot of us will figure it out. Because you mix, weed with people that can think, and we can figure it out.
Trust me, I know. I solve a lot of problems with a good spliff.
Right?
So how much is that? I know it's expensive, but
bro, it's $4.99.
Oh, that's not that bad. I thought you were going to tell me like $1,000 or something.
No. It's just $4.99.
All right.
Hi, Mr. Yusuf. I'm not sure if he's my follower or your follower.
No, he's mine.
Okay.
They're all mine. They're all my followers.
Yeah, my followers are not offered this time.
No, Yusuf is a good buddy of mine. He drives truck in the States.
Oh, okay.
So
cool.
he usually comes.
Yeah,
actually,
we're trying to figure it out right now.
I'm gonna invite him. See if he. Oh, he hasn't sent me the website yet. Put in the website in the chat so I can. Oh, here it is. Is how do you pronounce that? Netapathine? What? Intampanini.
Intampanini, yeah. Sharice told me not to use that name. It was out of. I'm just so mad at her, so I was like, yeah, I'm going to use it anyway.
Yeah.
Now I can't get anybody to spell it or for those of us from where I'm from, we know that means the ganja god, the ganja king.
Well, you know what? Don't change it. People will figure it out. So Rio, it's pronounced like or it's spelled like this: www. N is in Nancy, T is in Tom, A is in Apple, M is in Mary, P is in Peter, I is in Igor, H is in Henry.
Hold on.
I'll send the link out. Let me just send the link.
But he's on Clubhouse. He's on Clubhouse. He can't see the link.
I see him, so I'll send him the
No,
link.
you see Yusuf, but not Rio.
Oh, Rio. Okay.
But I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna pin it on the link. So that's what I'm gonna do. Because because I'm a cool guy like that.
Yeah, so what I'm doing is I've created a bit of a Discord channel.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of people want to know how this stuff works. A lot of people that, a lot of people that have crypto addresses, like people that can actually pay in crypto and collect crypto. I just figured instead of like pushing just a product on my website and selling it there, create a bit of a, kind of like Clubhouse, Rio's in Clubhouse, they understands what I'm doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Create a bit of a group where everybody that basically messes with our product or knows what's going on can jump into this channel. And the only way you get in is if you buy my product anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta go buy merch, and then we know you want to be a member, so we just bring you into the Clubhouse, and then we share all the stuff that we're learning, all the affiliate codes that we get, like basically all the discounts that I get, I can just throw it in there. So anybody is interested in buying any of the products that I'm promoting, you can get it. You can also get access to all the projects that we're working on. So if something that people are interested in throwing money at least you can do it with people that they're in a group with and they can trust. That's what I'm trying to do because I figured there's so many people that want to do business with me. I turn here as like, Sean will reach out, Eldon will reach out, this, you know what I mean? So many family members and even friends, they just want to do business. But I'm like, I can't work with everybody. Honestly, I just can't. I can't stretch that. That's all that thing. So if I at least have a way of bringing everybody together, we can all share projects and be like, yeah, listen, this is a project. Here's what I'm doing with it. If you want it, you want to throw money at it, we send you the paperwork. You at least, you know where to find projects. So, a place for people to make extra cash. You know what I mean?
No, that's a good idea.
And then to make things fun, I throw a quarterly party every 4 months for everybody in the group to just kind of meet in person. So we throw an actual party. You make sure you get your tickets in advance, type thing. And every 4 months we host a get together. Giveaways and shit, things like that.
That'd be cool. Even just getting people together to meet and discuss things can breed fruit to a lot of stuff. I do that with in real estate. I have a contractors group where I go to dinner and we just hang out, and it's like a bunch of plumbers. They're all black people, right? That's part of the reason why we're doing it. But there's contractors, plumbers, other stuff, and so I go there basically as a realtor expert, so that they can pick my brain about questions about real estate or whatever. It's not really there to get any business, but more about just networking and sharing ideas.
So on Wednesdays, it's from 7 to 9.
What?
I'm talking too loud. My wife just woke up.
Dude, welcome to the club. You know what shit I get in for these live streams?
To be honest, I'm in the basement. I thought they should put me in. Last time I was doing work, I was playing video games down here, right? I was talking to people on Call of Duty. And I didn't think she could hear me. But they're 2 floors up. So
did she text message you? Yeah, that's what they always do. Shh. With the big bag. Shh.
I forget what I was trying to say, but
You know where they hear you is through the vents.
yeah, but this vent is open right here.
That's it.
I haven't finished the basement yet. I'm trying to make that money first.
Yes, that's wicked. So you were saying earlier you're not making too much money off the site. What do you think that's caused by?
Well, one, my site name, and then two, my click funnels are not there. I haven't really tweaked the site properly in terms of streamlining it. And then I'm not advertising it at all. I haven't advertised it.
There you go. That's the reason right there. If no one's coming to the site, you can't expect anybody to buy from it.
Nobody's come to the site besides people that I have sent there. So, but I guess I was gone for about a month.
Yeah,
I went to Africa.
Yeah, you went to Ghana. How was that?
Well, fantastic, bro. Because I went there to kind of find out what's going on with the whole cannabis scene on that side of things, and then also to see my mom because she had an injury. She fell.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. So anyway, I got there, spent time with my mom, and in the evenings I would connect with the guys just to see how the scene is. They're not ready. They're still completely illegal there. Growing and all that stuff is just going to be a big issue. But everybody uses down there. So the question is, who's selling to them? How are they getting it?
Yeah,
it's still happening, but
even where are they getting the high-end products from?
Right. So I mean, the products that the vapes and these kinds of things are completely unregulated. So there's no issue there by bringing these kinds of products and selling them there, which is what I'm into anyway. So rather than set up shop and then buy Walker's style down there, I decided to create a bit of a group again. People joining the group. If you need it, make your orders, and then I ship them once every month down there.
That's smart.
So, yeah, rather than, so if you know you want one of these and you live in Africa, you just kind of let me know from now.
Yeah.
And on Friday, I'm doing the shipping to Africa.
I would even start seeing or even putting quests out there in the group to see who's interested in being a supplier, right? Because you could probably save more money by shipping it one time to one person or to a couple people and let them do the sales and make them.
I got 3 of them.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's why I was down there. I got 3 suppliers, and they have a distribution network.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I'm already.
There you go.
That's who's taking care of that's who's accepting the products.
Yeah, so you know who to ship it to. That's awesome.
Exactly.
So why don't you even take this Neteprene and start promoting it in Ghana instead of Canada?
Well, that's the idea of the Discord channel, because I'm specifically going and inviting people to the Discord channel, inviting people, and then I'm bringing a bit of what do you call it, an all-star collection of these kinds of products, right? So I'm getting this one. I have my burner vaporizer. I have another machine that we use to extract the oil out of the plants.
Yeah.
It's the legal oil machine. I had to have one. That was another expensive machine. That's $300, $399.
Yeah. Are you selling those Elite machines?
Yeah, legal.
Yeah, I know where they are. I might even be able to get you some sales for that because
I have one in my garage right now. I'm shipping to Africa.
Nice. Because
if you need one, I got you.
Yeah.
I'll send you my link so you can just use them.
No, dude. I'll bring you the business. You're running a business. Let me send the business to you.
All right, bro. I appreciate it.
As I was saying,
yeah, I have all the legal oil. I have
because. So sorry to interrupt you, but that leave, I'm going to talk to a buddy of mine. But I have a buddy of mine who's in the Seamoss industry, and he got one of those illegal machines. But he's not using it so much for cannabis. But what he's using it for is to make gummies for Seamoss.
But you see, you could now treat the what you call it, the cannabis oil, and put that in the Seamoss for me to drink.
Mm-hmm.
Now you made yourself a little Seamoss
tincture.
seed or DVD tincture,
Yeah.
People
So
love that. Yeah, I love that.
I'm going to talk to them and see, but maybe we can find a way to push these products or not push them, but make them available to those people that want to make gummies. Because there's a lot of people in my industry that want to make Seamoss gummies. And the guy said this is a good machine for making the gummies because
I have a wholesale link and I have an affiliate link. So people can go whichever way. And I send the links to you, like you said, you can post them.
No, bro. I just send them to your site, or I send them to you, and you sell it to them. Yeah, they don't need to go anywhere else.
They can reach out to me directly if they want to buy them.
Yeah.
I can get it shipped out to them ASAP, as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Or if they want to just, just go to my website to the links everything's there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we'll talk more about it and create a strategy, but for the most part, I'm going to identify if it's even going to work first, and then if it does, then, oh shit. Sorry. You know what's crazy? I was making steamed dumplings, and I left the pan with the steamed dumplings running, and it, when the pan's dried now, so it was just
the water goes down, and then the dumplings starts to get squished.
Well, I ate the dumplings, but I forgot to turn off the stove, so the pan was sitting there steaming, and it ran out of the water, and it was one of those things where I looked over. Huh?
So you shouldn't smoke weed early in the morning.
I didn't smoke any weed yet.
Maybe you should.
I haven't smoked any weed for the last 8 hours because I've been doing this live stream. Pardon, Rio? Where are the flowers?
Yeah, on the website.
Well, I don't think he sells any flowers on the website because he won't be able to ship them.
No flowers on the website, please.
Yeah, just the tools.
Join my Discord if you want other kinds of things. Join my group chat. I'll send you. It's just. I just created it like last night. I just created a Discord, so I haven't even invited anybody into it. I was talking to. I saw it pop up. I'm like, okay.
Hey, Rio, you might need to pop out and pop back in because it's hard to hear you. Yeah, he's gonna come back.
We're having a chat. I didn't know my uncle was online.
Yeah. Nice. Is he in Africa?
What's his
no,
Discord
name?
name?
What are you saying, Rio?
What's his Discord name? I know yours is Lemon Balls. What's his?
It would be the same as my Discord name. Would be the same as my my website name. So, but just take the
it's
name.
the same as that name. Okay, cool.
Hold on a second. What did you say my name was?
Your name is Lemon Balls.
No, it's not. I would never.
We're having a chit chat. We were just chatting this morning, so I'm not sure what time it is in Sweden, but you can jump on whenever you like.
I would never call myself Lemon Balls. No. I almost woke up the house, dude. I just said it so loud.
We went live with all our followers. People are just gonna jump in whenever they like. So this is quite interesting. I wasn't planning on doing this stuff.
Well, that's what happens. So when you do the live one-on-one with me, Instagram tells everybody on your stream that you're talking. But if you initiate the live, you can actually save our conversation, and that's something. If you go on my Instagram,
That is great. We can connect once in a while and talk. Because I said every Wednesday night I try to go live between 7 and 9 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Just to talk to people about the group that I'm bringing. Because again, it's more of a club.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get more people into it, and eventually, the ideas that I have and the plans that I'm working on, even here and also in Ghana, I'll share that with the entire group, and then everybody that wants to join in, if you want maybe information on how you can come down.
Mm-hmm.
My uncle is actually running an Airbnb down in Ghana.
Nice.
For us. So if anybody wants to go down to Ghana,
Nice.
People, just anybody that wants to go down. That's what I'm trying to create. Like, if a group, a family, any people that just kind of quote unquote follow me, and they want to get closer and learn about what we're doing, so you in that group, and then we set stuff up.
I'm planning to do some charity work in the future in Ghana. My pastor bought a lot of land, and he's creating like a prayer, I guess a prayer compound or whatever. It's like a missionary resort and prayer center. So he's stuff a little delayed there. Steve's been in and out of this room a few times. He must come back and be like, "These guys are still doing it." So yeah, as I was saying, my pastor's got some land, and they're building like a prayer center and an orphanage. Yeah, we're actually doing a lot now to support orphanages. We send clothes down when he travels there once every. He goes every 4 months or so.
Yeah, there's so many needs. While I was there, there's a video I was actually posting. There's it's like a kid, like a little child holding a baby, and they were begging for money in the streets. It's just
It's
a baby holding a baby begging for money.
wow.
So,
yeah, and they probably don't have any parents. Bro, I watched, like, I had to edit some of these videos because my pastor would show the stuff that he did. And I'll never forget this one video that I had to, like, view where it was, like, they were giving out donations for shoes. And these two kids were literally fighting over a single shoe. They didn't have the other shoe. They were just like, I don't give a fuck. One shoe is better than, half a shoe is better than no shoe in their minds. And then, the guy lost.
I did work in 2018.
Yeah.
I went up to the northern Ghana. I was giving shoes and flip-flops and sometimes
Yeah.
to just collect stuff.
Yeah. And happy with that.
We think what we have for granted.
Fuck, way too much.
I got to jump off. She said she had tried to sleep, but that's unexpected, so I will jump out and
Okay.
chat on Wednesday night.
All right, sounds good. Tell her I said hi. And blame it on me, okay? Say, you know how Julien is? This guy wouldn't shut up. And she'd be like, oh, fucking Julien. Okay, so good night. That was funny. That was my cousin there. He's actually like a cousin-in-law, I guess. He's married to my cousin, Charisse. And so she was giving him shit, so he had to get off the thing. I'm surprised I'm not getting shit for how loud I'm doing tonight. But I'm probably going to get it when I go to bed. I can't sleep.
Blame it on us. Just be like, they have me on SpongeBob time.
That's what it is. I'd be like, you think this Seamoss is going to sell itself? But with that, I should get going because I wanted to leave 50 minutes ago.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I'm going to just, every time I'm telling you, SpongeBob time, that's you.
That's me. No, I'm the worst. You know? And so I will give you guys one last show of my proud trophy. You know, I gotta find a place where to put this thing. One of
the
them.
back like a YouTube plaque, which you need.
Yeah, but it's gonna be one of my like many plaques. I'm gonna have them all. I'm gonna have like a show. I'm gonna start giving out awards for Seamoss. Imagine I give out myself an award for Seamoss. That would be fun.
I don't know what to think about that. Yeah.
Actually, I should do something like that. Do like the Seamoss Farmer Awards and just give out awards to different farmers just for the sake of giving them an award to show that like I appreciate the hard. Like, dude, these guys work fucking hard to make Seamoss, right? So to me, it's like, you know, any recognition is, you know what I mean? They'd love that. But let's talk about that for another show.
Yeah.
Yes, it was lovely talking to you all night, Rio. Thank you so much for being a part of this. And yeah, I'm going to be back, I guess, today's Sunday. So Wednesday's coming up. And I got to figure out what I should talk about on Wednesdays. This Wednesday. You know what? I might work on the raffle and we'll talk about that. So, yeah. Yeah. Look at that. I just got Hotel Chocolate St.Lucian just joined. If you guys ever go to St. Lucia, you have to check. Listen, St. Lucia has some of the best chocolate in the world, right?
Oh, because of the cocoa sticks, right? Y'all make them.
Well, because of the cocoa beans, yeah. But even the cocoa sticks are ill, dude. Like, you want to talk about tasty raw cacao? That's the whatchamacallit. That's what you get. But I think I scared them away, which is crazy. Like, you think you pop in a room, as soon as you pop in the room, I start talking about you and acknowledging that you're there, and you leave. Like, you're here to do business. Do you know what I mean? Like, even if no one was in the room, I would hang around to see if someone joined.
That's what okay, that's the same thing I was asking earlier. Do you think people are scared to be available, or what is it? That's what I was trying to listen. No, we about to get a SpongeBob time. Tell him you're gonna coin this, dog. Like,
okay, so we'll talk about that. But to answer your question, yes, most people are afraid to put themselves out there because they're not sure of what the reaction is going to be. You know what I mean? They're afraid that people are going to not accept them, or I mean, this is what I believe. I could be wrong, but for the most part, I feel like they have an insecurity about it. The reason why I'm able to do this and do this so comfortable is because I spent like literally 2 months doing it every day, and no one was watching. You know what I mean? And I would do it sometimes for 2 hours a day at 5 in the morning. So I would get up at 5:30 in the morning and do a live stream talk to the sun, where I would just rant. Like, you could see them on my Instagram page, on the beginning post or whatever. And so that gave me the practice that I had to be comfortable doing. Now it's like I don't even worry about doing it. It's more about like, okay, let's press go, let's go. You know what I mean? I mean, I intentionally don't pick things to talk about to put me in that position where we can just talk about anything. Yeah. So yeah, it's practice makes perfect. But remember the question for next week, and I'll bring it up again, and I'll go in more detail on it. Yeah, raffle, and we'll talk about overcoming fears. Yeah, yeah. I have an interesting story to share about what I do to help me overcome fears. And so remind me next on Wednesday, and we'll do it. And with that, I'm going to put a hard cutoff right now. 5:54. We're done. Good night. Thank you so much, Rio. Send me a text message in a couple hours. But when I get to the warehouse today, I'm going to fill in this couple Bob one day. Yeah, I'll give it to you. You have a pen? Yeah, 647 628 9736. Call me anytime. Like, if I don't answer, then I'll either call you back or I'm sleeping. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. It's my pleasure, and thank you for hanging out with me for so long. Yeah, I gotta get to sleep. So with that, I'm gonna end the live stream.